They froze abruptly. The two robbers noticed a fire in a sleeping bag lying next to it. The leader took out a dagger. Together with his friends, he prepared for the attack. With a sharp movement of his hand, he quickly sent the dagger into the sleeping bag. The weapon was sticking straight out of the bag, but there was no one in it. The robber was amazed by this. He heard the main character say that he was here and turned around sharply. The main character stood on a branch behind the bandit. The moon illuminated his face. With an angry look, he began to say that he had the right to kill the robbers who attacked him. Breaking the branch, he continued to say that it was just self-defense. The main character pulled the string of a bow with a branch instead of an arrow. Then he pointed his weapon at his opponents. The group of bandits laughed, surprised by the branches as arrows. The bold robber said with a grin that the main character had gone crazy. The next moment, the branch was right at his forehead. She shot him in the head. The bandits, not understanding, looked at their friend flying down. The leader was completely dumbfounded. The surprise in their faces gave way to fear. One of the bandits exclaimed about the strength of the main character, the arrows of which were enveloped in a magical aura. He fired, saying that it was the robber next to the stunned leader was thrown back by a blow of enormous force. The main character stated that this is the second one. The main bandit was dumbfounded from shock. Magic arrows flew at the gang of bandits. The main character announced that these were He broke another branch. The leader, sweating with fear, raised his hands and began to beg for the main character to wait. Spare him. The main character pulled the bowstring with a contemptuous look and said that a person who is ready to kill must be ready to die himself. An arrow with a magical aura hit the robber. His face was distorted by pain. The main character stood in the middle of a dark forest and reasoned that he seemed to have left no traces. The sadness was visible in his face. Standing with his head down, he addressed Darian, saying that the world was different from his stories. The main character sharply pushed off from the ground. He jumped on tree branches, thinking that the human world was very boring. The men sat at the table and discussed whether they had forgotten about the remnants of the demon kingdom. One of them, with many rings on his hands, answered that creatures with demonic energy would not pass through the barrier of the root forest. The discussion at the table continued. They said that the problem is that the forest is saturated with this energy and is a large piece of unused land. The head of the table, with an unpleasant smile, said that since the forest is saturated with demonic energy, then unwanted people can be sent there. Those sitting at the table were pleasantly surprised. The chief continued to say that there are always problematic individuals who can be gotten rid of thanks to the forest. People began to agree with this and decided to get down to business. Night. Dark forest. The screams of the mother are heard, begging him to leave her instead of his son. The armored man snatched the child from the mother's arms, shouting that the seed of darkness had already sprouted within the child. The baby was enveloped in golden light, as the mother desperately begged for it to stop. The child lay on the ground, surrounded by 3 priests and a knight. Emitting golden light, they calmly watched what was happening. The mother in tears extended her hand and shouted the boy's name, Hilm. A forest with an ominous aura. This is the root forest. No one has ever returned from here. Not even great scientists, warriors, and magicians. Bright golden flash. The root forest has become a purgatory where sinners are teleported. The flash died down. There was a baby in it. If the sinner get out of the forest, then his sins will be forgiven. The child opened his eyes. It was a child born with the seed of darkness. The child began to cry. He was sent to a monster den from where no one returned. The child lay silently on the ground. Hunger, cold, and demonic energy tormented him. The heart is surrounded by a violet aura. A power awakened in him, which enveloped him in energy. 10 days have passed. A white leopard approached the child. While the child lay alone, she found him and took him into her mouth. Then the child's fate was sealed. 10 years later, a boy runs through the forest after a hare, shouting to him to stop. A leopard is watching him from a branch. The boy flew into the air. He angrily shouted wishes for death to the hare. The main character landed and deftly grabbed the little animal. The leopard looked contentedly at the child, who joyfully shouted to Elga that he could do it. Elga went down to the boy. With a sharp blow, she killed the hare. The main character looked at this, somewhat puzzled. The leopard turned to him with a question whether he had finally mastered hunting, to which he replied that he had mastered hunting only hares and rabbits. Elga's claw had what looked like a heart on it. It exuded an ominous aura. Elga said that it was the core that every demonic beast had. Helmut listened in surprise that by eating the kernel you can become stronger and extend your life. The boy reached for the core, saying that he had caught his prey. Elga hit him with her tail, telling him not to rush. Helmut waved his arms and legs and shouted for the cannonball to be given to him. The leopard explained to the dissatisfied boy that he was a man, and if he ate the core, he would become a demonic beast. Looking at the sky, she continued to say that if this happens, he will not be able to leave the forest. The offended protagonist said, clicking his tongue, that this was stupidity. He took his prey and said that he would never leave the forest anyway. He asked why not immediately become stronger. The characters began to walk. The boy continued to say that Alga said that he was a weakling and there was no way for him to leave the forest. Leopard turned away and muttered that everything was wrong. Helmut looked at her incomprehensibly. Elga looked the hero straight in the eyes and said that he would be able to get out of the forest. Quite uncomprehendingly, the main character repeated that she herself claimed that there was number escape from the forest. The heroes stopped. Elga made excuses that she had thought so before. But now, she heard that it was possible. Helmut asked who told her this. The leopard replied that it was a man. The boy was shocked. He asked again in surprise. Elga said that most likely this person had already died. Helmut didn't want to believe it and asked if she had seen his corpse. She looked away. She remembered the man and said that he was very strong, but when they met, he grew old. The heroes stopped again, and Elga continued to say that demonic energy squeezes all forces, but this does not affect Helmut with the Seed of Darkness. She had not seen the man for a long time, and thought that he was already under 90 years old. The boy asked where he could find this man because people can live up to 100. The cat tried to hit the boy with its tail but missed. She was unhappy that Helmut wanted to leave so abruptly. The boy replied that Elga herself asked to grow up. The leopard looked at the main character with displeasure and said that the man could have already left. The boy replied that if he did not find the man, he would return back. This made Elga furious. She turned to the main character and began to angrily shout at him to do what he wanted. Helmut asked where that man was, to which he received the answer that he was in the east. The boy turned around sharply. The leopard was surprised. Helmut had already managed to run far enough. She furiously shouted at his back that she would not save him from danger. The boy did not listen to the screams and wondered if there were still people in the forest. He reasoned that the man is very strong without the Seed of Darkness. The main character's face broke into a smile. He was looking forward to meeting another person. Helmut gasped for air. There was a fence in front of him. Tired, he looked at the fence, asking how long ago the fence had been erected here. The main character deftly jumped over it. In front of him stood a house overgrown with moss. Seeing this, Helmut exclaimed in surprise. The character smiled with satisfaction, saying that only a man could do such a thing. Someone's hand suddenly knocked the boy to the ground. The impact was so strong that it sent dust into the air. The long-haired man looked contemptuously at the hero, asking him who he was and who sent him. Helmut clenched his teeth and answered him that he had come himself. The muscular man kept his eyes on the boy, who continued to say that Elga told him about the man living here. After some thought, the man replied that he understood. He released the boy, who sighed painfully as he lay on the ground. The man still looked with displeasure at the rising Helmut and asked why he needed him. The boy looked wearily at the man, who continued to say that if the hero wanted to see a person, then he should find someone else. Helmut rose from his knees and replied that this is not what he wanted. The man looked at the boy seriously, who confidently declared that he wanted to leave this forest. The characters stood opposite each other. The man said that his name was Darian. The dissatisfied child muttered in response that his name was Helmut. Darian asked if the boy wanted to escape from the forest, to which he replied that Elga said that the man knew how to get out of the forest. Darian asked why leave the forest because outside is not so nice and colorful. Helmut asked with interest how it was outside, to which I received the answer that people there do not have fangs and claws, but they replace them with cunning and cruelty. Looking at the main character, Darian asked if he was born in the forest. The boy said that he was brought to the forest after birth. The man concluded that Helmut had a Seed of Darkness in him, touching his chest. The boy answered in the affirmative. Darian began to leave and said that usually children with Seeds of Darkness are killed at birth. And since the boy was pardoned, it means he is at least a nobleman. Helmut did not understand what the man was talking about. Turning his back, Darian continued to say that in the forest origin does not matter, and that he has a duty to Elga. He turned and addressed the boy, telling him that because of the Seed of Darkness, Helmut would be hated everywhere and most likely he would die in battle with another person. The characters looked into each other's eyes. Darian asked if the main character wanted to leave the forest despite this. He nodded with a very serious face. The man said that he understood everything. He grabbed the boy sharply. In Darian's hand, Helmut hung parallel to the ground. He cried out in displeasure. The boy clenched his teeth and swore. The man smiled, saying that the boy had a fiery character. Carrying the main character in his hand, Darian said that in order to become part of the world of people, Helmut will have to become human. Glancing at the dissatisfied boy, the man said that he would make him a real person. He asked what was needed to leave the forest. Darian replied that he needed to go through the barrier, but the boy was not ready yet. Helmut listened with displeasure that he needed to become stronger and meet someone who knew the way. Darian couldn't yet tell who knew the way. The boy thoughtfully asked how he could become stronger. The man approached the house, answering that Helmut should do what he was told. A broom fell loudly to the floor. The main character screamingly asked Darian why he should do this. Minding his own business, he replied that this is how people usually live. The floor was very dirty. Helmut asked how it could be normal if the house was so dusty. Without being distracted from the matter, Darian asked if the boy wanted to stay in the forest. He made a displeased grimace and shook with anger. There was a straw bed on the floor. The man said it was a helmet bed. The boy plopped down into it contentedly. Lying in bed, he asked if he could take a break. Putting his hands on his hips and clicking his tongue, Darian responded to the main character to get up. He held out his hand with the clothes and ordered the boy to change. Helmut examined his new clothes with displeasure. He felt uncomfortable in them. The man told him to get used to it and not tear it. The boy was disgusted by this. The characters walked through the forest. The child asked where they were going. Darian replied that he was going to teach the boy what to eat and what not to eat. His bag was full of plants. He talked about how to turn inedibles into edibles. The man began to pick at the core of the plant with a knife. He explained that even if the demonic core is removed, the energy will still remain in the plant. Darian lowered the plant into the stream. Helmut watched with interest. The old man said that water cleanses food of demonic energy. He handed the main character a root vegetable and told him to try it. He began to gobble up the plant, surprised that it was edible. The man asked if Helmut understood everything and said that they had more work to do. The main character is sweaty and exhausted. There are buckets in his hand. He shouts displeasedly about why he needs to carry water. An animal emerges from the bushes behind the boy. Helmut muttered dissatisfiedly and did not notice it. Elga jumped on the boy, scaring him. She asked what he was doing. Pointing to the bucket, he replied that he was told to bring water. Elga was surprised that Helmut was listening to the man. The thoroughly wet boy explained that he was doing this to become stronger. The leopard lay down on her side and asked what he would do when he became stronger. The main character answered that he should live among people. After a short pause, Elga asked if he thought it would be better there. The boy answered uncertainly that he didn't know, but he definitely wouldn't feel better in the forest. He began to leave and said goodbye to the leopard. She looked after him for a while. I thought sadly, and she began to leave, saying that Helmut would have a good life. Water splashes out of the bucket. The thoroughly wet boy groans with displeasure. He does the exercise. Darian behind him yells at him not to bend his back. The exhausted protagonist says he is tired. The man asks him if he wants to stay in the forest. The boy screams from exhaustion, but continues the exercise. The old man watches him contentedly. Helmut holds up well. Looking at the boy, Darian thinks that the seed of darkness is not his only feature. The sun is already setting. The main character has no energy left. As soon as he hears that the exercise is over, he immediately falls exhausted. The man manages to catch him. Barely squeezing out words, Helmut says that he is hungry. The characters are sitting by a pot of soup. The boy doesn't even have the strength to eat. Darian orders him to eat with a spoon. After the first spoon, the strength returns to the hero. He rushes to eat the whole plate, exclaiming how delicious it is. The man smiles contentedly, listening to the boy's exclamation. He was all smeared with soup. Darian stood up and began to collect his hair. Helmut asked if he would eat, to which he received the answer that he should watch what the old man showed him. Darian walked up to the box and began to open it, saying that in order to leave the forest you need to become stronger. Continuing to eat, the boy listened to the man talk about how humans are weak compared to demonic beasts, after which he waved his sword and said that starting tomorrow he would teach the boy fencing. Darian became serious and said that he would first show what the blade was capable of. The man stood up, holding the sword in his hand. He stood in front of the boulder and lowered his weapon. The boy did not blink. He was told to watch carefully. Darian began to draw shapes with the tip of the blade. He concentrated and exhaled heavily, after which he sharply struck the ground with his sword. Lightning came from the impact. Helmut was very surprised by this. Lightning from the impact passed through the boulder. The cracks in it glowed brightly, and in a moment he fell apart into pieces. The boy was dumbfounded. All that was left of the boulder were small stones. Darian said, "That's how people were able to survive." Still surprised, Helmut asked what it was. The sword in the man's hand glowed brightly golden. He replied that it was strength, the source of people's energy. The boy looked at his hands in surprise, listening to Darian say that a slightly different power comes from the seed of darkness, but the source is the same, exclaiming joyfully. Helmut declared that he wanted to master this power. He thought to himself that he felt empowered by the sight of Elga and Darian. The man hit the boy. He told him that his body was not ready yet. The main character was lying on the ground holding his head in pain. Darian continued to say that the most important thing now is to understand the essence of the blade. Looking at the boy, he paused, after which he continued to say that it would be difficult, unpleasant, and painful. Clenching his blade, he said that Helmut must go to the end. He handed the sword to the protagonist, saying that the blade would reward him for his hard work. Then he put the weapon in the boy's hand. Helmut held the blade and smiled contentedly. He said that he understood everything. The day of fencing training has arrived. The old man told the boy to concentrate. The main character asked displeasedly how much more he could. Darian did not like this. He replied that he should be treated with respect. Helmut tried to correct himself and said that he had always done this, to which the man replied that it was not true. Respectfully, this time he asked why he wasn't ready yet. With a serious face, Darian replied that a strong body is not enough, and Helmut should think about it. The boy tilted his head questioningly. The man was surprised if he really had to explain everything. The angry main character shouted, asking why everything couldn't be explained right away. Darian silently listened to the boy's discontent. Looking at how he was training, the old man thought that his student was strange. He didn't like to study, but he did it quickly. He kept thinking that Helmut is aggressive because of the seed of darkness, and that, but grows up surprisingly rational and obedient. Watching the training, he concluded that there was something in the boy. The man walked towards the main character and said that he would show what he was talking about. With a light swing of his sword, he knocked the boy off balance, and he screamed in pain. Smiling, he said that his student was still weak. Then he hit him a second time. Helmut did not understand why this had to be done. He held his bruised hand. The old man asked if he understood the difference. After a short pause, the boy replied that he did not understand. Darian said he would leave him without dinner. The main character changed his face and began to beg him not to do this. After some thought, he said that the pain from the blows was different. They were at different speeds and in different places. He realized that something didn't add up because the movements were the same. Darian finally asked if Helmut realized that stupid repetition of movements is not the point. He explained that muscle tension, trembling of the fingertips, speed of movements, balance between mind and body should be under complete control. The man continued to say that only after you put your body and soul into every movement will you be ready. Helmut listened with interest, as the old man said that only after all this would he understand everything. Darian gave the boy a smack and continued to say that for now he was swinging his sword like a simple forester. After this, the man ordered to start again. The main character stood by the river. He thought that rest is also part of training, but it is so boring. He noticed Elga approaching from behind and greeted her. Looking at the boy, she was surprised at how much he had grown in such a short time. She said that Helmut was growing into a real man, to which he replied that he would become even bigger. Looking at Elga, the boy asked why Darian was indebted to her. She replied that she simply gave permission to live here. The main character asked if she fought with Darian, to which she replied that Helmut remained an idiot. She began to growl furiously that she was the owner of the central lands of the root forest and would fight anyone who invaded her land. After some thought, she expected herself that she would not want to fight the nasty snake. Helmut remembered this snake, Naho from the southern land. Elga confirmed that it was a two-headed snake, and Darian was one of its targets, so she did not fight it. The boy asked who would win the battle. Leopard. Then she said that she didn't know. After all, the energy of demonic beasts is noticeable when people know how to hide their energy. Surprised, Helmut concluded that Elga would have lost. She replied that she did not know, because Naho does not attack a person because of his hidden power. The boy thoughtfully asked why Darian didn't like the snake. Elga said that a man destroyed one of the snake's disgusting zone. Hearing that Helmut did not understand her, she silently frowned. She leaned over to the boy and asked if he wanted to watch the character importantly crossed his arms over his chest and loudly declared what he wanted. Olga bared her fangs in a smile. She flew into the air, and she began to jump through the tree. Helmut looked down in surprise. Helga looked back at him and said that this is what she was talking about. The man was beaten with whips. The woman was dragged by the leg. There was a small settlement below the characters. Elga said it was a slave farm. Helmut and Elga looked at the slave farm from the cliff. There were emaciated men there. The surprised boy repeated that this was a slave farm. One of the slaves fell to the ground. A man with a whip appeared behind him, shouting at him to stop messing around. He lashed the slave a couple of times, ordering him to stand up. The main characters watched this. Helmut asked why the man was being beaten. Alger responded that he was not doing his job. The female slaves were dumbfounded by the screams they heard. A man approached them and told them to quickly go inside. The boy carefully examined one of the girls. He began to mutter that these slaves were somehow different from him. Alger told him that these were women. The female slaves were taken to the huts. Helmut asked why this was being done. He was told that these women were future food. The girls were in complete despair. Elga continued to say that Naho prefers the meat of women. She looked intently at what was happening and said that women have little meat, so they are fattened first. Alva continued to say that women become Naho's food while men remain slaves for life and maintain the farms. Helmut said that he now understands how this farm works. Leopard explained that Naho undertakes to protect the farm from monsters and people are doing work, and there is even a leader among them. Among the slaves stood a bald, mustachioed man. He asked what all the fuss was about. His name was Irigo. They explained to the leader that this was because of the slave. He asked if all the victims had already been collected and received an affirmative answer. He looked towards the female slave. Irigo called out to the green-haired girl. The girl was shocked. Breaking into a nasty smile, he told her that she was lucky, and he was taking her. He grabbed the struggling girl by the hair and led her along. Helmut looked at him and asked who the leader was. Alger replied that this is a magician who finds people trapped in the forest. Irigo breaks into a smile as he watches the slave being punished with a whip. The main character turned to Elga and asked why she didn't give him into slavery. Confused, she replied that she simply did not want Naho to have more slaves. Hearing this, Helmut said that it was very similar to her. Elga smiled relaxedly. She carried the boy on her back, saying it was time to go. A moment later, she felt something was wrong. A huge two-headed snake appeared out of nowhere. He greeted Elga, which hissed the name Naho with displeasure. Without taking her eyes off the snake, she asked why it was not hibernating. Helmut screamed in fear. The terrible Naho towered before the heroes. The boy thought that the snake had not done anything yet, but he was already feeling terrible pressure. One head asked Elga if this was her child when the second hissed that men taste better when they are young. With a snake-like smile, Naho asked to give the boy a try. Elga angrily replied that he didn't like men anyway. The snake agreed with her. Helmut was on the verge of losing consciousness. Naho suddenly crawled up to the main character. He recognized the smell of Darien and asked the boy how he was connected to him. Tears accumulated in Helmut's eyes. Elga tried to hit the snake. She screamed angrily for Naho not to get close to the child. In response to this, the snake laughed and said that he was for peace and love. Bowing his head, he continued to wonder why Helmut's clothes smell like Darien. He remembers Darien and says that he is still wary after the old man destroyed his farm. Looking at the snake with contempt, Elga replies that Helmut simply stole his clothes. Naho narrowed his snake eyes and said that he would have punished the boy if not for Elga. She furiously opened her mouth, threatening the snake with violence. Naho is not afraid of this. He is not in the mood for a fight. He says that he hopes that the main characters are already leaving, and asks them not to return. One of the heads smiles disgustingly. The second opens its mouth aggressively. They say that they do not want to collect Elga wool all over their land. The boy hiding behind the leopard was shaking with fear. Having said goodbye, the snake began to crawl away. Helmut groaned, and then lost consciousness. Elga did not immediately realize that he had passed out. After some time, the main characters were already walking next to each other. The boy complained of a pain in his head. The beast told him not to walk alone, to always be close to Darien. She turned and continued, saying that Naho would not enter her lands, but it was better not to risk it. Helmut agreed dejectedly. The cat nudged him, trying to cheer him up. She began to say that what happened was not the boy's fault, but was interrupted by him. Looking sadly at his body, he asked if he could become as strong as Elga and Darien. She thought about it. Then she said that Darien is strong, and even she herself doesn't know how strong. Helmut turned to her. She was saying that most people would not achieve the same strength in a lifetime. The boy repeated after her in surprise. Elga said that it will be difficult, but everything depends only on Helmut himself. The boy clenched his hands into fists and continued to listen that he had to give it his all if he wanted to leave the forest. The boy was still depressed. Elga exhaled and began to leave. She said goodbye and said that Darien was nearby. A man approached Helmut and said that the boy was walking with the cat again. The boy just now noticed Darien and greeted him. The old man went on saying that night was coming, and it was time to return home. Helmut looked thoughtfully after Elga and Darien. The cat looked back at him and promised herself to keep an eye on the boy. He seemed to understand her without words and muttered that it was good. Gritting his teeth, Helmut groaned in pain. He lay curled up in bed, complaining that his stomach hurt. He was sweating from tension and thought he was going to die. Before this, Darien handed the boy a plant, telling him to eat it before bed. With the grass in his hands, he asked what it was. Helmut stood in bewilderment when he heard the answer that it was a poisonous herb. Before he could ask the question why he should eat it, the boy received a slap. The man told him not to ask questions and explained that the poisonous grass could suppress the energy of the seed of darkness. The boy lay crouched, not understanding why his whole body hurt from the grass. Anger was visible in his tired face. The boy shouted, asking what Darien fed him. The old man stood on a rock, illuminated by moonlight. He told himself that there were about 4 years left. The trees around the training boy were covered with marks from the blows. He swung his sword, leaving more marks on the tree. Darien appeared behind him. He silently watched the training. He only said to the boy, who noticed him, that he seemed to enjoy practicing with the sword. The boy put his hand forward with the sword and said that his body had become more obedient and his vision had cleared. Turning to the man, he asked if it was because of the poisonous grass. Darien replied that it was the effect of the demon herb, after which he asked if Helmut's stomach hurt anymore. With his hands on his hips, he replied that on the contrary, now he even wakes up more cheerful. Darien thoughtfully said that the boy had been consuming poisonous grass for several months, and that it was time. He walked towards the main character, asking him if he remembered the stories about strength. With some bewilderment, the boy listened to the fact that force cannot be seen. It does not exist in the physical world. Therefore, it is considered infinite. The man leaned on his sword and continued to say that if the body is not ready to accept force, then it cannot be used. He explained that Helmut was not ready for it before. He looked the boy in the eyes and declared that his body and mind were now ready. He stood somewhat surprised. The man continued that from this day on he will teach the main character how to use power. He stood up. He extended his hand. He squeezed the sword in it. He exhaled heavily. The blade in his hands began to exude energy. The boy felt incredible pressure from her. Darien pulled out his sword and told Helmut to absorb the surrounding energy into himself and redirect it into his blade. The blade in his hands was shrouded in golden energy. He told the boy to enchant his blade. The sight of the power amazed the main character. He continued to hear that this is the essence of all power and how to use it. At the command of his teacher, the boy raised his sword. The old man told his student to always maintain the pace of breathing and absorb the surrounding energy. Waving his weapon, he told the boy to remain calm and light in his movement. A wave of energy flew from the old man's blade. Helmut did not expect this. He blocked the wave of force with great effort. Darien told him that if you miss the pace, your body will simply break. The blow knocked the air out of the boy's lungs. The old man extended his hand. He rushed at his student. Power flashed brightly behind the outstretched hand. The blow of his blade almost reached the main character. The dissatisfied boy screamed, perplexed that Darien wanted to kill him. The old man replied that he did not teach the boy to run out of steam so quickly. Choking, Helmut began to breathe deeply. He regained the pace of his breathing. Confidence was visible in his face. He lunged at the teacher, which blocked the entire barrage of attacks. Waving his weapon, he told the boy to relax his instincts and absorb more energy. The blow pushed the boy several meters away. Darien said that no one can be perfect the first time. The exhausted protagonist continued to hear that all training would be the same, no matter how much time passed. The student struck with all his strength with his blade, which was blocked by the old man. The heroes looked at each other, smiling. Darien asked the boy to show his determination. Helmut began to attack with renewed vigor. Their training continued. During training, the old man repeated to the student to move without stopping, not to lose pace, and to absorb the surrounding energy. As a result of the training, the boy learned to control his strength. 4 years have passed. Something fell with a crash in the forest. It was a tree that Helmut felled with one blow. He examined the fallen logs and decided that he would call it a day. The main character did not expect to hear Dorian's voice telling him that 4 years had passed. The boy asked if the teacher was watching him, to which he replied that Helmut had grown noticeably. With disbelief on his face, the main character replied that he might have grown, but he was still weak, after which he offered the old man a duel. The man looked at the hero and asked him to show his strength. The dissatisfied Helmut replied that the last time after this he refused the duel. The old man ordered to do as he says. The boy swore. Then he began to concentrate. The teacher watched him closely. Helmut and his blade were enveloped in purple energy. Darian thought that the youth was showing insane growth despite the seed of darkness. He exhaled heavily. The old man imagined how the main character could turn the world both for good and for bad. Helmut looked contentedly at the sword soaked in power. The teacher thought it was time to let him go further. He addressed the student, voicing his thoughts. He asked with confusion what he was talking about. Darian replied that it was time to leave the forest. Helmut said he wasn't strong enough, but the teacher answered that if the seed of darkness is allowed to grow further, then it will definitely not be possible to pass through the barrier. Clearing his throat, he concluded that there would be no second chance. The main character was silent and listened carefully to the old man's speech. He explained that the path to the human world was in the north of the root forest. He would have to pass through the divine barrier, which had weakened in one place. He continued to say that through this place it should be possible to get out of the forest. Helmut listened with his mouth open, that even the seed of darkness would not prevent him from breaking through the barrier. The boy's face expressed confidence. He asked where this place was. Darian, standing opposite him, replied that he himself did not know, but he knew a person who knew this place. Turning serious, Helmut listened that this man was Elder Irugo. He recalled his meeting with Naho and Irugo. The old man continued his speech, saying that there will be a lot of new things in the human world. It will seem like an incredible miracle to the main character. Darian said that tragedies always follow. Helmut remained silent with a surprised face. The old man extended his hand and continued to say that tragedies cannot be avoided. One day there will come a time when you will have to suffer, be in despair, or plunge into darkness. He placed his outstretched hand on the hero's shoulder and told him to never lose his true self. The old man turned around and said that was all he asked. Helmut clenched his fist in displeasure and asked if Darian was going to leave the forest with him. Clearing his throat, the old man replied that he was not going to. The boy looked sadly at the teacher. Darian got ready to leave and told the student to come tomorrow for something. He turned around and said that he wanted to spend at least a little time alone with himself. Helmut stood motionless, lost in thought. The main character was sitting on a ledge overlooking a frozen river. There was confusion on his face. Elga appeared behind him. She asked why he was not happy. The boy answered uncertainly that tomorrow he would finally leave the forest, but he felt strange. Sitting in confusion, he said that it was as if his heart was pulling at something. He did not understand what it meant. Elga looked at the boy silently. Then she turned away. Helmut leaned on the cat, who replied that this meant he was becoming human. The next morning, the main character came to the door of the house. The cat urged him on. Nodding to her, he began to open the door. What he saw amazed him. Darian was sitting in the middle with his things in front of him. There was no life in his eye. Helmut called out to the teacher. He continued to sit motionless. The main character didn't quite understand everything, but he thought that it was really time for him to leave. He picked up the sword and bag lying near the teacher. The boy looked sadly at his motionless face. After a short pause, he promised to always remember Darian. He began to leave the house. Elga turned to Helmut, saying that the old man's time had come. He had once told her about this. Seeing the boy's sad face, the cat began to say that everything, including people, comes to an end. Looking at him, she continued her speech, saying that the old man lived to his full term when many do not even dream about it. Alga jerked her tail sharply, throwing something and saying that now is the time to give it away. Helmut caught the medallion. The cat said that the boy was wearing this medallion when he was taken to the forest. The main character looked at the medallion. Alga said that it was made of pure gold. Apparently, Helmut was born an aristocrat. Inside the medallion was the inscription, "May the light show you the way," signed with the name Margaret Irene. The cat asked with interest whose name it was. The boy replied that most likely this was his mother's name. Elga advised me to find my mother because she will help no matter what. She looked at the thoughtful boy and asked if he was going to the slave farm. She said that Naho was hibernating but would wake up if she sensed Elga in her lance. The hero resolutely replied that he could handle it. The cat told the boy to move. Because there would be no second chance, Helmut turned around and walked away. Elga looked after him. Without turning around, he wished the cat a long life. She grinned and thanked the boy. Looking at his back, she wished him to take care of himself. Night has fallen on the slave farm. A figure covered in a robe walked through the farm. She enters one of the huts. He takes off his hood. It's Irugo. He turned around silently. I lit the candle with magic. His face exuded fear. A sword was held to Irugo's throat, and Helmut ordered him not to move. Dark magic is an evil force that can make even the most decrepit magician strong. Among all wizards, there are people who are ready to do the most unthinkable things just to gain strength and power. Irugo hated other magicians. He envied them. He dreamed of becoming stronger, so he chose the path of the dark arts. Dark magic requires negative emotions, and thanks to the slave trade, Irugo had a lot of material for rituals. The suffering and horror he received from the victims made him angrier and more powerful. But at one point, other magicians revealed his atrocities to the whole world. He was caught and put on trial. The choice was between execution and exile. To save his life, he went to the root forest. In the forest, he found the Naho temple and begged for the opportunity to become its vassal in exchange for human sacrifices. With his magic, Irugo gathered the exiles near the temple. There they vowed to serve the snake in order to live at least a little longer. This is how the slave farm came into being. Irugo became their ruler and they became his livestock. Naho stayed out of Irugo's business as long as the victims kept coming. The magician's old ambitions were awakened, but every winter he worries about his future. After all, during the snake's hibernation, other demonic beasts attack the farm every day. But even in this situation, Irugo enjoys it. With a blade pointed at his throat, he cursed and asked his attacker what he wanted. Helmut replied that he needed a way to get out of the root forest. The magician called the boy insolent. He bared his teeth disgustingly and asked if he was Darian's student. Ignoring the question, the main character demanded a way to get out of the forest. He was full of determination. The magician asked why he should answer. A bleeding wound appeared on his throat. Helmut replied that otherwise he would kill him. The characters looked at each other with contempt. Irugo said that when he died, Naho would immediately wake up and kill the boy. He kept saying that Helmut couldn't handle a two-headed snake. The boy said that Irugo will lose his life anyway. The rest doesn't matter, after which he threatened the magician not to do anything. The magician replied that only he knew the way to leave the forest, so it would be stupid to kill him. Helmut did not believe the magician. He said that there were probably the necessary notes somewhere in the house. Irugo smiled unpleasantly. He looked at the main character, telling him that he was not a failure, after which he resigned himself and promised to tell how to pass the barrier. The characters descended a spiral staircase. The magician, with the blade still pointed at him, asked the boy's name. He replied that it was none of his business. They went into the hall. There were many cabinets full of books. Irugo began to say that the method he found was pure theory. No one had tested it in practice. Helmut looked displeased at the magician, who said that since there was only a boy here, Darian was not going to leave the forest. Turning to the main character, Irugo asked how the old man was doing. Hearing silence in response, he joyfully exclaimed that apparently Darian was dead. The dark magician, continuing to laugh, took out one of the books. Helmut extended his hand to her, but Irugo was not going to give it up. With hostility on his face, the boy listened to the magician's offer to become his student. Hostility gave way to sadness. He replied that he did not want this. Irugo began to shout madly that those around him were weaklings, and if the main character agreed to become his student, he would give him everything he could. Helmut clutched his sword in his hands. He again put it to the magician's throat, declaring that he did not need anything from him and that he would get out of the forest alive. The magician made a displeased grimace and silently handed over the book. Irugo began to explain that he found this book in the magician's hiding place. His plan to get through the barrier was to use stealth magic. The guy hurriedly flipped through the pages of the book. The magician continued to say that unfortunately no one was able to escape. But judging by the book in the north, there is a waterfall in which demonic energy, a divine barrier, and neutral water are intertwined, which is why the barrier there is weakest. With a grin, Irugo kept telling him that the barrier was magic of the highest order, and that it would incinerate any creature even with a drop of demonic energy. After listening to the magician, Helmut sheathed his sword and said that he would spare him. He remembered what Darian taught him about not being in control of someone else's life. With a sharp blow of his hand, he sent Irugo flying. He immediately lost consciousness. When he woke up, he was already tied to a pillar. The main character hit the magician at different points, after which he told him not to do evil anymore. Irugo was furious. His magic was blocked, and he asked if Helmut thought he could escape alive. Turning around with a grin, he said that of course it would work out. This made the magician angry. A magical symbol appeared on his forehead. Blood flowed from all the holes. He promised to destroy the boy. Surrounded by magical energy, he screamed, begging Naho to awaken from his slumber. Everything around shook. A rift appeared in the ground. A two-headed snake flew out of it. An angry Naho asked why Irugo awakened him. The magician replied that this was an extremely important occasion. The snake listened in surprise that Darien died and his student had just been here. Naho bared his mouth. Thunderous laughter echoed throughout the hall. Satisfied, Naho said that he finally had the opportunity to get rid of the inheritance of Darien, whom he hated so much. He flew away sharply, breaking through the ceiling and shouting that he would find the boy. Gloating, Hirugo said that Helmut would not be able to get away with it after he humiliated him. The boy was already running through the trees. Baring his teeth, the magician shouted that everything in this world is returning and Helmut should prepare to die. Helmut jumped along the branches. He swore, glancing at the beasts running next to him. He thought that he should have killed Irugo on the spot. Panic is visible on the faces of the animal. The boy was lost in thought. The demonic beasts were running in terror, not looking back. At that moment, he felt extreme pressure. Excitement was visible on his face. He said that we need to run away quickly. The main character landed on the ground. Squinting his eyes, he said that he had not yet left the Naho lands, and that he did not know what to do next. Looking at the sky, he noticed that the entire area was saturated with demonic energy. Helmut became weary. He put his hand on his sword, prepared to attack. The ominous aura was very close. A demonic two-headed snake appeared in front of the boy. Naho greeted Helmut, saying that he knew he would be back. He said that he had been waiting for him for a long time, and now he would definitely not let him go. The boy seriously replied that in this case he would have to kill the snake. The answer made the snake laugh very much. He asked what the boy would do to him with such a tiny body. Naho prepared to attack, saying that resistance was useless. Opening his mouth, he ordered the man to die and let himself be devoured. He dived sharply into the ground. The snow rose to great height. Helmut dodged this attack. There was a cloud of snow around him. He said that he couldn't see anything, and he needed to tense up. He heard a voice behind him telling him that he was good at dodging. The guy was surrounded on all sides. Naho laughed contentedly, telling the man to keep spinning around. The demonic beast pressed its energy onto the hero. Helmut closed his eyes, told himself to calm down. He was sure that the opportunity would come. Determination was visible in his eyes. He was not going to just run away from Naho. A sphere of energy appeared in the serpent's mouth. It expanded to enormous proportions. The hero noticed the opportunity and rushed towards the kite. He dodged his blow, landed on his feet. I ran across his snakeskin. He began to draw his sword. He found the snake's weak zone. Naho growled. The hero flew into the air and swung his sword. The sword struck the snake's eye. Blood streamed from the eye. Seeing this, the hero thought that he had gained time and now he would not be able to kill Naho. He began to run away from the snake, shaking in agony, because he knew that he had used all his strength and would not hold out any longer. The distance between the opponents became increasingly greater. Something struck Helmut. The snake took a bite and began to absorb its second head, saying that it could not even cope with the child. The boy was dumbfounded from shock. Naho swallowed the second head. Horns appeared on him. He said that he had gotten rid of the useless part of himself, and would now take on the man. Then, in an instant, he lunged at the boy. He managed to block the blow, but he still sent him flying. Helmut fell on his back. The snake stood ominously in the middle of the forest. He angrily asked how a person could hide after such a blow. Naho bowed his head and said that without a second head, it would be more difficult to find the person. He shouted furiously, asking where the damn man was. Helmut was breathing heavily. He sat leaning on a tree and said that he did not think that the snake was so strong. During the battle, he managed to deliver only one blow. He struggled to his feet and decided it was time to run. He felt something behind him. This was Naho's demonic energy. The snake laughed. He had finally found the little man. Shocked, Helmut listened to the snake. He clicked his tongue. Naho rushed at the hero. The boy clutched the sword in his hand. He prepared to attack. He thought that he didn't want to die like that. Helmut did not expect what he saw. Olga appeared in front of him. She protected him with her body. Naho hissed that he had not seen Elga for a long time. In response, she fiercely growled Naho's name. Helmut shouted Elga's name. She was enveloped in energy. This energy blinded the boy. The cat turned to him, saying that she was glad that he was alive and that she would take care of the rest herself. Helmet wanted to help Elga, but she replied that he had to go. Glancing at him, she said that the boy should get the freedom he dreamed of. This shocked him. Leopard asked not to waste her strength. The man wanted to argue with her, but she abruptly interrupted him with a cry, asking him to leave. He paused for a moment, thanked Elga, and he ran as hard as he could. The two demonic beasts stood opposite each other. The snake grinned, his face contorted in demonic energy. He was furious that Elga was interfering with him on his own land. The cat replied that she was just doing what she had to do. The snake burst into laughter. Such a strong friendship made him laugh very much. His eyes sparkled and he said that they disgusted him. Naho began to squirm. He said thanks to Elga for coming on her own, and he could get rid of both of them at once. Frowning one eye in surprise, she said that with one head he couldn't do what he couldn't do, even with two. The snake hissed angrily. The cat growled menacingly. They attacked each other. Tired Helmet stands with a sword in his hands. He wonders when the monsters will finally end. The bodies of animals lay on the ground. The guy said that many days had passed since he left the Naho land. The field around Helmet is decorated with the remains of monsters. He says that they are no match for the snake, so they are easy to deal with. The hero thought if he had not met Elga and Darian, he would never have survived in the forest. He seriously stated that there would be no second chance. Standing in front of the waterfall, he said that for the sake of Elga and Darian, he must get out of the forest. Looking around, he noticed that the lands were different from those that were under Elga. He did not feel demonic energy, but the seed of darkness reacted to something. The seed in his chest is shrouded in a force that hides it. It seems to react to the barrier. A feather fell into his hand. The guy did not understand who it belonged to. Summoning a current of wind, a huge bird flew over him. Helmet shielded itself from the gusts of wind. The bird looked at the man. Then she turned to him, asking what he needed on her land. The main character looked at her with concern. He thought that even this part of the forest was the land of a demonic beast. The demon bird introduced itself. Its name was Igrella. In response, the boy said his name. He remembered that he had already heard the name of the bird. It was the ruler of the north. Olga talked about her curiosity. Staring at Helmet, Igrella said she smelled a familiar scent. Reaching out to him, she stated that behind the stench of blood she could smell Naho. Without looking away, she continued to say that another one had settled in the boy, the smell of the Elga leopard. The guy stood proudly. Igrella asked whose child he was, to which he replied that he was Elga's family. The bird raised its head. She spread her wings and shouted that the Elga family had invaded her land. The man replied that the cat did not ask him to come here. He had his own reasons. Throwing a contemptuous look, Igrella asked him what reasons she had for sparing him. Helmut began to worry. He told him to calm down. Looking into the bird's eyes, he declared that his reason could help it, not without curiosity. The bird asked what. He replied that with his help, she would calm her curiosity. Looking at the waterfall, he declared that he would be the first creature to emerge from the root forest alive. Igrella cackled. Helmet looked at her seriously. The bird said that this is impossible because of the seed of darkness. He is no longer different from demonic beasts. Gesturing, he asked to let him try because he was the only person who had come this far. The bird stood proudly, listening to Helmet declare that he would try his luck with this barrier. She proudly raised her head, answering that it was a pity to let a man whose flesh she had not eaten for so long be killed. Without looking away, the man answered that new people will always appear, but the only one who will try to get out is him. The hero stood confidently, his eyes full of determination. Lost in thought, Igrella bowed her head. After a short pause, she said that she recognized his eloquence and now wanted to see that he will succeed. She continued to say that there was hardly a fool willing to risk his life to get out of the forest. The bird approached the man, saying that she didn't care whether he survived or not, but if he succeeded, he would become the first. Helmut replied that Danigrella would be the first demonic beast to see it. The bird was intrigued by this. She said that she wanted to look at it and would protect him up to the barrier, and she also asked the boy's last words just in case. After some thought, he replied that he wanted to tell Elga that he survived and got out of the forest. The characters looked at each other. Igrella summed up that he wants the leopard to think that he had. It came out. The man was surrounded by a blue aura. The bird promised to fulfill the request of the special child, Elga. Exhaling, the hero jumped into the waterfall, thinking that there would be no second chance. He swam deep into the pond. He was sucked into the hole. The waterfall began to push Helmet away. Full of determination, he thought that he had to get out and see the world beyond the forest. Divinity, the power of cleansing, protecting people. It protects against evil energy. Divinity passed through the hero. He lost consciousness. His body felt a previously unknown pain. He thought about demonic beasts turning into humans and humans becoming beasts. He wondered what fate was in store for him. A group of people walked near the cart. One of the group turned to Tanya, saying that they were near the root forest. He did not understand why they should relax in such a place. The girl answered Pin that their path was not yet close. The guy was scared. Tanya said that if animals meet them, then even 4th-rank mercenaries will have to go into battle. She told him to stop whining and get some water. Pin cursed, which the girl didn't like. She sent him flying with a kick. Tanya shouted at the foul-mouthed man, urging him to go get some water. The guy with the buckets approached the pond and realized that something was wrong here. While collecting water, he thought that he should get out quickly. He noticed strange algae in the bucket. Looking closer, he saw that it was human hair. Looking at this, Pin screamed. His screams could be heard throughout the forest. The out-of-breath guy ran to his group empty-handed and was asked what happened. Frightened, Pin shouted that there was a dead man in the river. The group didn't believe him and laughed it off. Tanya said that she would look and asked where he saw the corpse. Trembling, the guy pointed his finger towards the river. Tanya kicked poor Pin, shouting at him to bring her and not just point. The characters approached the river. The guy screamed and pointed his finger at Helmut lying in the river. Pin and Tanya looked at him. After hesitating, the girl said that it was indeed a corpse. She noticed something while Pin was shouting that he needed to get out of here. Helmut breathed quietly. The girl asked her partner to help her. She picked up the main character, exclaiming that he was still alive. Helmut's vision took a long time to concentrate. He heard people's surprised exclamations. Tanya asked if he could hear her. In confusion, the main character grabbed his head. He could not understand whether he had gotten out of the forest. The main character looked at a group of people. Tanya said that he had nothing to fear and that he was lucky that they managed to find him, after which she asked what his name was. Helmut said his name. She asked what else he could say. The main character lied that he didn't remember anything. Tanya was surprised. It seemed strange to her. She introduced herself by her name, saying that she was a silver mercenary of the 3rd rank. Helmut shook the hand extended to him. He was surprised to meet another person. The girl asked him if he knew where they were. He replied that he did not know. Tanya explained that they were in the rotting forest. She asked what he even remembered. He replied that only the name and how to wield a sword. The girl thought about it. She said that this was already good and Helmut's body was generally fine. She promised to help the main character until he got stronger on his feet. The hero sat with a surprised face, hearing that he was now under the care of Tanya. The characters looked at each other. Helmut thanked the girl. The main character exhaled heavily while sitting on a boulder. He thought that he had survived thanks to a miracle and now he needed time to recover. He looked at his trembling hand, now weaker than he was at the beginning of his training. Helmut hoped that the barrier would destroy the seed of darkness, but it was still inside him. Placing his hand on his chest, he thought that if it weren't for it, he probably would have died already. With a thoughtful look, he thought that now he was in the human world, and it was impossible to let them know about the seed of darkness. He decided to pretend to be an messenger. He took out the medallion from under his clothes. He needed to find its owner. Sending his gaze to the sky, he thought that there was no need to rush, and everything would come in time. Watching the sunset, he thought that he had only taken the first step. The group of mercenaries were surprised. After watching, the main character looked completely different. One of them even exclaimed whether Helmut was a nobleman. He looked very sophisticated and everything. Pin looked at him enviously, saying that recently he looked more like a corpse. He continued to pester Helmut, asking about his origins, to which he received the answer that he did not remember anything. The mercenary put her hand on the protagonist's shoulder and said that now there is no difference. From now on, he is new to the team. The guy asked Tanya if she was okay. She answered in the affirmative and said that Helmut looked much better than yesterday. Pin asked displeasedly why the girl communicates so affectionately with the main character. He didn't have time to finish his sentence. Tanya hit him and forced him to help assemble the camp. She turned to Helmut, saying that in 4 days they would arrive in the city and after that they would take him to the doctor. The guy smiled, thanking her. The satisfied girl ruffled his hair, saying that he had started talking. She moved away and began to command the group, ordering them to pack their things. The disheveled Helmut and the beaten Pin stood silently. The mercenaries walked near the cart. Helmut led the horse. Pin wondered if he was really okay, not understanding why he was putting such a strain on himself. The main character replied that he should take a walk to get back in shape. The horse liked the way the guys stroked it. Pin asked in surprise if he liked horses. This was the first time Helmet had heard the name of this animal. Pin was surprised at how the main character caressed the horse. He was hardly a nobleman. Helmet said that the horse is a very interesting animal. Pin thought about it. He thought it was strange how the hero spoke. Looking after him, he realized that there was something else in him. Helmet began to breathe heavily. Pin called out to him. He said that he was a little exhausted. Pin suggested getting into the cart so as not to slow down the squad. Still out of breath, Helmet declared that he would not be left behind. Pin didn't like the way the main character looked at him from the offer of support. Helmet didn't understand why he was so tired. Because in the root forest it took no more than a day to recover, he decided that if he kept going, he would definitely make it. The man with glasses scratched his head thoughtfully. Near Helmet stood Tanya and Pin. He himself sat opposite the doctor, who said that he was absolutely healthy and people like him could quickly be cured. The girl incredulously asked the doctor if he had examined him properly. The doctor answered displeasedly that he could prescribe medications and see if anything changes. Tanya was furious. She called the doctor a charlatan. The doctor answered, shouting that Helmet was as strong as flint and had already recovered. Pin asked where the amnesia came from then. The doctor replied that the head was also healthy and the unconsciousness would soon pass. He threw the medicine and angrily asked them to leave. After these words, a real nightmare began in the clinic. Helmet and Tanya walked through the city. The girl asked him if he was really healthy because it was difficult for him to even walk. The guy replied that after taking the medicine, he had time to rest in a tavern, and now he had truly recovered. Tanya said with a smile that he had a lot of stamina. She asked if he had a fencing teacher before. Helmet answered uncertainly that when he held the blade, it seemed like home to him. The girl stopped. She invited the main character to arrange a duel. Looking back at her, he asked again. Tanya said that he had nothing to worry about. She just wanted to help him warm up and maybe remember something in battle. She extended her hand to Helmet, asking what he thought about it. Tanya was a mercenary of the 3rd silver rank. He thought that society revered people like her and then agreed. He wanted to check what his body was now capable of. The girl led him to the place where everyone was training. She said this view is a treat for the eye. The girl was noticed by her partner. They approached the characters, greeted Helmet, and asked in surprise if Tanya had really offered him a duel. They began to joke that she needed to be more careful so as not to ruin her beautiful face, meaning Helmet's face. Tanya was seriously angry about this. She beat the offender. She threw a wooden sword to the main character, saying that the only rule is that the one who falls to the ground first loses with a grin. She advised Helmet to fight with all her might since she was recognized as vice captain. The guy looked at the sword in his hands and thought that now he is not in the best shape. The strength has not returned, so stupid attacks will not work. He exhaled heavily. Then he stood up. The mercenaries began to root for him. Helmet rushed at Tanya. He saw a weak spot on the left and decided to attack it. The girl, without ceasing to smile, parried the blow. The guy realized that he was weaker and would not survive in an open battle. He dodged a vertical attack. Immediately after it came the next one, which he also dodged. The girl exhaled loudly and began to swing her leg. The girl's boot reached its goal. Helmet groaned. His body did not have time to react. A flurry of blows fell on the guy. While he was thinking, Tanya rushed to attack him. He blocked them all. The girl bent down and came close to him, and she hit him in the stomach. Helmet was shocked and was sent flying. The guys watching the duel were surprised. After a short pause, the guy admitted defeat. Tanya asked if he was really so surprised by the defeat. He admitted that he was. Breathing heavily, he said he was done with ease. The girl picked him up by the hand and praised him for his effort. He thought that her technique and movements were weaker than Darian's, but he missed all the opportunities. Helmet looked at the floor with sadness. He remembered Darian's words that the world of people should be taken seriously because even the 3rd rank defeated him. One man tried to cheer up the main character, telling him that Tanya, even among them, was considered a first-class warrior, and no one expected that he would be able to defeat her the first time. The other guys joined in and started cheering Helmet on too. The red-haired man introduced himself as the captain of a mercenary squad, a 2nd-ranked golden mercenary Finn. He approached Helmet saying that he had passed the test in bewilderment. He asked what kind of test it was. Finn replied that they didn't want to leave him alone in the city with no memories and decided to see if he was ready to become part of their group. The mercenaries kept an eye on Helmet because they didn't want to accept just anyone into the squad. With his hands on his hips, the main character said that he understood. Taking out the scroll, Finn said that Helmet turned out to be a great guy, so everyone agreed to accept him. If he had done something wrong, he would have been abandoned. He thought that this was why only Pin and Tanya communicated with him. He placed the scroll in the guy's hands, explaining that it was the temporary seal of a rank 4 mercenary. Finn put his hand on the guy's shoulder and shouted that Helmut was his now. The mercenaries approached and began to say their names. Pin, rank 4 mercenary. Burn and Leader, 3rd rank mercenary. Maros and Sin, also 3rd rank. Helmut recalled Darian's words that you shouldn't trust people. He asked Finn how long he would have to be on the team, because suddenly he would regain his memory and realize that he needed somewhere. Finn hummed thoughtfully. Then he replied that you should never quit a task you have started. He put his hand on Helmut's shoulder, who thought that maybe it would be easier in the squad. Looking at his fellow party members, he thought that he would like to know what comrades are needed for. The man hit the table, saying that this task was very important. There were mercenaries standing opposite him. He continued to say that he had already made concessions by picking up one mercenary of the 4th rank and did not want to take another one. Miles held his head. Finn approached Miles, saying that Helmut would definitely be useful. The man continued to say that since he was not warned, Helmut would only receive 1/3 of the payment, after which he asked if the mercenaries knew that Tariq's group would be helping them. He said that he would allow Helmut to be taken, but this was the last time. Finn answered in the affirmative. Miles, getting up from the table, said that we would perform tomorrow morning. Tanya behind him said that everything went smoothly. Finn relaxed, explaining the task in which they would have to be a convoy of valuable cargo. 4th ranks could only engage in battle and critical situation. She asked how Helmut was feeling, to which he replied that he was fine. Finn addressed the squad. With a smile on her face, Tanya said that the others should be well prepared because there could be a big ambush. Excitement was visible on Pin's face while Helmut calmly listened to everything. Leader called out to him. Maros added that their relationship is strained. He began to say that he should ignore Tariq's squad. Finn concluded his speech by saying that he is waiting for everyone tomorrow. Helmut stands in the middle of the training field. He's furious. He remembered the duel with Tanya. Now Helmut exhaled. He told himself that he hadn't recovered, yet a stupid excuse. He relaxed and continued to think that he was weak. The problem is not that he no longer has power. He took out his sword and thought that he would have to remember all the basics and get back into shape. She decided to repeat the first training in the root forest. A group of mercenaries walked through the forest. Tanya straightened her hat and said that they will show what they are worth. Finn said that cargo escorting had begun and that no one should let down their guard. Finn held his stomach and said that he ate that soup in vain. He asked Helmut if he could handle it. The main character thought that he was looking down on him. Finn started patting Helmut on the shoulder, telling him not to be offended because he was just worried about him. Dissatisfied, he muttered that he could handle it. A detachment of mercenaries approached the carts. Finn turned to Miles, saying that they had arrived. Finn ordered the squad to take up the rear. Miles pointed to the carts, saying that this was their cargo and they must guard the final chain. Finn saw mercenaries from Tariq's squad. The provocation worked. One of them met Finn's gaze and began to provoke him. Finn got angry. The mercenary began to humiliate Helmut. The main character was silent. Of similarities, he thought that people and demonic beasts, for example, they need to measure their strength. He didn't look strong. Helmut thought that this bully was the leader of the squad. Continuing to follow the cart, Helmut decided that this man was worth keeping an eye on. Several days passed. Finn fell to the ground. The bully tripped him. Tariq's squad laughed at him. Finn angrily asked how much more he could. Toughnut grinned, saying that it was just an accident. Looking at the ominous figures, Finn fell silent. The bully began to hurl insults at the main character, to which he cast an indifferent glance in his direction and began to lead Finn away. Helmut approached him and helped him up. Tariq's squad was unhappy. The bully objected that he could not do anything to him because he was a 3rd-rank mercenary who was demoted to 4th because of a broken arm. One of the squads said that Helmut is strange and maybe you shouldn't piss him off. The mercenary objected that the bully was demoted for drunken brawling. He was very angry. The bully grabbed him by the collar and began to threaten him with violence. He believed that his brother was to blame for the demotion, who, in his opinion, after receiving the 2nd rank, began to look down on his brother. He finally let go of his partner's collar and addressed the group. The bully exclaimed that Helmut has been annoying him for a long time and even ignoring him. He promised that if they helped him, it would be a lot of fun. An evil smile appeared on his face. Finn angrily threw a stone. He didn't understand why Caleb, who was the 3rd rank, was placed next to the 4th. Helmut watched and listened to Finn's whining. He was tired of the bully pestering him. He decided to go get some water and promised himself not to tolerate the bully's antics anymore. He stomped disgruntledly towards the river. Helmut looked after him. Pin approached the river, commenting that it was very far away. He filled the bucket, deciding that it would last until tomorrow. People appeared behind him. Pin heard laughter behind him. He turned around sharply. In front of him stood a smiling Caleb with his accomplices. Pin was scared. Caleb ominously told him that this was a great quiet place to talk. The beaten Pin lay on the ground, being stepped on by Caleb, who continued to hurl insults and mentioned Helmuth. Ken answered the offender through gritted teeth. Caleb turned. The bully stated that he called Helmut. The mercenary brought the main character. Helmut silently looked at what was happening. He thought that the human world was not at all different from the forest. Looking at Pin, he thought that people, like animals, prove their status by force. Caleb licked his lips in anticipation. The main character bowed his head and realized that such people were those whom Darien told not to trust. Helmut was surrounded by mercenaries. He stood up, thinking that the power had not yet awakened, and he was worried. He reached for the sword, remembering how he fought with the two-headed snake. Narrowing his eyes, he decided that he would defend himself first and deal with the weakest, and if he failed, he would use the Darien technique. Was hit in the face and lost a tooth. 3 mercenaries jumped on him. The other 2 were dumbfounded. Tanya stood between Helmut and them. Caleb was surprised. Smiling, Caleb said they were just trying to chat. She asked why Tarek's squad was harassing the Vanguard mercenary squad. Tanya said that she personally saw how they attacked Helmut. She changed her face, advising him to watch his tongue if he did not want to lose it. The bully replied that these were men's jokes that a woman would not understand. The girl ordered Helmut to take the pin. She addressed the mercenaries, calling them 4th rank. With an arrogant grin, Caleb replied that he was the 3rd rank. Tanya responded mockingly that he was now the 4th rank. The bully's face twisted. The girl warned that this would not happen again. Her face became scary, and she said that next time, it would not end so peacefully. Caleb waved his hand and ordered his teammates to follow him. "The bullies are gone," Pin cried while Tanya stroked his head. She said that this would not be the last time this happened. Sighing, she thought that her squad was heartless for not interfering in the fights of the 4 ranks. The girl continued to reassure poor Pin. Night has fallen. There were fallen trees all around him. Helmut was practicing with a sword. He decided that was enough for today. After examining his body, he realized that he had returned to form over the past week. Helmut remembered Darien. He looked at the hand holding the sword, after which he said that he was not yet ready to use force. Finn addressed the detachment, saying that until the body is able to hold power, it is not worth even thinking about. He clenched his hand into a fist, declaring that he did not have time, so he would have to rely only on brute force. He said that the nearby lands were unsafe. Pin replied that he understood, and they should not go anywhere alone without the accompaniment of 3rd-rank mercenaries. Helmut was silent, thinking that now he wouldn't even be able to train. Pin approached him, asking if he had seen demonic beasts. Sin and Byrne told him that the animals are very scary. Helmut looked at Pin, who was shaking with fear. He replied that demonic beasts can be both scary and quite normal. Pin exhaled with relief. He asked if the hero's memory had returned. The mercenaries walked near the cart. Helmut answered him negatively. He replied that if he had money for a new one, he would not go on such mission. One of them tried to drink water, but for some reason no water flowed from his flask. His partner said it was time for him to buy a new flask. The partner said that if nothing happens, they will get easy money. He said that in his homeland they serve excellent dark beer and suggested that we try it after the task. The mercenary did not have time to answer. He no longer had the top of his head. The second one was covered in blood. He looked in shock at the body of his friend, who was being devoured by a demonic monkey. The demonic beast stood surrounded by mercenaries and carts. He finished eating his prey. Shocked by the death of his comrade, one of the mercenaries rushed at the beast. They tried to stop him. The monkey waved his hand. It was stained with blood. Looking crazy, she laughed. The mercenaries did not understand where this beast came from. Finn clenched his teeth. Even he did not expect that there would be an ambush now. The meatcake looked up. She threw the mercenary's body into the trees. A moment later, something tore the body into pieces. Tanya stated that the beast was not alone and ordered everyone to prepare for battle. The mercenaries kept their weapons ready. The girl ordered Pin and Helmut to hide and not get involved in the battle. Helmut wondered if it had really begun. Frightened, Pin led the main character. He still couldn't use the power. He thought that there were many animals in the forest, and at this rate they would kill all the mercenaries. Pin, in a panic, pushed Helmut under the cart. He himself was trembling with fear. The main character watched the monster. He thought that it was weaker than Elga and Naho, but still quite strong. Opposite the macaque stood 3 captains. Among all the mercenaries, only they, the second ranks, could use force. Helmut understood that he was not able to help them right now. The mercenaries were preparing to attack. The beasts screamed sharply, emitting energy. The captains rushed into battle. Finn flew into the air and raised his sword. The macaque began to swing. There was a blow. The beast was damaged and Finn calmly landed without a single scratch. The mercenaries who saw this enthusiastically exclaimed the strength of the captain. Third ranks fought off ordinary monsters without much difficulty. Finn ordered everyone to continue. The other 2 captains decided to try to finish off the demonic beast. 3 captains jumped on the macaque at the same time. Finn swung his sword. The beast had to use both hands to block the attack. The macaque suffered enormous damage. The 2 captains began their attack. Fighting off the monsters, Tanya smiled and exclaimed joyfully. She howled in pain. Helmut lay in disbelief. The main beast using force while the third ranks dealt with the remaining monster. It seemed strange to him that the mercenaries were doing so well. The second ranks held off. After some thought, the main character said that this is the strategy. He thought that Darien was right that people should not be underestimated. The macaque could barely stand on its paw. She was breathing heavily and grinding her teeth. The second captain said with a smile that it was time to finish with him quickly. The captain told Finn that only the main monster remained. The beast gained strength in its leg. To the surprise of the mercenaries, he soared into the sky. Then he ran away, jumping on the branches. The captain swore. Tanya asked if they would pursue the beast. Finn replied that the purpose of the mission was escort, not clearing, and that it was worth checking the losses. The girl smiled at Pin and Helmut. Pin continued to lie with tears in his eye. She told them to get out already. He said that his legs were numb and asked Helmut for help. Finn said that everyone did well. Tanya and the main character looked at him silently. He ordered the horse carriages to be checked and the monsters to be searched. Helmut asked why they should be searched. Meros replied that their seeds of darkness and leather were useful resources. He showed Helmut the seed of darkness. He looked at him with disgust. He did not expect to see the seed of darkness in person. They slowly turn people into demonic beasts. Finn said that he knows about the seeds of darkness. He continued to say that people with seeds usually die before birth or are banished to the root forest. Such people can always turn into monsters. Helmut listened to this with displeasure. He realized that this is how people think about people like him. The main character did not believe that he could become a demonic beast. He closed his eyes. He remembered that Darien taught him the power so that he could suppress the seed of darkness. He thought that he would have to hide the power even when it returned, so that no one would suspect that its source was the seed of darkness. Finn and Tanya looked at Pin as he continued to explain something. Finn remembered his younger self. Tanya said that Pin has grown significantly since that incident. Helmut glanced at the dead monster. It seemed to him that something was wrong with him. He stopped Pin. He thought that the main character was scared. He told the hero not to worry. The demonic beast came to life and grabbed the frightened Pin. Tanya and Helmut noticed this. Screams could be heard through the forest. The main character pulled out a sword. In one motion, he cut the monster apart. Pin screamed in fear. He thanked Helmut and asked if he was okay. He examined the sword, thinking that the blow was different from those he had trained, as if his strength had returned. Sim jokingly told him that he knew that Helmut was not at all like Pin. He promised to prepare a double portion of soup as gratitude for the rescue. Tanya stood thinking about something. She recalled seeing Helmut use power. The girl looked at him in surprise. Helmut sat alone in the forest, energy emanating from him. After examining the body, he realized that his power had awakened. He nodded, his instinctive swing of the blade awakening the power. Looking at his strength, he thought it would take at least a few days to fully recover. Pin was looking for the main character. He shouted for him to come back because now they would be choosing patrolmen. Finn stated that there would be 3 shifts of 2. Helmut with Tanya, Pin, and Meros Sin with Burn. The captain wished everyone good night and told the patrolmen not to sleep at their post. Helmut stood on patrol. He thought he felt the presence of an escaped monster. He felt it thanks to the force. Tanya asked if the hero was tired, asked him to wake up the next shift, and told him to go to bed. Helmut answered in the affirmative. He thought that the animals were waiting for everyone to fall asleep, so it was worth exploring the area. Caleb noticed the main character leaving. He broke into a nasty smile, saying that this was his chance. Having retired, Helmut took out a sword. He thought that by tomorrow he would fully restore his strength. He heard footsteps. Having become wary, he realized that judging by the aura, it was a person. Caleb stood behind him. He told the hero that it is dangerous to walk alone with a mocking tone in his voice. He offered to help with the training. Helmut responded by asking him to leave him alone. The bully smiled, saying that Tanya won't save him this time. He said that the main character was too self-confident and that he would rid him of this quality. He began to clench his hand into a fist, continuing to make threats. Helmut calmly turned around, asking if that was all he could do. Caleb didn't understand. The main character continued to say that the bully looked more like a demonic beast than a human. He said that if he considers himself a human being, then he should behave appropriately. Caleb laughed. His laughter turned to anger. He broke the cast on his arm and said that now he will show who is the strongest in the hierarchy. He raised his hand and continued to make threats. Helmut stopped his blow. Only by grabbing his hand, he brought the offender to his knees. The bully screamed in pain. The main character stated that since Caleb is justified by the hierarchy of power, then he must see the strength of his opponent and know his place. The bully couldn't believe what was happening. He broke free from Helmut's grip and drew his sword. The hero repelled all his attacks without any effort. Caleb shouted death wishes. He was shot. Helmut used force before his eye. The bully did not immediately understand what had happened. Blood sprayed from his legs. He lay on the ground screaming in pain. The main character did not want to use force. Caleb tried to crawl away. Helmut thought that he would be discovered if the bully ran away. The thought flashed through his head that he needed to kill him. The seed of darkness in his chest glowed brightly. It began to take over Helmut's body. He was completely under his control, swung his sword but managed to stop in time. He tried to hold back the darkness from the seed. The main character did not expect that the seed of darkness would awaken along with the power. For an instant it turned him into a demonic beast. Holding his chest, he told himself to control himself. Having calmed down, he declared to himself that he was not a demonic beast. He stood with his eyes closed and breathed heavily. Helmut noticed that Caleb had escaped. He crawled through the forest. He didn't understand how Helmut was able to use strength. He was also a rank. A beast appeared behind him. He jumped on the crawling mercenary. The main character heard a noise. He realized that it was a demonic monkey. Seeing him, she opened all four of her eyes. Helmut stood in front of the demonic monkey. Looking at the body, he told the beast that it had taken his prey. The demon growled angrily in response. He walked towards the man. He looked at him without taking his eyes off, and thought that now everything was different from their first meeting, and his strength would be enough to win. His sword was developed in energy, and he said that it was time to get down to business. The beast was shocked. He quickly jumped back. Then he screamed in fear. Helmut watched this silently, thinking that this beast is not simple since it senses the power of those around it. His face became menacing. He told the beast to take the corpse and get lost. A stomp was heard behind the beast. He stood there for a second, wondering what to do next, after which he dissatisfiedly jumped through the forest. The main character put away the sword, cursed and said that the beast would return. A crowd of mercenaries was heading towards him. He thought that he would have to explain everything to the others. The captain asked if Caleb was dead. Helmut answered in the affirmative. He explained that Caleb was chasing him to beat him up, but the demonic beast attacked first. Brother Caleb covered his face with his hand. The captain summed up that in the end the bully died, mocking those around him. After which he apologized to the main character on behalf of Tarek's entire squad. Tanya slammed her sword on the ground, shouting that a verbal apology was not enough. She went to the captain, saying that Helmut almost died because of Caleb. The captain listened silently as the girl scolded him, gritting his teeth. The bully's brother told her to shut her mouth. She replied that she was sorry for the loss, but if their squad had straightened his brains out, then this would never have happened. Brother Caleb was furious. He stood opposite Tanya and said that she had insulted not only his brother, but the entire squad. Miles shouted loudly for everyone to stop. He said now is not the time for a showdown. He continued to say that Tariq's detachment was to blame for what happened, but this did not give the vanguard the right to throw around words. Pointing his finger at Helmut, he said that he would pay him compensation. Tanya and Brother Caleb calmed down and agreed with Miles. He said that it was necessary to decide how to safely deal with the demonic beasts, thinking that the situation between the squads was heating up. In conclusion, he told everyone to be careful. Someone's fist flew into Helmut's head. He said he was in pain. It was Tanya. She angrily shouted that he almost died. She scolded the guy, saying that she could help him, and asking why he was wandering around the forest in the first place. He listened silently to the girl, thinking that he was wandering around the forest for the safety of the mercenaries. Kanye continued to say that she was scared when she noticed that he had disappeared so suddenly. Having calmed down, she continued, saying that she herself should have been more careful and that Helmet was not to blame. With her hands on her hips, she asked that the main character not go anywhere alone again. Helmet asked her for forgiveness. He remembered Darien and thought that this feeling was so cold and warm at the same time. The girl put her hand on his head, accepting his apology and asking him to be more careful in the future. He replied that he would be more careful. Opening his eyes, he thought it was a feeling of human closeness. Riding on a horse, Finn said that last night a mercenary was killed by a demonic beast from the first ambush. He said that everyone should save their strength and be on alert, because losses are no longer acceptable. The squad replied that they understood. The mercenaries dealt with the crowd of monsters. The captains looked worried. Many demonic beasts jumped on the party. Finn said that there was no end to the monsters, and that at this rate we could survive for a couple of days. But we couldn't let everyone get tired. Pin asked in a panic why the monsters were attacking from the rear. Helmet didn't answer. He thought about sensing the presence of the master demonic beast. He was far away, but he was watching the mercenaries wearing them down with small monsters. It looked like the demon monkey was preparing for something. The mercenary was bandaging his hands, saying that the day had been hard and everyone would soon have a dozen wounds. His partner said, now was not the time to talk about such things. In response, the second one laughed that his comrade had been bitten on the leg. They continued talking while Finn looked on. Behind him was Tanya. She said that Yuta, Maros, and Sin were already injured and the monster attacks were not stopping yet. Finn replied that it was good that everyone was alive and that Helmet and Pin were doing better than he thought. He continued to say that Helmet was looking after Pin and he was good at dodging attacks. Tanya thought about how she saw the power of Helmet. She began to speak, but she was interrupted by Finn, who said that the animals were only attacking their group. It seemed strange to him that Tarek's squad hardly fought. The girl replied that they had already lost 3 and that they were at odds with the vanguard, so they shouldn't expect help from them. The captain nodded, after which he said that we need to get through this somehow. Everyone together. Night has fallen. Someone was talking in the carriage. Miles told Paul that the animals attacked only the rear of the squad. Paul listened carefully. Miles continued to say that so far everything was fine, but the vanguard squad could fall and Tarek's squad should help them, despite the differences. Paul looked at him silently. After a short pause, he said that he did not agree with this. Miles asked why. Brother Caleb continued that the vanguard would definitely fall, but instead of overall safety, they should act effectively. Miles asked what this meant. Paul replied that the vanguard detachment would distract the enemies while the rest escaped with important cargo in wagons. Miles said in shock that this could not be done. Paul said that conscience and honor sound beautiful. Continuing, he stated that it was more important to survive now. Miles heard that they were now in danger of death from demonic beasts. Paul continued to say that if you lose a lot of mercenaries, then the investment will not pay off, taking into account all the compensation and losses. Summing up, he said that if there are other ways to solve the problem, then he agrees to them. While sad in despair, he had to decide what to do next. The vanguard detachment walked through the forest. Tanya said she was tired. She continued to say that the attacks do not stop. Everyone is already on the verge and it is unknown how much more is left. Tarek's mercenaries simply looked at the last battle. Tanya said that was too much. Finn agreed that nothing good would come of it at this rate. The girls saw the carts ahead suddenly accelerate. Nobody understood anything. Tarek's squad ran as fast as they could. Tanya shouted, asking where they were going. Finn realized what was happening. He said that since the monsters attacked only the vanguard, they decided to give them up to be torn to pieces. The captain swore many animals were waiting in the forest. Finn stated that they were betrayed, and now they are on their own. Helmut stood silently. He thought that Tarek's detachment could no longer be caught up, and that demonic beasts had surrounded them. He said that they saved their lives at the cost of others. He thought that not everyone would survive the battle. The captain shouted that monsters were surrounding them and it was time to prepare for battle. The animals began to advance. The tired squad tried to repel the attack. One of the mercenaries said that such a death suited their profession. Another shouted to him that he was not going to die so ingloriously. Despite the battle, they continued to argue. Tanya smiled, calling them idiots for this. Even Pin fought fiercely. Helmut thought that if he entered into battle, his teammates would find out who he really was, but he confidently decided that it was no longer important. Looking into the sky, he decided that he wanted to save these people. He said that, although he remembers Darian's words, but this time he decided to trust people. Preparing to attack, he shouted to his comrades that all they would see now was a terrible secret. The entire squad was shocked. They did not understand how Helmut could have power. The demons continued their advance. The main character flew into the air. He was surrounded by force. He swung his sword. All the monsters surrounding him fell to the ground. The mercenaries stood in amazement, their mouths open. Helmut dealt with the demonic beasts with ease. A faint smile appeared on his face. He rose from the ground. Turning to the frightened monsters, he raised his blow and he struck down all his opponents with it. Behind him he noticed another one, which he deftly cut in half. The main character began to sheathe his sword. He looked at his body with contempt. He stood among the defeated opponent. The entire vanguard detachment was stunned. Helmut thought with contempt that the demonic beasts were pathetic creatures because they fled after the death of their comrades. Pin asked how the main character did this. He replied that it was nothing special. He just recovered. Tanya stood silently. She remembered the moment when she saw Helmut's power. The guy asked if everything was okay. Pin and Tanya in amazement, thinking about how they got him out of the river. Finn was dumbfounded and said that even he, the second rank, does not have such power. He asked Helmut, who taught him this. He thought that although he decided to trust them, he should keep silent about the root forest. He replied that he lived with the teacher in the forest, but did not remember anything else. Finn covered his face with his palm. He remembered Helmut's amnesia. The main character turned to his comrades. He asked what to do next, since they were no longer in danger. The captain calmed down and replied that first we should get out of here and find the squad that abandoned them. The mercenaries furiously said that they would kill Tarek's detachment. Finn asked Helmut what he was going to do. He replied that he did not know and would decide after the task, and before that he would be with them, because he had not yet received the reward. Pin began to say that the hero has strange priorities, for which he slapped Tanya in the face. Finn replied that he understood him. He addressed the squad saying that they would go after Tarek's squad. The mercenaries discussed how they managed to rest and heal their wounds during the night. Tanya bent down, examining the tracks on the ground. She said that they were on the right track, because there were a lot of tracks. She concluded that Tarek's squad had been on the road all night and might have already gotten out of the forest. Finn replied that according to the route plan, they should have stopped at a village near the forest where they could be found. Sin shouted that Tarek's squad would pay for their betrayal. The others were also anticipating how they would take revenge. Pin asked what they could get a reward for. The mercenaries thought about it. Because there were no more things, they were taken by Tarek's detachment. Helmut stood and listened. He heard a strange noise. The guy abruptly headed towards its source. Finn tried to call out to him. Helmut continued walking silently. Tanya asked if something happened. The main character finally answered that he felt demonic energy. It appears that Tarek's squad has been attacked by demons. Sin exclaimed joyfully that this was what they needed. Tanya asked how far away the demons were. Helmut replied that at their speed it was about an hour. Finn wondered how the main character could sense them. Energy from such a great distance. Helmut quickened his pace, saying that they needed to hurry because they would not be able to hold out for long. Sin said he didn't want to fight the demonic macaque, especially for Tarek. Narrows replied that they still needed to collect the reward for the task. Finn stated that they are mercenaries, not avengers. They just need to complete the task. He continued to tell the squad that they should take care of business first and then deal with Tarek's squad. Smiling, Tanya said that they were from the Vanguard detachment and should not be like their traitors. Finn said it was time to step up and protect the customer and the product. Tarek's squad was in battle. Screams echoed through the forest. An exhausted Paul gave orders. At the same time, he fought off monsters. He thought that only one day had passed. The demon leader appeared behind him. Turning around, he thought that there was no end to the monsters, and he did not expect such persecution. The demonic monkey threw the mercenary's body. Swinging, the beast screamed angrily. Paul barely managed to dodge. He was completely tired. Jumping towards the captain, he thought that it was time to run. Standing back to Max, he addressed him. Paul said that at this rate they would be finished because they would not be able to defeat the leader of the beasts. He said that most likely the Vanguard had already been destroyed. Paul ominously said that if you run now, there will be no witnesses left. Smiling, Max said that was great. He shouted to the squad to quickly disperse. The mercenaries did not understand the order. The traitors ran through their comrades. They took to the air, continuing their escape. Miles looked at this in fear, hearing the shouts of the mercenaries towards their captains. He was in complete despair and prayed to God. The carriage he was in shook sharply. He thought that he had made a mistake and should not have trusted Tarek's squad. The roof of the carriage was blown to pieces. Miles continued to think that he knew how it would end from the moment the vanguard betrayed him. The demonic beast screamed heart-rendingly. His paw moved closer to Miles. He was trembling with fear. Looking at the monster, he thought they were doomed. Shaking with fear, he muttered that it was all over for them. The beast grabbed the man. He has already opened his mouth. When I heard a voice behind me, it was Helmut who jumped on him, ordering him to let the man go. The hero flew towards the demonic beast. He struck with his sword. The beast screamed in shock. The blow threw the mecha 10 meters away. Helmut angrily repeated for the beast to leave the man. Growling angrily, the demon put his hand forward and with a scream he threw the man. Helmut caught him with ease. Before the main character arrived at the battle site, he spoke with the captain, then asked him to go explore first. He said that he had a bad feeling because Tarek's squad would most likely run away to save their skins. They were unlikely to fight to the end. Helmut told him that he understood. Having put the man down, he thought that Finn was right, and if he had been late, then no one would have been left alive. Looking at the monster, he said that his strength had returned and the demon was standing in his way. Rushing at him, he shouted that he would fight with all his might. He swung his sword widely towards the mecha. She managed to block it. Smaller monsters ran to her aid. The main characters saw this and easily dealt with them with one blow. All the attacking monsters were cut down. The demonic beast screamed heartrendingly. Helmut looked at it and thought that it was the strongest monster he had met outside the root forest, but still the beast was within his power. He imbued his blade with power, thinking that he simply needed to remain vigilant. The opponents looked at each other. The beast's paw began to writhe. At the same moment, the main character rushed at him. He lunged with his sword. The demonic beast tried to grab him. Helmut continued his attack confidently. The beast screamed in pain. A strong aura began to emanate from him. She threw the hero away. Looking at the monster, he thought that his demonic energy had strengthened. He absorbed it from the environment and became much stronger. Helmut turned his head. He realized that the vanguard detachment would soon arrive. He became serious because if the mercenaries tried to help him, they would definitely get hurt. The demonic monkey roared menacingly. The man managed to dodge her attack. Already in the air, he was able to strike her. She looked at him indifferently. The main character realized that he could not cope if he used the force as usual. He decided he needed to push it. The monster rushed towards its opponent. Helmut managed to strike. He realized that the beast had become faster. He managed to dodge the attack and land on his feet. He thought that the monster's claws had grown, and that the longer the battle went on, the stronger the monster became. The demon screamed. Their fight continued. Looking at his clothes, Helmut said that the monster tore his shirt and he would have to buy a new one in the city. The demonic beast became angry. An eye appeared in his chest. From it arose a column of demonic energy, reaching to the heavens. Helmut silently watched his transformation. The beast exuded a huge amount of energy. The guy stated that the demon had now absorbed the energy of other animals. The demonic monkey flew into the air. Helmut looked at her, realizing that he had already seen this. The monster attacked in a very familiar way. He smiled. In his eyes, the monster resembled Naho. He grabbed the sword tighter and he stated that no matter how much energy the monkey absorbs, it will still be weaker than Naho. The opponents converged on the attack. The vanguard squad rushed towards Helmut. Finn shouted that the hero was okay. He didn't understand what he saw. Stunned, Finn asked if Helmut killed him alone. He replied that yes, and that the others were already dead. Looking around, the captain said that the mercenaries were defeated because they began to scatter and could not cope with the onslaught of the monsters. With a sad face, he said that the captain had betrayed his man and fled. Tanya got angry. She shouted that since he betrayed his own people, he didn't have a single drop of honor and dignity. Narrows saw Miles and shouted that he had found a survivor. Finn said in surprise that they were at least a little lucky. Looking around the battlefield, he said that it was time to get out of this meat grinder. Miles lay with his eyes closed. It seemed to him that he had died. Suddenly he saw Finn. He began to tremble and ask for forgiveness. He said that even in death, he would be able to apologize. Finn closed his eyes tiredly, turning to Miles. He was silent incomprehensibly. The captain finally announced that they were all alive. Miles asked in shock how this was possible and what happened to the monsters. Finn replied that they were destroyed and that his life was not in danger. The captain kept in mind that Helmut asked to keep everything secret. Miles began to pray. Hearing the voice, he stared at Finn in confusion. He said that since they had saved him, it was time to discuss their reward. Now Miles truly understood that he was not dead yet. His hands holding the contract were shaking uncontrollably. He exclaimed that 80% of the proceeds was unacceptable. Finn calmly replied that only 80% because Miles suffered and he should not forget that he betrayed them. Helmut watched the situation with indifference. Miles begged to reduce the fee to 70% because he needed to compensate for the losses. Waving his hand, the captain stated that it was not their problem and that Miles was now on his own. He trembled with fear. After a short pause, he agreed. Finn took the signed contract, after which he said that it was time to find out what kind of product they were risking their lives for. Miles warned that if rumors spread about this, the entire organization would be at risk. Finn assured him that they were a vanguard detachment, and there was no need to worry about rumors. Miles continued to say that the mercenaries could be in danger if they learned the secret. Finn responded by asking why he didn't warn him then that the secret was so terrible that it could kill. After a short pause, Miles gave up. He said that their client is the magician, and Sin and Marrows were shocked. They asked if it was the Archmage Antiel. Miles answered in the affirmative. After thinking briefly, Finn said that since the magician asks the Merchant Association to transport cargo through the lands of demonic beasts, then the authorities should not know about the goods. Miles confirmed the guesses. He said that they were transporting goods from a place where magicians were prohibited from entering. He continued to say that they were carrying goods from the Lumen Temple and that the Holy Church had defeated the Demon King 1,000 years ago. Over the years, the Church has gained strength and power, but now their intentions are not so pure. They use their name to take over the whole world. Most of the kingdoms are already under their control, but magic is not within their power, which is why they always closely monitor the magicians. Helmut listened carefully as Miles talked about this. He continued to tell what would happen if the church found out that the Baton Association was delivering temple goods to the magician for study. Finn concluded that the association would then be destroyed. Clutching his head with his hands, Miles said that not only the association but absolutely everyone involved would suffer. Helmut began to approach Miles, who continued to say that they did not want to agree, but Antiel saved the head of the association, so it was impossible to refuse. Helmut asked if this archmage was really so famous. Marrows replied that several years ago he almost destroyed the divine barrier. The main character asked about the barrier. Marrows continued to say that the barrier is around major cities. But in addition to protecting against monsters, it also detects magicians, which is why the church is trying to catch them. Helmut listened carefully that the divine barrier was very powerful and no one had ever broken through it beyond the root forest, and that for magicians who wanted freedom, this was not an obstacle. Marrows concluded that Antiel almost destroyed the city barrier and the church hushed up the matter. Helmut wondered if Antiel had the power to influence the barrier. He thought that the church could not deliver him from the seed of darkness and therefore exiled him to the root forest. He thought that if not divine power, then maybe magic would help him. He remembered the mage from the root forest, thinking about his uselessness. Helmut hoped that the archmage would be different. The tired mercenary said that they had finally reached safe lands and that it was worth spending the night here. Finn called out to Helmut. He asked him if they could talk. The main character hesitantly agreed. The captain handed him the seed. Helmut asked what kind of seed this was. Finn replied that warriors eat them when their strength and endurance run out. Without hesitation, the guy threw the seed into his mouth. He noticed how his body filled with warmth. The captain asked how he liked it. Helmut said that the seed helped, but he did not understand why he gave it away. Finn thanked the hero. He said that Helmut protected the vanguard. He continued to say that if it were not for the hero, no one would have survived. He said the seed was gratitude. The main character listened in surprise. Finn said that when Helmut leaves them and needs help, the whole squad will always be ready to help. The captain continued to say that it was because Helmut was their savior. He abruptly interrupted him, extended his hand, and declared that it was because they were true comrades. Finn grinned with satisfaction. He squeezed the outstretched hand, agreeing that they were comrades. The mercenaries walked through the forest. Miles looked out the window, seeing a strange tree. He declared that they had finally arrived. Finn said hesitantly that judging by the map, the place was correct, but it was not a village, but a simple clearing. Miles replied that this is not the end, and they must deliver the goods directly into the hands of Antiel. Tanya asked if the Archmage's hideout was nearby. Miles took out the necklace. He walked up to the tree with it. It lit up blue. The entire mercenary squad was shocked. Finn said that they are moving through space. He said that he had heard a lot about this, and that this was only possible if you were dealing with an Archmage. Helmut asked if it could be an illusion. The captain replied that it had suddenly become colder, and since the body reacts, then this is reality. Tanya pointed her finger and exclaimed that there was a man there. The magician standing in front of the tower said that the mercenaries had finally arrived. He welcomed guests from the Bhutan Chamber of Commerce. After checking the goods, the magician stated that everything was in place and that he was very pleased with the work done. Thoughtful, he said that fewer people had arrived than expected. He asked if there were casualties on the way here. Miles replied that they encountered a strong demonic beast, and that only a third of the team made it here. Antiol said that the mercenaries had to go through a lot, that the dark energy of the monster was coming from the cart. Miles replied that the monster's corpse had been prepared for sale and was ready to be sold to a magician. After thinking a little, the magician agreed and said that he would pay a total of. Pin's mouth gaped in shock. Blader said that he didn't think that the archmages were so rich. Antiel said there was no need for a cart. Miles bowed, saying that he was obeying. Helmut silently watched the magician. He thought about how powerful the archmage was and how different he was from Irigo. Antiel turned in his direction. The characters looked into each other's eyes. The magician began to approach, saying that this was very interesting. He said that magicians could see what was not visible to the eyes of ordinary people and that high-level specialists could see what was hidden very deeply. Helmut interrupted him, saying that the conversation was over. Antiel laughed, calling the hero impudent. His staff exuded enormous energy. He asked if the hero wanted to keep everything a secret. He said that he knows thousands of secrets of the world and always treats them with respect. Finn and Tanya knocked on the barrier that the archmage had put up. Antiel vowed that what Helmut was thinking would never happen. The main character asked about the chains coming from the staff. Antiel said that this is the oath of the magician, and if he breaks the promise, he will lose a huge part of his power. After that, he asked the guy what he needed. The hero thought that since the magician was not at all like Irugo, it was worth asking him a question. After reading the guy's thoughts, Antiel asked if Helmut wanted to know about the Seed of Darkness. He replied that he wanted to know if there was a way to remove it. The archmage paused for a moment, after which he stated that it was impossible to remove him. He began to explain that the Seed of Darkness is directly related to the life of Helmut. He continued to say that the seed allows the hero to remain alive so that until death, they will be one. Concluding his speech, he stated that if you get rid of the seed, the guy will die. Helmut said in disappointment that he thought the archmage should know a way to remove the seed. Mantiel replied that magicians are not gods, and that for the first time he saw a person capable of controlling a seed. Helmut didn't understand. The archmage explained that the seeds drive their carriers mad and turn them into demonic beasts. He continued by saying that Helmut's case was unique and perhaps he could suppress the seed using force or light magic. The magician stated that both require a long time to master and that seeds without magic attack the mind much faster. Waving his staff, he said that while the temple had not discovered the hero, it would be interesting for him to meet again. Helmut wondered if Antiel knew that he came from the root forest. The magician said that even the priests of Lumen would have difficulty detecting the seed in the boy. He stated that even he only discovered the seed because the monster's demonic energy was present nearby. Helmut realized that he should avoid places with this energy and with magicians. Antiel continued to say that the boy had a difficult future ahead of him, but he could become a great man if he could escape the attention of the temple devotees. The magician said that every single seed carrier became monsters and criminals, and ultimately the sea would enslave Helmut, who would destroy the world and destroy many people. The main character said that this would not happen. He stated that he was human. The archmage laughed and agreed with him. He said that a person creates his own destiny, and only he alone can change something. Antiel said that he was very interested in the boy and would watch him. He said that if Helmut could not withstand the internal battle, then the archmage would have to stop him. Helmut listened silently. Antiel said that perhaps the boy could surpass him. Removing the barrier, he stated that then even darkness itself would submit to Helmut. The captain handed the bag to the main character. He said it represented 1/4 of the total reward. Finn awkwardly said that he would like to give more, but the other mercenaries also contributed. Helmut heard that others in the squad also deserved a reward. Finn climbed into the carriage. He handed the hero another bag, asking if these were his things. He recalled how he left the root forest with them and thought that he had lost them. He thanked Finn. The captain said that he would have given the things earlier, but he kept forgetting, after which he stated that they should thank the guy and wished him a good trip. Helmut nodded. An excited Pin ran up to him, saying that he could finally show him the mercenary headquarters. The main character answered that he would not go to headquarters. Pin sadly asked if Helmut was leaving, after which he began to persuade him to at least stop by. Tanya ordered Pin to stop. She told the protagonist that if he wanted, he could keep the temporary certificate of a 3rd-rank mercenary. With a smile, he replied that this was enough for him. The girl said that apparently Helmut has something to do. She said that these matters are much more important than his memories. He nodded. Smiling, Tanya told him to take care of himself. Helmut thanked the mercenary squad for everything. Narrows, Sin, Uter and Byrne wished him good luck on his journey. Pin, in tears, told the main character to come back. He replied that the food that Pin cooked was incredibly tasty. Still crying, he nodded. Tanya tried to calm Pin down. Finn said that if Helmut suddenly needs help, then he should just find them, and they will keep their promise. The main character turned and began to leave. He replied that he understood everything. There was a little pain in his chest, just like when Darien left him, and like when he left Elga. He thought that if he stayed with the mercenaries, he would encounter demonic energy, and then the seed of darkness would absorb it. He reasoned that where he was going, this should not happen. He wondered if he could prevent what Auntie All was talking about. Clenching his fist on his chest, he thought that he didn't know what would happen next. Helmut thought that there was only one way to find out, and that was to become stronger. He decided that he would not let the darkness take over his body. Paul said that if he had known how everything would turn out, he would not have taken the risk, because he could not even get Caliban. Max replied that since they survived, they could help Tariq's squad recover. He said that since everyone else died, they would be able to start all over again. Max continued to say that the lost people would be easy to replace because they were non-entities. He sharply shouted to Paul to look out the window. He was horrified. They saw the Vanguard detachment. The captains of Tariq's squad could not understand how they managed to survive. Pin noticed something and turned around. There were no traitors in sight. He said he heard something strange. Max swore softly. He told Paul it was a fiasco. They stood in the shadow of the building and discussed what they should do next. Max didn't know how a second-rank mercenary could make a living after this. Paul said that they are still with the second rank. He ordered Max to follow him, after which he told him that if he did not want to die of hunger, he would have to steal. Evening Kim, waving his mug, the man loudly told the story. The people listening to him laughed. The drunk man continued his story. Helmut was sitting nearby. He looked at his medallion. He reasoned that he could not stay at the mercenary headquarters and that he did not know what to do with the medallion from the root forest. He decided that he would explore the nearby villages. He was surprised that he spent 3 whole days to reach the city. The world of people was much larger than his imagination. As Helmut tied the bag, he thought that he should not hope to meet good people like the Vanguard. The main character remembered that Finn gave him money, but he didn't know how much it was. His bag contained money from Darien and a reward from Finn. He thought that he had earned much more than Darien had left him. Among the things, he noticed a note. As he took it out, he wondered who it was from, Finn or Darien. The note was from Darien. He wrote that his life had come to an end and that the main character managed to get out of the root forest. Darien put on paper that Helmut's life had changed dramatically. He wrote that if the main character does not know where to go, then let him go to Bat. There, at Greta Academy, he will be able to learn everything about people. In that place, both the poor and the rich are taught. Darien wrote that to enroll he would have to find Eden Kudrow and show him the sword so that he would understand that Helmut is Darien's student. Addressing the main character in a letter, his teacher said that it is impossible to solve everything in the world by force, but he believes that Helmut will be able to cope with life in the human world. He ended his letter by telling the boy to take care of himself. Helmut finished reading the letter. It was written with a trembling hand. He realized that Darien was writing it using his last strength. Helmut sat in thought, clutching the letter in his hands. After that, he said he knew where he was going. Putting the note away in the bag, he thought that thanks to the letter, at least something had become clearer. The waiter brought the food to Helmut's table. He said that the guy owes 15 marks. The main character thought that the food cost 15 marks. He held out a gold coin. The waiter exclaimed joyfully that it was a whole 1,000 marks. Helmut replied that he also planned to spend the night here. The drunk man who was listening to this turned around. Helmut thought that prices in the world were a little higher because a couple of days ago he earned as much as 90,000. Someone's fist hit near the hero while he was thinking about setting off at dawn. A drunkard was sitting opposite him. He addressed the guy, saying that he was rich. The characters looked into each other's eyes. His accomplices appeared behind the man. The drunkard extorted 20,000 marks from the main character. Helmut refused, thinking that he did not understand what was wrong with these people. The man laughed menacingly. He slammed his fist on the table, shouting that the guy had no right to confront him. Helmut responded by asking who this man was. He raised his fist in rage, but his shot was easily blocked. Squeezing the offender's fist, Helmut repeated that he refused to give him his money. Writhing in pain, the drunkard did not understand where the guy got so much strength. One of his comrades decided to attack the main character. He dodged without any problem. With one blow to the face, Helmut knocked out the offender. The bandits were shocked. The main character showed by his appearance that he would not allow himself to be offended. The drunkard shouted, asking what Helmut was doing. He became serious. He kicked the table at his offender at the same moment, calling for the guard. Without taking his eyes off the drunkard, he caught his thing. Helmut ordered the beaten bandit to get out. He groaned in pain. Covering his face with his hand, he ordered his accomplices to leave. Before leaving, he issued a death threat to the guy. Looking at the slammed door, Helmut thought that people like Caleb exist all over the world. The waiter called out to the hero in a panic. He asked him to leave the tavern because the Blackhawks had declared war on him. Turning his head, Helmut asked in confusion who it was. The waiter said that they were robbers, ready to kill anyone for money. The main character listened attentively, thinking that it was worth dealing with the offenders as quickly as possible. He decided it wasn't worth making a mess there, where he wanted to spend the night. The frightened waiter, promising to return the money, asked the hero to leave, who asked him if he thought the bandits would return. The waiter, stammering, shouted that the robbers would definitely return. Helmut asked the waiter to tell the bandits that he had gone into the forest behind the tavern. Leaving the frightened employee, the main character told him to hold the room for him because he would return later. Helmut wanted to see what the Blackhawks could do. A group of bandits were discussing in the alley whether they should attack Helmut. One of them said that their aim was quite strong. The leader, in a rage, showered him with insults. He ordered the bandit to stay in the lair. Out of breath, one of the robbers ran up to the group. The leader ordered him to report. The bandit happily said that he learned that Helmut had gone into the forest behind the inn. The boss laughed in anticipation. He said that the guy had chosen a bad escape route. The robber said that it would be easy to find traces of their target in the forest. The leader agreed, saying that the alcohol had already dissipated. Putting on his mask, he stated that the Black Hawk should teach the guy a lesson. A sleeping bag lay near the fire. Helmut, sitting on a branch, thought that many people were like demonic beasts. Examining his bow, he also reasoned that there are people who are ready to protect each other at the cost of their lives. It seemed to him that being a human being is difficult. Seeing the figures jumping on the branches, he remembered Darian's words that in the human world everything cannot be solved by force, but he did not know how else to solve problems. Having prepared himself, the hero jumped. The bandits turned around in fear. Helmut thought that people who act like demonic beasts should be treated like demons. Looking into the eyes of the leader, he asked if they were looking for him. The main character walked through the forest. He reasoned that the Blackhawks were weaker than he thought. As he began to run along the branches, he thought that the bandits were not even a match for Tanya. As he continued jumping through the forest, he thought that the girl was the strongest he had ever met. Helmut decided that he would set off at the first rays of light. The seed of darkness ignited sharply within him. The hero did not expect this. He leaned on a tree. Groaning, he fell to the ground. Trembling, Helmut did not understand what was happening.
He was shaking.
He thought that he stayed away from the demonic energy, and this did not happen even when he killed monsters. Helmut was breathing heavily. He had never experienced such pain. The person he killed was not a demon. The seed of darkness inside the protagonist shone brightly. He realized that it was powered by the energy of even a simple murder. As he tried to get up, he thought that if word got out that the Blackhawks had been killed, the rest of their group would start hunting for him. Covered in sweat, the protagonist realized that he was a fool for thinking that fighting people would not affect the seed of darkness. Leaning on a tree, he managed to stand up. He reasoned that since he couldn't kill his opponents, he would have to avoid fighting entirely. Helmut went, deciding that he needed to get to Baden as quickly as possible. A man asked if everyone was dead. The bandit replied that yes, and that if they continued the search, they would be able to figure out the killer. The man said that, "You can't just leave everything." He ordered the bandit to continue searching. There was a knock on the door when the robber said that he understood the order. Another bandit entered the room, telling Anton that people had arrived. The leader looked at the people entering. He said that he didn't think that 2 second-rank mercenaries would come. Max and Paul stood in front of him. The bandit boss thanked the mercenaries for their initiative to join. He told them that due to the chaos in the organization, the mercenaries would have to undergo testing. Paul angrily asked what he meant. With his arms outstretched, Anton said that he had no doubt about them. Fighting skill. He continued to say that their organization was doing illegal things, throwing away the knife. He said that he would not want problems to arise in the squad because of someone's sense of justice. The knife hit the mannequin standing next to Paul. The leader of the robbers concluded that to prove their intentions, the mercenaries must complete one task. Paul stated that it turns out that despite their abilities, the Black Hawks want to test whether the mercenaries are suitable for them. The boss took out a note saying that the job should be easy for second-rank mercenaries. Looking at the note, he said that 5 of them disappeared last night. Anton said that the group learned that the bandits had quarreled with the mercenary, and that after a search, their bodies were found in the forest nearby. He continued to say that everyone was killed with one blow and without any trace of any weapon. Nax asked what was known about this mercenary. Anton answered that he was black-haired with black eyes, about 16 years old, with skills no lower than 3rd rank. Nax asked if they were required to find and kill the boy. Raising his finger up, the boss replied that after completing the task, the mercenaries would be able to join the squad and do more serious things. Opening his eyes slightly, he declared that he would pay for their work. Very generously, Paul asked where the guy was last seen. Anton replied that, according to their information, the mercenaries stayed in a tavern near the forest. Pointing to a place on the map with a knife, he stated that the mercenary could not have gone far. It was a calm day in the village. Helmut stood near the building with the sign of the mercenary guild. He thought about how he didn't expect to have to do this again. Helmut decided that he needed to move quietly and not attract attention to himself. He finally opened the door. The girl behind the counter asked him what brought the boy to them. The maid replied that he came to receive a task. The girl looked at his certificate in surprise. She did not expect such a young guy to be a 3rd-rank mercenary. Helmut asked if this was a problem. Waving the certificate, she replied that she was simply surprised. The guy asked to find a task in the vicinity of Baden. The girl was looking for something in her notebook, saying that Baden is a very big city. She said that in order to get to Baden, it would be easier to take an order for an escort. The girl put the book on the table and asked the guy how he liked this task. Helmut asked what it was. The girl replied that a lady from a noble family was looking for security on the trip to Baden with a payment of 800 mark. Helmut listened as the girl began to talk about the condition. This condition was that the lady should be accompanied by a mercenary who she would definitely like. The main character stood there in disbelief. Walking into the store, Helmut hoped that nothing would happen if he went to buy clothes. Not long before, a girl in the mercenary guild had told him that appearance was important when working with aristocrats. She stated that it is very important to make a good impression and be in good shape. The girl said that Helmut's charming face could overcome all these demands, so she offered him this task. She asked him to buy decent clothes and come back. The salesman asked Helmut if he wanted presentable clothes of better quality. He brought a suit, declaring that it would make even a monster an aristocrat. The main character silently looked at the clothes. The salesman continued to praise the suit. Helmut interrupted him by asking how much it cost. The seller replied that his price was 2,000 marks. The guy thought about it. Because the task would only pay 800 marks, he wanted to take on another task. The girl clapped her hands enthusiastically. She looked at the main character's new attire, declaring that he looked his best. Slapping Helmut on the shoulder, she said that he looked even more beautiful than before. The girl broke into a tender smile. Finally, she said that she had already sent information about him to the customer. She continued to say that they would take him without any problems because he was from the avant-garde and looked just perfect. The girl greeted the man who came into the guild. Helmut turned around and looked at him. She asked the man if he was from the Cherangin family. He answered in the affirmative and stated that he had come to see the appointed mercenary. Looking at Helmut, he asked if it was the same mercenary. He walked towards him. While examining him, the man stated that the hero was young and had good posture. Summing up, he told the hero that he looked great and had been accepted for the task. As he began to walk away, he ordered Helmut to follow him. Before leaving, the boy looked at the girl who was waving at him. He bowed and left. Someone was watching the characters on the street. Neither Helmut nor his customer noticed the surveillance. The butler introduced himself as the butler of the Cherangin family named Gilton. He asked the guy if he had heard about their Marquise. Helmut replied no. Gilton said that it was even better, and told the hero to watch what he said and did, after which he asked if the guy worked as an escort. Helmut said that only with a load. The butler replied that the only difference was that he would have to protect the person instead of the bags. He said that if Helmut was in trouble, he should follow the orders of the knights, and that he could receive bonuses for good work. The guy nodded affirmatively in response. Approaching the estate, the butler said that he liked Helmut's taciturnity. It was very rich inside. Gilton explained that this was an inn where Lady Cherangin stayed for a while. Helmut realized that she had a high status. A knight met them. He was surprised at the mercenary's youth. The butler said that Helmut was recommended by the guild, so there shouldn't be any problems. The characters shook hands. The knight introduced himself as Kedrick. The butler asked where the lady was. Kedrick replied that she was in the dining room. The characters headed to the dining room. The guy in the hood sat and listened to Lady Charanjan. He continued to eat indifferently while she spoke incessantly. The butler and Helmut approached the table. Jilton turned to the girl. Helmut behind him bowed. The butler introduced her escort to his lady. Gina scornfully replied that she didn't care. Before continuing to pursue the area, she told the butler that if he thought the mercenary was good, then she would trust him. Arya abruptly stood up from the table. He said that he would go get ready to go. Gina told him in surprise that he didn't even really have time to eat. Arya continued walking silently. He walked past Helmut. The main character felt some strange feeling from the guy. Looking after Arya, Helmut thought that he was a difficult person. Gina said displeasedly that she would go to her room. She ran after Arya in tears. The main character asked the butler who Arya is. Gilton replied that this was Lady Gina's guest, and that he was well known at Greta Academy. The butler continued to say that Gina met him by chance and brought him with her. Helmut asked if Gina goes to the academy. Gilton replied that she was just preparing for the entrance exam. The main character thought that he too was going to enter Greta Academy. The butler said that there were 2 hours left and that it was time to prepare for departure. He ordered Helmut to prepare the horse and wait by the carriage. Gilton said that he would mind his own business, and if anything happened, let the main characters contact Kedrick. Helmut nodded affirmatively and said that he understood everything. The main character was riding a horse, thinking about how stupid the horse is. He recalled how the horse rushed around the stable and did not obey him. He remembered the horse he had met in the Vanguard mercenary detachment. His thoughts were interrupted by a voice. The girl begged Arya to get into her carriage. It was Gina. She was waving to the guy. Arya didn't pay attention to her. He just continued walking down the street. Helmut finally realized that the guy was a magician. The carriage was guarded by many knights. Jumping on his horse, Helmut thought about the strange feeling from the magic of the area. He didn't understand what kind of magician the guy was and why he used magic on himself. Looking at the carriage, the main character decided that he would watch him. In the carriage, Gina asked Arya if he was the head of the magic department. The guy answered in the affirmative. The girl said that in this case, she should not have problems with the exams. She asked what she could do to prepare even better. Arya said that a girl would pass everything easily if she studied hard. Gina fidgeted, saying that she had prepared but was still nervous. The head of the faculty replied that after arriving, the girl would have time to review the material. Gina said that she would still like someone to help with her training. Arya coldly replied that people were studying at the academy. Self-study. Gina continued to beg for help. The magician looked at her with displeasure. After a short pause, he said that he could look for a teacher for her to prepare. The girl was delighted and asked if Arya could be her teacher. He answered sharply that no. He explained that he needed to prepare for the new semester. Tired, he said that Gina should take a break. She awkwardly answered that she didn't know if it was worth it. Helmut galloped close to the carriage. He was unhappy that he did not hear anything useful. For some reason, he remembered Finn. The bandit boss stood and listened to the report. The robber reported that their target took the order and set off. He said that there were several mercenaries and knights in their group. Anton answered dissatisfiedly that it was impossible to allow the death of anyone from a noble family and that we should try to deal only with the target. Paul asked whether it was worth going that far to welcome former captains into the fold. Anton laughed, saying that he just wanted to watch. He said that he ordered the mercenary to be dealt with and that leaving the enemy alive was a hallmark of the Black Hawks. Max and Paul listened as the boss said that he only recruited members with a similar worldview. Paul's face became ominous. He said that Anton's words resonated in his heart. Gina displeasedly asked Gilton if he really hadn't found a better place. The butler replied that there were no other inns in the area. The old man greeted the group. The butler thanked him for the opportunity to stay here. The old man laughed and said that this was just a small house in a village, and wished them a good rest. Helmut trained in the forest. After examining the power enveloping the sword, he realized that his powers had grown and he had become better at controlling energy. Frowning with displeasure, he realized that something was limiting him. Helmut did not have time to engage in physical training. As well as work with internal and magical energy, he sheathed his sword, hoping that if he entered the academy, he would be able to focus on his studies. Placing his hand on his chest, he thought that the most important thing was to find a way to get rid of the seed of darkness. Helmut noticed something in the sky. Peering, he realized that an owl was circling above him. The magician stated that the main character has acute vision and senses. He said that he could not continue to watch him, otherwise the guy would suspect something was wrong. Dispelling the spell, Arya said that an ordinary person would not even be able to notice the owl. He called Helmut an unusual guy. Arya sat on the bed, lost in thought. He thought that he had seen many talented mercenaries, but such a young third-rank mercenary was very rare. Someone was knocking on his door. Gina banged on the door saying that she knew Arya was awake. She continued to knock on the door saying that the magician had to go to bed before 9 hours on the orders of Lord Charingen. The servants took the screaming girl away. Arya sat with his face buried in his hands and listened to screams from the corridor. He thought about how tired he was from all this. The knights discussed whether it was time to take a break. One of them said that there was a spring a little further and it was worth stopping near it. The horses stopped. There was a spring in front of the knights. Kedrick took water from it and drank it. He happily stated that the water was delicious and very refreshing. The butler announced that it was time to rest. The servants brought in expertly prepared food. The mercenaries looked at the food, commenting displeasedly that they had to eat jerky without anything. The group continued to discuss their grief. Helmut thought how much he missed Finn's cooking. Taking a small sip of water, he was surprised. He thought the water tasted too strange. He thought it was poison. Looking at those around him, he saw that everything was fine with them, and decided that it was his imagination. Gilton said that he was kind of tired. He turned to Lady Gina, sitting in the carriage. He was shocked by the unconscious girl lying there. She began to mutter something. The butler calmed down, realizing that the girl was just sleeping. His head began to spin. The rest of the servants began to fall asleep. Gilton tried to look for Kedrick. He also lay unconscious. The butler fell off his feet. The only one who did not fall asleep from the entire squad was Helmut. He silently poured the water from his mug. A crowd of people began to approach the sleeping people. The bandits said that the sleeping pills should have done their job. One of the bandits was surprised. He didn't expect to see Helmut awake. Max and Paul recognized the guy. Paul asked in shock if the Vanguard mercenary really killed the Blackhawk members. Helmut also recognized Tarek's mercenary captains. He said that they were pathetic traitors. The boys' words angered them to no end. Furiously, Paul said that Helmut talks too much for mere prey. Bandits began to emerge. In the forest, they completely surrounded the main character. Licking his blade, Paul announced the start of the hunt. The boy grabbed his sword. He understood that there were too many opponents. A beam of magical energy flew into Paul. He didn't understand what was happening. Helmut turned around. Behind him stood the area mate. Shrouded in magical energy, he threateningly ordered the bandits to get lost if they valued their life. The magician headed towards the opponents. Paul snorted with displeasure that he had paid money for sleeping pills. He didn't like seeing another guy with insomnia. Helmut looked at Arya. The magician rudely told him to stop looking around. Paul put his blade to the bandit's throat, asking what was the matter. He received the hilt of a sword in the face and replied that they did not expect that there would be a magician there. The robber fell to his knees. From the blow, Paul ordered the Blackhawks to stay put and clean up after the job was done. Tarek's former captain flew into the air. He furiously dealt a crushing blow to Helmut. Seeing that his blow was parried, the villain raised his sword again. Max approached the magician and said that he would kill him quickly. Arya cast a contemptuous glance in his direction. He told the bandit that he was not going to die. Someone's shadow flew through the forest. It was Paul and Helmut who continued their battle. The bandit teased his opponent with a smirk on his face. The main character continued to parry all the blows without taking his eyes off his enemy. He thought that he would have had a hard time if the magician had not been here. Paul was surrounded by energy. The force cut the space in front of him. Helmut managed to dodge. The bandit angrily threw insult. Standing in a cloud of dust, the hero told Paul that he was hopeless. He listened in surprise. Helmut said this is just the beginning. The bandit didn't understand him. The main character was surrounded by a dark aura. He thanked the villain for following him. Paul shouted in rage that he had Helmut cornered. He clutched a sword in his hands, shrouded in power. He said that the bandit was no match for him. The bandit prepared to attack. He didn't understand how a rank 4 trash could compare to him. The guy dodged the attack without any problems, after which he jumped on the enemy from behind. Paul did not have time to defend himself from the attack. He desperately awaited his fate. The blow slammed the villain into the ground. Helmut stood next to his fallen opponent. Paul didn't understand where the boy got such strength. He got hit in the face. The main character said that he would spare him if he took his people and failed. Paul laughed after him. He said that he would rather die than run away with his tail between his legs. With contempt, Helmut reminded him of how he had run away and left his teammates to die in the forest. The bandit looked angrily at his opponent's back. He started laughing loudly. Helmut hoped that the area mage was okay. Bandits were scattered throughout the forest. Those who were still conscious were groaning in pain. Max asked who Arya is anyway. Raising the stones into the air, he replied that he was a magician. The bandit raised his sword. A moment later, he was hit by a boulder. Raising his hand, Arya said he didn't care what the bandits were up to. He attacked the bandit with magic, saying that since they got in his way, it changes everything. Max clenched his weapon in his hands. He screamed at his opponent. The magician calmly told the bandit not to overexert himself. A beam of energy shot out from his palm. The impact sent Max flying into a nearby boulder. Arya told the bandits that they should go with them to bat. He ordered them to stop. The robbers tried to run away in fear. The magician released his spell. It tied up one of the bandits. Another binding spell flew at the fleeing bandits. Arya managed to tie up a lot of bandits. The magician cursed, and some managed to run away. Turning around, he said that the main thing was that he had caught a possible leader. Looking at the boulder, he was surprised Max was no longer on him. Max was breathing heavily, hiding behind a stone. The bandit didn't think that the Black Hawks were hunting for the vanguard mercenary. Moreover, no one warned them that there would be a magician here. He leaned back and thought about how this could even happen. Max noticed something. Helmut passed by him. The bandit was shocked that there was not a scratch on the main character. He thought that Paul had been killed. Helmut turned around and looked at the stone, thinking that it was his imagination. He moved on. Kneeling down, Max thought about how strong the main character is. Helmut went out to the carrot. Arya threw something at him. The main character caught the rope. Pointing his finger at the bandits, he ordered him to tie them up. Helmut did not understand why to link already related one. The magician stated that he did not want to waste magic to hold the bonds and that he wanted to send the robbers to prison. Helmut remembered Darian telling him that prison was a place for people who had done wrong. Thinking about Paul and Max, he regretted letting them go. Arya asked why the sleeping pills didn't work on the guy. After a short pause, Helmut replied that he had not touched the water. A magic beam flew near his head. Enraged, the magician said that he was lying because he saw that the main character also drank water. Looking at the magician, Helmut asked why he was still on his feet. Without looking away, Arya replied that he was able to cleanse himself. The magician was surprised by the words of Helmut, who said that this was all thanks to the aura surrounding the magician. Arya asked why the main character sees her. Tying up the bandits, he replied that he did not see but rather felt her. The magician asked why he pretended not to know anything. Rising, Helmut replied that it was not his concern what the magician wanted to hide. Arya was silent with displeasure. Helmut's face showed confusion. Arya clicked his tongue and turned away. He thought about how the main character annoyed him. Gilton breathed a sigh of relief. He said that he would forever remain in debt and asked how he could repay the magician. Arya replied that he was simply doing what he had to do and did not need awards for it. He pointed his finger at Helmut and said that this mercenary was helping him. The main character said that he did not fall asleep because the medications were having a bad effect on him. The butler nodded understandingly. He had heard about people with immunity. He began to thank Helmut, but was interrupted by someone's voice. It was Gina who jumped out of the carriage. She exclaimed that the magician saved her. Holding Arya's hand, she declared that this was destiny. The girl, blinded by love, said that she was obliged to thank her savior. She invited him to marry. Arya coldly replied that in his homeland he already had a fiancée, whom he would marry immediately after graduating from the academy. Gina, Kedrick, and Gilton stood in amazement. The girl burst into tears. The butler tried to calm her down. Kedrick said it was time to go. Looking at the city, Gilton said that he had not slept for a day, but at least he covered the remaining distance without problems. Helmut got off his horse. Looking around, he thought that he had finally arrived in Baden. The butler called him over. Gilton thanked the mercenary and promised to recommend him to the guild. He took out a bag and handed it to the main character. The butler said that there were 10,000 marks in the bag. This was a sign of gratitude from the Cherigan family. Helmut took the gold and thanked Gilton. He noticed Arya begin to walk away. The main character did not stand for long, thinking about something, after which he suddenly rushed ahead of the magician. Arya didn't understand why Helmut stopped in front of him. The main character turned to the magician and thanked him for helping him a lot. Arya looked away in embarrassment. The main character continued on his way. Looking at the city in front of him, he decided it was time to go to the academy. The city was full of people walking through its streets. He was amazed. Baden was much larger than other places he had been to. He thought how easy it would be to get lost in a city like this, which was good. Helmut stood in front of the open gate. It was Greta Academy entering the academy. He looked around. He needed to find a man named Eden Kudrow. He noticed a girl with glasses sitting at the table. The guy walked towards her. He put his hand on the table, which scared the girl. She asked what the boy needed. Helmut replied that he was looking for Eden Kudrow. The girl asked if he was looking for a teacher in swordsmanship. The guy answered in the affirmative, asking if he could meet Eden. The girl replied that of course he could and asked what his name was. The main character replied that his name was Helmut. He followed the girl through the corridors of the academy. She stopped at the door, then she used some kind of spell. She told Helmut to wait a couple of minutes. Standing at the door, the main character wondered what kind of person Eden Kudrow was. The door finally opened. Helmut entered the office. The door immediately slammed behind him. Eden said he doesn't know anyone named Helmut. Turning to the boy with a satisfied face, he asked who he was. Helmut stood opposite Eden. He thought that Kudrow was not as strong as Darien, but among all the swordsmen, his aura was the strongest. He looked at the puzzled fencing teacher, thinking that if he were a mercenary, he would probably have the first rank. Eden again asked why Helmut was looking for him. The main character finally realized that he was lost in thought. He began to draw his sword. Helmut showed the Eden blade. He told the shocked teacher that he should understand everything when he sees the sword. Eden thought about it. At first glance, the sword was very ordinary, but its balance and strength were excellent. The sword also seemed familiar to him. Eden said the name Darien diverted in surprise. Helmut nodded affirmatively. The teacher asked if Darien was still alive. The answer shocked him. The main character said that Darien recently left this world. Eden trembled. He covered his face with his hand and began to say that Darien disappeared about 20 years ago, and Kudrow swore on the name of his family that he would repay him for saving him. Looking at Helmut, Eden realized that he was Darien's last student. The main character answered in the affirmative. The teacher asked why he was looking for him. Helmut answered hesitantly that he wanted to study at the academy. The characters stood opposite each other. Eden said that most likely Darien told Helmut about the academy. He concluded that Darien wanted Eden to become the protagonist's protector. The teacher asked how old the boy was. In response, he hummed uncertainly. Surprised, Eden asked how Helmut could not know his age. The main character counted on his fingers, after which he answered uncertainly that he was. Eden decided to start by assessing auras and skills. Looking at Helmut, he said that he was unlikely to be accepted into primary school at that age. Eden stated that if the hero is 15, then he can take the exams as an exchange student. The teacher picked up a folder from the table. Helmut asked if he needed to take the exam. Putting down the folder, Eden thought perhaps it doesn't make sense for Darien's student to take the sword mastery exam. He told the boy that he might be able to enter without exam. Helmut looked at his sword. He thought about how Darien had helped him both here and in the root forest. It dawned on him that Darien was in the root forest, but even his friends did not know where he had disappeared. The main character was sure that Darien did not go to the root forest of his own free will, and he hid the truth from everyone. He wondered what would happen if the one who sent Darien to the forest found out that his student was in the human world. Helmut came to the conclusion that his chance to get rid of the seed of darkness would be taken away from him, and he would be sent back to the root forest. The main character told the teacher that he wants to pass the exam. He did not understand this decision. Helmut continued to say that if anyone found out that he was Darien's student, his life would be in danger. Hearing this, Eden was shocked. He shouted that no one would even dare to attack a Darien student. Helmut asked the teacher to be patient and promised to tell him everything later. Eden replied that there must be serious reasons for Helmut's silence. The main character nodded, listening to the teacher say that he could contact him with any questions. Eden headed out of the office. He said that they should start preparing for the exam and that he should see Helmut's skills. He went after the teacher. Looking around, Helmut asked where they had come. Eden replied that this was his personal training room. Opening the door, he said that he had to see for himself what the main character was capable of. There was a log behind. In the door, the teacher asked the boy to cut it. Helmut grabbed his sword, but Eden interrupted him. He told him to take a wooden sword. The main character swung his sword, trying to get used to it. The teacher thought that if the boy managed to cut the log, it would be a very high achievement. The wooden sword was enveloped in power. Looking at him, the teacher thought about how Helmut easily controlled his aura. He thought about how strong the boy was. Helmut swung his sword. The log split into 2 parts. Eden looked in shock at Helmut standing after the blow. The teacher thought that the boy had great potential. He told him that with such power he would definitely pass the entrance exam. Helmut asked if this meant he could attend the academy. Eden replied that he still had to take a written exam. With confusion, the main character asked what this meant. The teacher looked at the test results in complete despair. He said that it was difficult to get such a low grade, even if you did the assignments with your eyes closed. Helmut looked blankly. Eden said that with such a grade, the boy would not be able to get in and would not be able to improve his knowledge in a couple of weeks. Helmut asked if Eden could train him. He replied that as a professor at the academy, he could not have personal relationships with students. He said that students are usually involved in preparing applicants, but most likely the best ones are already taken. Eden said everything was bad. Helmut was silent in thought. He remembered that Arya should study here. He asked the teacher if he knew a student named Arya. The teacher replied that he knew because the magician became the best student last year and received the highest score in the magic exam. Helmut thought that Arya was supposed to be a good magician. He thought that he didn't know anyone anymore. Anyway, Helmut began to leave, saying that he would ask the magician to work with him. The teacher asked in surprise if he was talking about Arya. Eden didn't understand how Helmut could even know him. Arya asked how the main character could even come up with such an idea. Helmut was silent. The magician continued to say that he did not want to see him anymore. He stated that he did not want to train stupid people, especially empty-headed swordsmen. Arya thought that Helmut came to Baden only for a mission and not to enter the academy. Waving his hand, the magician told Helmut to do it himself. The swordsman replied that he needed to pass the exam and Arya was the best of the students. The magician repeated again that he would not teach the main character. He asked Helmut not to waste his time and get lost. The swordsman said he would pay. He knew that people value money. Arya, grinning, asked if Helmut wanted to buy it. He asked how much a simple mercenary could pay him. Helmut asked how much he wanted. The magician got angry. Pointing his finger at the swordsman, he asked for 100. Helmut agreed with a serious face. The magician did not immediately understand everything. The swordsman said that he would bring all the money tomorrow. Surprised, Arya repeated that 100,000 is a huge amount, and perhaps Helmut simply did not hear him. The main character remembered how he received 90,000 from the Vanguard and 10,000 from Gilton. Helmut said that there is little time left, so they will start tomorrow. Arya still couldn't understand the swordsman. He said that he would not teach him if he did not pay. The magician told him to come tomorrow morning. He walked into the building unhappily. Arya waved to the other guy. Helmut was glad that he was able to come to an agreement. He headed back. The green-haired guy looked after the main character. The swordsman seemed to him an interesting person. He wondered if this was Miss Arya's friend. The next morning came. Helmut approached Arya. The magician looked at the swordsman with displeasure. He was surprised that the boy actually came. Arya asked where the money was. Helmut took out a bag, handing it to the magician. He stated that it contained exactly. Arya said that then he too must keep his word. He warned that he would not return the money if the swordsman failed the exam. Helmut replied that he didn't care. The magician cast a dissatisfied glance at the hero. He exhaled heavily. Thoughts flashed through his head that he should have simply refused and not asked for huge sums. Arya asked Helmut to wait and said he would be back soon. The magician did not think that he would have difficulty learning. Helmut wrote on the paper. Arya watched him. The magician thought that the swordsman was more problematic than he first thought. He also noticed that Helmut's learning skills were noticeably better than those of the students of the Faculty of Magic. The swordsman twitched. The magician asked if Helmut lived alone in the forest. He looked at Arya, thinking that he had noticed this during the trip. Helmut decided that he should be more careful with the magician. The main character asked why the magician was interested in this. The magician remained silent, with displeasure. After a short pause, he stated that Helmut focuses well, tries his best, and has a good memory. He slammed his fist on the table angrily. The magician shouted, not understanding how a swordsman could not know the basics and even the norms of etiquette. Helmut listened in embarrassment to the magician, who said that his situation was completely deplorable. Pointing to etiquette tests, Arya questioned how Helmut was even going to interact with people. The magician sighed heavily. He said that he should finish his preparation and other subjects as quickly as possible and devote the remaining time to studying ethics. He turned to Helmut, saying that 100,000 mark was a lot of money and that the best student of the academy was studying with him. The magician said that he would therefore do everything to ensure that the swordsman did so. The magician shouted menacingly that Helmut would get into the academy no matter what. Helmut was silent. thinking that Arya was quirky. The magician asked the swordsman what he would do in a situation when a classmate stole things from him. Arya clarified that you need to think about the ethical side of the issue. Helmut thought, since ethics, then cutting off a hand will not work. The magician asked for the answer. The swordsman stated that he would quietly steal his item back. Arya said he had no words. Helmut asked incomprehensibly what was wrong because he couldn't fight and take the thing back by force. Arya explained that such issues should be resolved peacefully. Try to talk with the offender, make him think about his action. The magician concluded that you can forgive people, but not their action. This justice is taught at Academy. Helmut listened silently, thinking about how difficult it is to be human. He reflected that he needed to learn common sense and morality. Listening to Arya, he thought that he needed to learn how to solve difficult problems in order to become the person Darian wanted him to be. Helmut will take a long time to train. 2 weeks of training have passed. Near the Greta Academy library, the students watched the handsome guy from the bushes. It was Arya. The students were wondering who he might be waiting for. One of the students said that Arya had been studying with some guy all this time. Looking at Helmut, they wondered if the magician was working with him. Arya noticed the swordsman. He asked him if he had finished and why they decided to choose the library as the place for the exam. Helmut answered the rhetorical question by saying that it was probably because the library was quiet. Arya said he was just waiting for the end of the exam to pick up his books. He asked how Helmut was doing. The swordsman remained silent. The magician said that he was sure that there were no difficulties. Arya began to leave and wished Helmut good luck in the practical exam. The magician waved his hand. Helmut thanked him for his help. He replied that he received money for this, so there was nothing to thank him for. Helmut, looking after the magician, thought that thanks to him, he was able to pass the theory. The swordsman was left with only the practical part. Waiting room for students entering the fencing faculty. Helmut followed the other applicants. They were told that they could wait here until their name was called. In the room, the guys were talking noisily to each other. Helmut sat down on a chair, thinking that he would just sit for now. Sitting, he thought about what to do after the exam. He decided that he would just rest or train. Someone waved a hand in front of his face. The guy asked Helmut what he was thinking about. He introduced himself as Sabbat Rukul, the second son of the Rukul family. Sabbat asked what the main character's name was. Helmut couldn't understand why he wanted to meet for no reason. Sabbat asked if Helmut was acting this way because of the Academy's rules, and stated that they could talk now. The swordsman asked why Sabbat spoke to him. He replied that he should make friends in advance. Looking at Sabbat, Helmut thought that Arya had said about this student. Getting to know him would be very beneficial. The main character said his name. Sabbat said that Helmut was an unusual name, and then asked what. The main character's last name was Rukul was wondering what family Helmut was from. The boy questioningly repeated the word family. Sabbat said it would be nice to meet in advance. Helmut thought the only family name he knew was Irene, but this surname was on the medallion with which he was thrown into the root forest, so he could not use it. After some thought, Helmut said he didn't have a last name. Sabbat was silent in amazement. He asked if Helmut was a commoner. The main character answered in the affirmative. Sabbat Rukul laughed. He didn't think he would get involved with a commoner. Smirking, he asked why Helmut was so confident. Sabbat and his friends began to mock the main character. After that, he asked how Helmut managed to afford a tutor. Someone put a hand on Sabbat's shoulder. This was an adult man. He said that they should start preparing and reminded that the first rule of Grad Academy is not to discuss the standard of living of students. The man told Sabbat to remember this rule well, after which he announced that the practical exam would begin in 5 minutes and ordered the applicants to take their seats. Sabbat told his gang to follow him. He stopped next to Helmut and whispered to him that he should know his place. The main character listened to all this indifferently. The applicants sat in the office. The teacher wished them good luck in the practical part of the exam. He began to explain how the exam would be held. Helmut looked around. Everyone stared at him. He thought that they had the same views as those bastards sitting on a chair. Helmut reasoned that the human world is no different from the forest because people are the same as demonic beasts. Among the people, there were also both leaders and victims. He thought that in the human world, physical strength mattered little. Helmut was made to understand that origin was more important than ability. He closed his eyes, thinking that now it was more important for him to pass the exam and enter the academy. The teacher called Helmut. Opposite him stood a log. The teacher explained that the first stage of the exam is to split a log. He said that it was necessary to use a wooden sword and that the use of force was permitted. After explanations, he handed the sword to the main character. Holding the blade in his hands, Helmut thought it was quite easy. Although it seemed otherwise, it was not something he couldn't handle. He charged the sword with power and swung. He sharply lowered the blade. To the teacher's surprise, Helmut split it with one blow. The main character asked if that was all. With a short pause, the teacher replied that the first part of the exam was over. Applicants communicated with each other in the waiting room. Helmut entered. Sabi was surprised at how quickly the main character was able to split the log and stated that he was simply given a rotten log. The teacher announced that the last person had completed the first stage. Now the applicants were waiting for sparring. The teacher said that they would have to spar for 8 minutes, after which the commission would announce the entrant. The examiner said that the opponents would be chosen at random and winning was not the deciding factor. Sabet whispered to his friends that whoever got Helmut would be the automatic winner. The main character cast a sad glance in his direction. He wondered when Sabet would stop talking nonsense. He made a menacing grimace, asking why the commoner was staring at him. With a grin, he approached the hero, asking him if he wanted to hit him. The boy continued to provoke him. Helmut clenched his fist, already about to shut up the bully. He was interrupted by the examiner's voice, who said that he would take the exam first. His opponent will be Andro. Helmut went to take the exam. Sabet whispered that he would definitely cope with the commoner. The main character turned to him and thought that there was an opportunity to shut him up. The applicant stood before the commission. The commission welcomed the participants. The examiner said that if everyone is ready, then it is time to start the second part of the exam. Helmut noticed Eden sitting on the commission. One of the teachers asked Eden if he was talking about this boy. He was surprised that Kudros singled out someone for the first time. Eden replied that soon everyone will see Helmut's talent with their own eyes. The examiner again explained that the sparring would last for 2 rounds of 4 minutes or until one of the participants was defeated. After explanations, he announced the beginning. Andro got ready. He thought that his opponent was an ordinary commoner. He clutched the sword in his hands and thought about his training. Helmut approached him. Andro didn't even notice the blow, but he was already lying on the floor. The commission was amazed. Helmut put his sword to his opponent's face. Looking down on him, he said that he had won. The examiner declared Andro defeated. He clenched his teeth angrily. He didn't understand how he could lose to a commoner. The woman on the panel said she couldn't believe how strong Helmut was. Teacher stated that with such a difference in preparation, they would not have time to look at Andro's skills. Eden thought that Helmut managed to exceed all his expectations. The protagonist asked if they would finish if he beat his opponent a second time. The girl said that the second participant would not have time to show himself. Andro trembled and groaned. The second teacher agreed that they wouldn't see anything. Eden contacted Helmut. He asked him not to think about winning. Eden told him to try to look at it as training. Helmut asked again. The teacher replied that he needed to behave as when he was just learning to fencing. Clutching the sword in his hand, he remembered his training with Darien. Helmut replied to the teacher that he understood. Eden turned to Andro. He told him not to look down on his opponent. He said that Andro was no worse than his peers and that he tried to prove himself. Andro accepted the teacher's advice. He thrust his sword forward. Contacting Helmut, he apologized for any bias due to his background. Andro said that he won't let Helmut win so easily now, after which he furiously rushed towards the main character. Helmut blocked the attack with ease. The main character said that Andro should move faster, after which he rained down many light blows on him. He explained that Andro has no control over his thoughts and body. Andro again rushed at his opponent. Helmut easily dodged and ended up behind him. He said Andros should keep an eye on his open spot. He hit his opponent with the handle, continuing to explain his mistakes. Eden watched the sparring silently. He remembered the Eden lay opposite the demonic beast. He was seriously wounded and thought that his end had come. He has already come to terms with his death. A flash of golden light appeared in front of him. The voice told him that they would not win the fight if they surrendered. The voice belonged to Darien. He told Eden to stand up. Helmut looked at his opponent. He told him to repeat it again. Eden looked and thought that Helmut was like a new incarnation of Darien. The commission looked at the students' cards. They talked about how they had made their choice. The girl said that she really wanted to see what else the boy was capable of. Eden looked at the map. Helmut was on it. A week has passed in Baden. Helmut walked down the street, thinking that the place he needed was in this area. He noticed something. It was a sign for a mercenary guild. He was greeted by the guy standing behind the counter. He asked if the boy had come for a tat. Helmut replied that no, then clarified that yes. The guy asked in surprise if the main character was a mercenary. He answered in the affirmative and began to take out documents. He handed them to the clerk and said that last time he left his luggage at the guild. The clerk examined the document, saying that Helmut had a third rank. He asked about wishes for the task. Helmut became thoughtful. He was remembering the past. Eden hit the table. He screamed, asking how Helmut got in marks for training. He asked if the boy had gotten into debt. He calmly replied that he simply worked as a mercenary. The teacher asked if this was all his saving. Helmut replied yes. Eden realized that it was worth teaching the boy financial literacy. He told Helmut that one should not waste money and should have savings. Eden concluded that without money, the boy would only suffer. Helmut asked if this meant he just needed to earn money. The teacher replied that the exam results were about a month away, so Helmut should keep himself busy. The main character said that then he would work all the time. Eden asked him not to take on too dangerous tasks. Helmut approached the clerk saying he needed a job in the city. He also clarified that it should be available in the near future and with good pay. The clerk found some tasks. He asked if it was okay that the place was unusual. He showed the task to Helmut and stated that it was at Greta Academy. Helmut looked at the task thoughtfully. It said that a ghost appeared at the academy at night. This problem could not be solved, so they sent a request to the mercenary guild. It was necessary to get rid of the ghosts. Helmut thought he could explore the academy grounds better. Someone called out to him. He turned around asking who it was. The guy pointed to Helmut, calling him a student of Arya. Helmut did not immediately understand what was happening. The guy began to say that Arya is a real role model and this is the first time he communicates with someone so close to him. Helmut replied that he was not close. Arya was just training him. He asked if the mage was of the same level as the Arya guy. He replied that they were slightly different. He prepared his hand and squinted. He began to cast the spell. Helmut shielded his eyes from the bright light. A strange creature appeared above the characters. The main character thought that it was not magic, but a terrible monster. The creature began to fly towards him. Helmut thought it was attacking. He reflexively punched the creature. It didn't understand what happened, and then it just flew through Helmut's hand. The creature looked at him, displeased. The magician began to laugh. He said that Helmut was the first one who decided to fight Little Ray. The creature circled around the main character, who asked what it was doing. The magician replied that this is the spirit of the sun. He is not dangerous. The magician called him Little Ray. The guy continued to say that if Little Ray decides to harm someone, then it will be impossible to stop him. He explained that spirits do not have a physical body and therefore can only be stopped by a few gifted wizards. Little Ray sat on the magician's head. The magician proudly declared that he was one of those who mastered the magic of spirits and that his name was Sion. Helmut thought that he too could catch the spirit. After which he said that he was pleased to meet you. He began to leave, saying that he was now on a mission. Sion asked if Helmut was a mercenary. He also asked the departing Helmut if he was looking for a ghost. Sion said that he is interested in such things. Proudly pointing his finger at himself, he asked if Helmut needed an assistant. Night has fallen. Little Ray looked around nervously. Helmut asked if a ghost was last seen here. Xian replied that they were in the fencing corps and that after the ghost appeared, absolutely everyone fled from here. Continuing to walk, Helmut wondered if the ghost was really that scary. The magician replied that the ghost should not pose a serious threat. It only scared. Helmut told him that in this case, it would be better to split up. Xian answered excitedly that it was better to stick together. He asked what they would do if they found a ghost. The main character replied that they would simply eliminate him. A figure appeared behind the characters. It was an ominous-looking ghost. Qian opened the door anxiously. The characters entered the office. There was no one in it either. The magician said that perhaps the ghost had already moved to another building. Helmut began to leave the room. He felt something and turned around. Xian sat silently. He looked at something with an empty gaze. The main character asked him if he had found something. The magician replied that it was nothing special. Xian suggested checking the next room. Walking out into the hallway, he asked how much time Helmut had for the task. The magician's face showed fear. Helmut replied that the task was given 2 weeks. Xian trembled and pointed his finger at the creepy figure. Helmut looked at her, wondering if it was a ghost. He reached for his sword. The figure approached the character. It was a... He began to take off his hood. Arya asked the characters what they forgot here. Arya took the worksheet. While the magician was reading it, Xian said that Helmut was looking for a ghost and he was helping him. Arya saw that the fee for the tasks was as much as... Throwing the piece of paper back, he asked why the rich Helmut needed a job. Xian asked why Arya came here. He began to stammer. Then he finally announced that he was also hunting a ghost. Xian shouted in surprise. He asked if Arya was working part-time. He embarrassedly replied that he was simply asked by the academy's management. Xian did not understand how this would benefit Arya. He replied that he was just curious. Helmut thought about it. Since the task was from the academy, it means that the matter should not have been easy. Xian addressed the characters. He suggested that all three of them hunt the ghost together. Arya and Helmut gave him a cold look. Arya, exhaling, said that he agreed. Xian asked if Helmut agreed. He simply nodded. Arya created an illusion. A model of the academy appeared on the table in front of the characters. The magician began to list all the places where the ghost had been seen. Arya said all these places have something in common. Xian understood. He confidently shouted that all the places were in the fencing department building. Arya confirmed that for some reason the ghost does not appear in the building of the Faculty of Magic. Turning around, Helmut asked if one of the magicians could be behind this. Xian thought about it. He said that he didn't know why someone would do this, but he heard that the ghost used magic. Arya replied that a magician capable of using serious level magic would not engage in such nonsense. He continued to say that even if he did, it is not clear why the ghost is only in the fencing department. Xian stated that perhaps the ghost is vulnerable to magical attacks, so it avoids magicians. Helmut said that ghosts generally cannot be attacked physically. The two magicians looked at him in surprise. He looked back silently. He remembered the conversation with Ed. Helmut asked him if he knew anything about the ghost. He replied that one of the students encountered a ghost. As soon as he met him, he tried to hit him with his sword, but this is an ineffective way to deal with ghosts. Helmut concluded that the ghost was real. Both magicians are puzzled, but Helmut looked at them with a smile. He wondered if there was someone in his life with whom he could simply share opinions and discuss something. Elga just growled at him. Darian constantly scolded and lectured. He didn't even talk to the Vanguard mercenaries. They never discussed plants, but now each of the characters had information combining which they would be able to get an answer. Helmut thought that this was communication. Arya said that the ghost is not subject to physical attacks, and he suggested using the flow of power. Helmut asked again. His blade became coated with energy. He said it was worth a try. Xian was frightened by the sight of the power. He said that ordinary logic does not help them. Tired, he said that they should continue tomorrow. Xian said he will go to bed. Waving his hand, he told his friends not to linger too long, and to be careful. The door slammed behind him. The remaining characters in the room looked at each other. Arya reached out to Helmut. He asked if he had any idea. He nodded. He noticed from the very beginning that there was something else that had no physical form and avoided magic. Helmut asked if they could create their own spirit. Smiling, Arya replied that he taught the main character everything he knows. Snapping his fingers, he said that the ability to create spirits was not included in the list. Helmut asked what they should do then. Looking out the window, Arya said that Helmut had really forgotten Xian was running down the street. Arya said that they already know an excellent magician who can create spirits. The characters ran down the corridor. Helmut asked where Xian was going. Arya replied that he most likely decided to hunt the spirit himself. The main character did not understand how the magician understood this. He remembered everything that happened before, after which he stated that Arya knew that it was a spirit, not a ghost, and now he specifically sent Xian. The magician replied that this was the only chance for him. The characters ran out into the street. Arya stopped. The main character asked why they stopped. The magician replied that they knew the approximate location. He put his hand on the ground. Arya cast a search spell. A magical field appeared under him. The magician pointed towards the track. He said that they were heading towards the fencing department. Shaking off his hands, Arya said that they did not know exactly where to look for the spirit. Smiling, he stated that they would catch him before seeing. Helmut looked at his friends silently. Some force easily broke the lock on the door. The magician said that no one would be able to enter or leave the building. Walking into the room, he said that the fencing department has its own hierarchy. He continued to say that the training room was only available to certain classes. Inspecting the building, Arya said that the spirit used the hall because people rarely visit it. He turned to the swordsman, saying that there was also a hall for senior students. Helmut stood behind him without taking his eyes off something. Said that Eden has its own training room. Looking at the door, Arya asked if this was the professor's private room. Helmut replied that people should visit at least often. The magician was surprised. The doors began to swing open. Arya asked if it was possible to enter the hall without permission. Helmut replied that since they were on a mission, then it was possible. The magician felt something. Smiling, he said that the spirit was here. The swordsman turned to him. He asked if Arya actually received the request from the academy. Arya looked into his eyes, smiling. He said that now there was number point in height. He said that he was unhappy that in the academy only Sion knew how to work with spirits. Helmut asked if the magician wanted to capture and study the spirit. With a wave of his hand, Arya replied that he would also help the mercenary complete the task. He snapped his fingers, casting a silent spell. Magical energy gathered around Arya. Praising himself, he said that he was now undetectable. Sitting down on the floor, he asked Helmut to act as bait for the spirit. He replied that he could refuse because he was a mercenary. The main character noticed something. Dark energy oozed from the corner. Arya didn't understand what happened. A creepy spirit appeared in front of Helmut. The magician announced that the ghost of the academy had appeared. Arya exclaimed with joy. He said it was time to greet the spirit. Blocks appeared above the magician. He cast the wall spell. The frightened spirit dodged the attack with a scream. Arya cast the next spell. It was the mana barrier. Helmut didn't understand what it was. The magician explained that the spirit would not be able to leave the training hall because of the barrier. The spirit beat against the barrier. Arya ordered Helmut to deal with him quickly. He grabbed his sword. He remembered that a sword cannot kill a spirit. Unsheathed, the blade shrouded in power. He rushed towards the spirit. The spirit opened its mouth. Helmut's attack hit him. Looking at the ghost, he thought that it was easy to defeat it with energy. The spirit began to crumble. Helmut thought that everything was over. Suddenly, the ghost appeared in front of him again. The main character realized that the work was not finished yet. He braced himself for impact. Helmut decided to hit harder. Looking at the enemy, he was about to rush forward. He was interrupted by someone's shining spell. A wave of light struck both the spirit and Helmut. A magician appeared between the opponents. It was seen. Helmut was surprised by the magician's unexpected appearance. Xian said that he did not think that he could call him so quickly. The spirit looked at him. The magician continued to say that this is a dark spirit and it is very strong. He said that the first step would be to block it with a curtain of light. Helmut said it seemed like the spirit was in a panic. Xian was surprised. He heard the voice of Arya, who asked how to catch the spirit. Xian turned to him. He shouted, asking if Arya really wanted to capture the spirit for his experiment. Arya responded that Xian himself did not want to help him in the research, although he was the only magician in the academy who could control spirits. With an accusing tone in his voice, Xian said that it was because Arya kept talking about experiments. He said that Little Ray is also a spirit. Xian asked Arya to maintain a magical barrier. He nodded in the affirmative. He asked Helmut not to attack the spirit, but to simply try to detain it. The main character said that he would try. He jumped on the menacingly growling spirit. The spirit swung its limbs. Helmut rushed towards him. He thought the spirit was fast. Reflecting all his attacks, he knew that the spirit could not break him. Xian stood at a distance from the battle. A spell appeared between his hands. He asked Helmut to hold out a little longer. The spirit growled angrily. His tentacles gathered into one. He prepared to attack. Seeing this, the hero understood that it was dangerous. He dodged the tentacle. Helmut flew into the air, ready to attack. He understood that the monster knew that the swordsman could not attack. The swordsman's blade was shrouded in a huge amount of energy. He thought about giving the spirit a chance to have fun. The magician called out to him. Helmut, startled, stopped the attack. The spirit noticed this and began its attack. The main character did not have time to block it. His body hit the wall. Helmut groaned. Xian, seeing the fallen Helmut, shouted that his spirit had weakened. The main character asked again. Licking his lips in anticipation, Xian said that he could handle the spirit himself. He began to walk towards the ghost. He growled incomprehensibly. The spirit tried to escape. He fought against the magical barrier. Arya could barely contain it. He shouted for Xian to stop the spirit quickly. From the tension, Xian began to sweat. He said that the spirit was angry and now he doubts that he can cope with it. The spirit turned around. He looked at Arya. The magician noticed this. The spirit of darkness screamed and swung at Arya. Xian called Helmut anxiously. He was already running. He jumped between the magician and the spirit. He struck wide with his sword. The main character understood that since Arya was in danger, he could no longer help but attack the spirit. The spirit managed to dodge the attack. Through the surprised Helmut, he flew straight to Arya. He swore loudly he had to remove the previous spell. He cast a barrier spell. The spirit grinned. It split in half and passed through the magician. Arya, I was surprised. Xian exclaimed that the spirit was leaving. Helmut tried to catch up with the fleeing spirit. He reached his head. Then he soared into the air. The spirit of darkness got scared. Swinging, Helmut called out to Xian. As he struck, he ordered the magician to act. The blade stopped right in front of the defeated spirit's face. The spirit of darkness stood in place, dumbfounded. Xian, turning around, exclaimed joyfully. He cast another spell. It was aimed directly at the spirit. The magician ordered the spirit to leave. A ray of light absorbed the spirit of darkness. Xian continued to cast his magic. Helmut and Arya finally relaxed. There were plumes of smoke at the battle site. The smoke cleared. Xian stood in it. In his hand was a disgruntled spirit of darkness. Xian proudly declared that this is the power that can deal with the spirits. Arya exhaled tiredly and leaned over. There was a dissatisfied spirit in the magician's hand. The mercenary guild clerk asked if the commotion at the academy was because of him. He was surprised where the ghost even came from at the academy. Xian excitedly began to explain the possible reasons for this phenomena. His speech was interrupted by an irritated Arya. The characters left the guild. Xian was unhappy. They were not paid right away, although they even showed the spirit. Arya recalled the clerk's words that they needed 3 days to make sure they had caught the right ghost. Xian said he was still worried about his friend's money. Helmut was surprised that he was called a friend. Xian turned to him, asking if they were friends. He stated that they will now support each other like true friends. He began to extend his hand to the main character. The magician said that he relied on him. Helmut thought about his friend. He recalled his time with Pin squeezing Xian's hand. He thought that friends were not something bad. The magician turned and addressed Arya. He told the fleeing Arya to shake Helmut's hand. Xian said that if Helmut is his friend, then he is Arya's friend. After that, he asked Arya's rich friend to buy them food. Arya responded dissatisfiedly that they still needed to put things in order. Helmut looked at the document in surprise. He didn't understand what the third floor, room 301. Eden, sitting opposite him at the table, replied that this was Helmut's dorm room. He asked if the main character was ready to study. He replied that he was ready. Eden advised him to go and check his room. He silently looked at the dorm. There were a lot of people nearby. Before he went looking for work, the academy was much quieter. The guy behind the counter shouted for those moving into the hostel to approach him and not crowd. Helmut approached him and handed him a letter. The clerk studied the occupancy letter. His face became nervous. He read that Helmut was moving into. It was quiet in some room. The guy said he was very tired the last couple of days. He never had any friends. He put the ring on the table, saying he didn't want to get involved in this. He sat down on the bed thinking that it was all because of him. Helmut walked up the stairs with a key in his hand. He reached the third floor. Now he stood in front of. The guy continued to say that as soon as he met this man, a series of strange events began. He hoped that he would never meet him again. Helmut turned the key in the door. Arya repeated that he would never want to meet him. Sounds were heard from the dark gateway. The bandit shouted threatening. He said he was one of the Black Hawk. The frightened guy said that he was now in Baden. Paul put his hand on Max's shoulder. He told him that it was worth following the rule. Max, smiling, said that the rules state that you need to kill everyone who does not obey them. A terrible voice asked who he was going to kill. Max and Paul were scared. The voice said that they didn't even manage to take down the boy. A shadowy figure appeared behind them. The silhouette said that those who pretend to be Black Hawks do not even have a chance to change their lives for the better. Paul turned around and screamed furiously. He attacked the figure. Blood sprayed. Max looked at this dumbfounded. Paul no longer had a head. Max was scared to death. Trembling, he waved his dagger and shouted to the offender to come out. A shadow appeared above him. She put the blade to Max's throat, saying that it was Max who was hiding cowardly. Another splash of blood. The two people were trembling in fear. The silhouette said that the Black Hawks should not be desecrated. Holding a bloody dagger, he said that their name meant something. The hooded man stood up. He said that he forgot to ask Max and Paul. The guys were scared to death. The man asked if he could ask them a question. Screams were heard from the gateway. A young man with dark hair walked into the room. He says that this is a hostel, not Kudro's house, but it is clearly better than sleeping in the forest. He remembered his journey into the forest and thinks that after he got out of there, he met the Vanguard mercenaries. And now he has entered the Greta Academy. The young man looks thoughtfully at his fist. He reflects that he now feels the beginning of a new life. From now on, he will focus on increasing his strength. The guy noticed something. He thinks that everything is bad. He does not have a sword with him. Two guys are standing near the wall. They clearly didn't expect to see each other. Arya looks annoyed. Helmut says that he also needs this room. The second guy asks what this means. He lives here and he just almost killed him. He is clearly unhappy with what he heard. Helmut reports that he was assigned to room 301. Arya loudly exclaims that he is joking. The guys continue to discuss the situation. Helmut asks if something is wrong. He tells him that this should not have happened. Arya walked deeper into the room. He reasons that this is why there are 2 beds. The guy leaves the room. He says that he went to the dean and asks not to touch anything until he returns. Otherwise, he will kill him. Helmut is standing in the middle of the room. Arya orders him not to go anywhere but to stand there. Helmut wonders why he hates him so much. The dean of the academy is drinking tea in his office. Arya rushed inside, startling the man. He indignantly asked what it was, why he had a roommate, and he says that he has the right to live alone, since he is the head of the faculty. The man thinks about how the guys met and Arya is clearly unhappy. The dean looks nervous. He says that due to renovations, the number of available rooms is now limited. Arya is outraged that the dean should keep his promise. He looks angry and indignant. The guy also says that the dean himself knows why he should live alone. He asks what will happen if someone finds out that he is actually a girl. The man is uncomfortable with this conversation. He says that the guy should be careful. The archmage cast an illusion on him and a simple student will not be able to recognize it. Arya is outraged that even minimal risk should be eliminated. He looks menacingly and asks if the dean understands what he is getting at. The man is adamant. He asks if Arya thinks that in this situation, giving him a separate room is more than the privileges due to him. The dean also says that it is logical for him to live with a loved one. He only needs to wait a semester. Arya is embarrassed and indignant about her intimacy with Helmut. The dean looks surprised, and Arya looks confused. The man asks if this is not true, and says that he heard that he is helping Helmut with training. He replies that Helmut paid well, so there was no choice. The guy and girl are becoming more and more embarrassed. He says that he met him not long ago. Arya recalls her acquaintance with him. The dean says that his duty is to maintain their friendship. If he endures the semester, he will be given a room. The man relaxed in his chair. He thinks that the girl agreed, and all that remains is to see if she can handle it. He also reflects that she is a good person. Helmut continues to stand in the room. Arya nervously enters the room. Helmut notes that he did not achieve what he wanted. Arya says that he is attentive and asks hopefully if he has to live with him. Helmut asks if he has any other choice. Arya continues to be indignant. He says that he will have to share this room with him this semester. The guy also notices that he is not happy about this. He leans against the wall and says that he could see him off and on from the academy with the help of magic. Helmut says that they will be caught, and Eden will not allow it. Arya says that it is difficult for him to talk about it, but he is more picky than he thinks. Helmut looks puzzled. Arya says that living with him is quite uncomfortable. He asks if Helmut really wants to stay. He thinks about the answer and agrees. He looks forward confidently and says that Arya is better for him than someone else, and he thinks that he is in the same situation. Arya is surprised by this answer. Helmut represents evil men. He thinks that he will be more comfortable with Arya. It is better than living with someone from the fencing department. Arya is unhappy and nervous. He is annoyed why he just helped him with the exam. Helmut stands near the cart. He thinks that he has already moved his things and he just has to discuss living conditions with Arya. Helmut looks into the room. He asks Arya to tell him about his rules. They look around the room. Arya says that behind the curtain is his space. Helmut's territory is larger, so don't be indignant and don't cross the border. He explains that there should be no noise late at night, no unpleasant smells. The bathroom should be clean and no one should be brought in. Arya adds that if you need something, then let him call him without stopping if he does not respond. Arya looks tired. He reports that this is all, and the guy can mind his own business. Helmut has his hand on his sword. He says that he relies on him. The guy agrees with him. Someone says that the commoner passed the exam and is now under the guardianship of Eden. The second guy reports that he is too uppity and he asks the question whether he really equates himself with the nobles. A smug blonde sits on a bench. Someone says that they are waiting for it to fall into their hands. The blonde smiled smugly. He says that he will soon understand that a commoner is far from them. The company is located in the park. They discuss that tomorrow is a fencing lesson, and they can teach him there. Helmut is dressed in uniform. He thinks about how he thought he wouldn't like her, but she's surprisingly nice. He also reflects on what Arya said the first semester wouldn't be fun. Helmut wonders if he should go to the training room after class. The green-haired guy is very surprised. He asks Helmut if he really left the 301st room. He, perplexed, asks what the problem is. The green-haired man replies that this is Arya's room and asks if he really lives with him. He is clearly shocked. Helmut says that's what happened. The green-haired man mutters that Arya has the privilege of living alone. He asks if he really allowed him to share the room with him. The green-haired man begins to reason. He wonders if Arya chooses his neighbor based on his appearance. Then it makes sense. He also wishes Helmut more patience. He stands in bewilderment. The green-haired man wonders if he has his first fencing lesson today. He receives a positive response. The guy says that Helmut will not have any difficulties, but he just needs to avoid messing with the dog from the fencing department. The green-haired one is nervous. Helmut asks if they really have a dog. The guy answers him that this is not in the literal sense, and he is talking about a strange and insensitive guy. He imagines a fight. The green-haired one says that he is a sophomore and last year he beat to death those who contacted him. He also reports that one of the students had to stop studying because a madman bit off his ear. Helmut asks in bewilderment if this is permissible. The green-haired man replies that of course this is not so. That guy was suspended from classes and it's not a fact that he has changed, so you need to be careful. The guy says goodbye to Helmut. He says that he can come to room 307 if Arya starts annoying him. There are a lot of people in the yard. The teacher loudly tells everyone to line up in 4 rows. The students unanimously agree. They quickly lined up. The teacher says that they had a good rest during the holidays. Today they will start with basic exercises. He looks ahead sternly. The man says that he doesn't think they were chilling during the holidays, so they do 20 laps around the site. The students are outraged. They say that the teacher is harsh and this is too much. Helmut thinks that 20 laps is not enough to warm up. Students are running. One of them thinks that he was unlucky to run away with a commoner. He seems to look good, but he doesn't like him more and more. Helmut is absolutely calm. The dark-skinned student grins. He thinks that if he trips him, he will fall, and the taste of dirt is the best reward for him. He extended his leg. Helmut runs on calmly. The black man tries again. Helmut runs calmly. The student wonders if he was able to avoid being tripped up several times in a row. He starts to get angry. Helmut avoided the blow. The sneaky student stumbled. He is very angry. The teacher looks at the students. He says they can rest a little and ask someone to help. The sneaky student calls out to Helmut. He waved his hand in front of him. He asks if it was because of him that he fell. Helmut says that he was the first to try to trip him up. The student asks how he dares to talk to him like that. Let him not think that the rules of the academy will protect him from problem. He brought his face closer to Helmut. He asks if he really hopes for someone's protection. The blonde calls out to him. He tells Iran not to waste his strength. The blonde smiled smugly. He said that Iran would have a chance to respond. Helmut looks puzzled. He thinks that Iran is a weakling who relies on his status and boasts about it, although he did not achieve it himself. Helmut's fist glows purple. He thinks about whether to teach him a lesson. The blue-haired student called out to the student. He smiles and asks that when he spoke about the commoner, he meant himself. The sneaky student asks who he even is. Blue-haired says that he doesn't know him either. He confidently comes down and says that he heard someone being called a commoner and thought it referred to him. The blonde stepped forward. He asks why the brats from the fencing department allow themselves so much. He tells the blue-haired man that his patience has run out. He was delighted and said that he also did not like to endure. He approached the blonde and invited him to show him what would happen if he stopped holding back. Sabat got angry. His friend calms him down. The blonde turned away and said that perhaps they would leave the commoners alone. He also says that he didn't think that they would meet him. He should have been late for his first lesson. Helmut remembers the green-haired guy's warning. He looks thoughtful. The teacher stands next to the sword. He says that they need to come up and take weapons when he calls by name. He calls out to Asuka and encourages him to come forward. He scratches the back of his head. The teacher asks him why he was late. He apologizes and says that the teacher detained him. The teacher says that she is not here today and he could come up with something true. Asuka is very shocked. The teacher says that he needs to run 30 laps now. The guy is indignant in response. Helmut watches and thinks that Ask doesn't have the best reputation. After what he did, it can't be any different. The teacher orders the students to prepare for training. He will monitor everyone so that they do not decide to play tricks. Helmut is training. The teacher watches the student. Helmut thinks about what Eden said that the first semester should pass without any incident. But he has a feeling that everything will change. Nazca called out to Helmut. He asks if the guy will thank him because he prevented their fight. Helmut, perplexed, says that he did not ask for help. Asuka asks in surprise if Helmut is really one of the common ones. He extends his hand and says that commoners had better stick together. Helmut looks at the hand. She sparkles with magic. Asuka says the guy is quite capable. He's about to leave. Asuka tells him not to focus on his background because he hates asking for help. Asuka leaves and says that they should live together. Helmut leaned against the wall. He asks if he looks like a man who is ready to get into a fight. Arya looks in surprise and says that it doesn't look like it. It's too busy. Arya brushes his teeth and says that they are just fools who are proud of their status. Helmut needs to show what he is capable of so that their questions will disappear. Helmut says Eden said not to start a fight first. Arya replies that it all depends on how to do it. He can provoke him and all his cronies to attack. Helmut asks if there are other options. Arya looks sideways and replies that we can arrange a training sparring. He looks thoughtful. Helmut asks him what was wrong. He replies that he thought that before he would have given free rein to his fists long ago, he is pleased with the thought that the classes were not in vain. Helmut examines Arya and asks if it turns out he can't restrain himself since he's the best in the department. Arya asks in surprise what this strange logic is. Helmut says that he doesn't understand him at all. Asuka met Sabat's company. He passes by. Sabat says that Asuka is probably in 7th place with happiness and considers herself cool. He also says he'll see how long the guy holds up with his grades. Sabat says that he will turn him into an obedient one. All that remains is to wait. Asuka slapped him on the head. Eren is outraged. Why he hit him? Asuka apologizes with a smile and says that he got excited and couldn't control himself. He wants to be tamed right now. A person from any class could enter the Greta Academy. However, it is impossible to eradicate a prejudice that has been strengthened for hundreds of years with one rule: neglect of noble students and persecution of commoners. Although this was not initially explicit, it was steadily implemented and only Asuka avoided everything. He was the best student in the department and a mad dog. And that was scary. Asuka smiles sinisterly. He asks why he is looking at him. Does he really think that he will become as if he stares like that? Sabat is nervous. He says that everyone already knows that he did everything last year. His nickname is Justified. Asuka asks if the guy was scared and won't attack. He replies that when he returned after being suspended, it seemed to him that he would no longer seek adventure. Sabat smiled unpleasantly and said that he thought Ask would be in trouble if he gets suspended again. Sabat bowed his head and said that he should be beaten once. He reveals that he hopes Asuka is ready to be destroyed both socially and physically. Helmut looks nervous. Sabat says that he cannot hit him because one who started the fight is always to blame. Sabat turned to his friends. He says that even someone like Asuka is afraid of being expelled. The guys exchange blows. Someone asks if they entered the fencing department to swing their fists. The guys are lying on the floor. The blonde with the bob says that they were very brave to decide to fight on the territory of the academy. Asuka indignantly says that Sabat started everything. He and his friends attacked him. Asuka got hit. The woman says he is too noisy. She clutches a stick in her hand. The teacher says that she told him that he couldn't just swing his fists. Asuka wonders why only he got bit. The woman looks sternly and says that Sabat is no better. He must first evaluate the opponent's skill. The blonde looks guilty. The woman turns her back and says that the next lesson will start soon. They need to get ready. She points to Asuka and says that he needs to talk to him. He asks why with him. Sabat leaves the corridor. He encourages his comrades to do the same. The teacher hit Asuka. He asks her why she did this, to which he receives the answer that he is stupid and he needs to learn to restrain himself, because he has already been suspended twice. The woman turns away and says that this time she will close her eyes but will no longer protect him. She looks pitifully and says that she understands that it is not easy for him now, but by the end of the school year he will be recognized by them. She also says that he is an outstanding student. She doesn't want him to lose everything because of fight. The woman also says that Helmut calmly coped with the first lesson. Asuka asks who this is. The teacher explains that this is also a commoner. They are in the same position and could get along. Asuka remembered Helmut. He waves his hand and says that he has already said that he is not going to get close to anyone. He adds that this guy is good himself, so he can handle it. Students stand in line. The teacher hit him with a stick and said it was time to start the lesson. She asks if there are any absentees. A roll call needs to be done. Someone raised their hand and said that Helmut has not arrived yet. The teacher asks if they told him where the lesson is. She was answered with consent. The woman asks someone to go get him. Helmut entered the room. The teacher asks why he was late. He replies that he didn't know that the location of the lesson had been changed. The woman asks if Helmut was sent to another audience. The classmate replies that he conveyed everything to him correctly. The woman looks sternly and says that she didn't ask him. Let the guy answer the question. The students left. The teacher thinks that her guess is correct. She says out loud that the guy can tell the truth. He replies that he might have heard incorrectly and apologizes. The teacher looks surprised. She says that he delayed the start of the lesson and he will have to answer for this. After class, he must run 10 laps. The guy calmly agrees. Naska reflects that this guy is just like everyone else. The teacher holds a ball in her hand. She says that today they will pay attention to endurance training because it directly affects the level of combat skill. The teacher says that everyone will receive an almond-shaped ball. It must be placed on the tip of the sword and not allowed to fall. She raised her weapon higher. The woman says that those who hold out for 30 minutes will be released. She swung her sword. The woman asks Helmut to come and help her. They scatter their sword. Asuka thinks about how yesterday he thought he had character, but he turned out to be cunning, unlike him. He also thinks that even in the face of death, he will never bend to the nobles. Helmut threw the ball. The student flew back. Everyone is in shock. Helmut rubs his hands and says that the guy stood so far away he thought he wouldn't make it. Asuka's nervous and thinks about what Helmut is doing and whose side he is on. There is a huge bruise on the guy's chest. He says that it still hurts, and it is unclear when it will heal. He also wonders how this commoner was able to give him such a bruise with a ball. The blonde looks at it and says that you can just touch it with your finger and it will immediately fall apart. The brown-haired man suggests that he try to hit him. The guy seemed to hit him with a stone. He frowns in displeasure and asks Sabbath if he is going to let him get away with this. The blonde wipes his sweat. The brown-haired man asks what Helmut hopes for. He doesn't understand who he's dealing with. The blonde looks at him seriously and tells him not to be angry and to be polite to him from tomorrow. Sabbath prepares to strike. The guy shouts loudly, "Is he really wrong?" and then asks if he is planning to make friends with commoners. The students look nervous. Sabbath tells them to calm down. They will be friends and death do them part. He adds that it won't take long, so let them behave themselves. The guys are nervous and at a loss. The brown-haired man asks what this means. Sabat grins and says that soon they will see everything for themselves. The green-haired guy calls Helmut with a smile and asks if he received a disciplinary reprimand. He also says that he decided to visit a friend who got into trouble on the second day. Helmut smiles sweetly and says that it was so. The green-haired man says in surprise that he did not imagine such a guy's face. Arya loudly asks what he is doing. He tells the guy not to enter the room without permission. The green-haired man smiles confidently and says that Arya must be upset because he came to see Helmut. Arya peeks out from behind the curtain. He says that is not the problem. He did not allow him to enter his room. Green-haired says that Helmut gave him permission. Arya closed his eyes in displeasure. The green-haired guy babbles that it's strange. He lived alone all the time. Why would he be allowed to move in with a neighbor? And why can he be there? He also makes the assumption that it's because Helmut is cute. Arya swings a pillow and kicks them out of the room. The guys are standing outside the door. Green-haired says that Arya is very inhospitable. He also says that no one knows what is on his mind. He apologizes to Helmut and says that he got screwed because of him. Helmut smiles. The green-haired man asks why he is so happy. This is not appropriate. It's time to stop. They are walking down the corridor. The green-haired man asks why he is in such a good mood. Helmut says he has reason to be proud. Helmut thinks that all problems cannot be solved with one throw. He hopes that this was in the spirit of an ordinary person. The green-haired one is nervous. He asks about a reason to be proud and says that he is even more wonderful than he thought. Helmut says that he will be careful because he does not want to let Eden down. Helmut says seriously that he is not going to give up. He quotes Arya as saying that such a problem can be solved by proving one's skill. The guy also says that he will do this during sparring. The green-haired man asks Helmut if he was going to go for a walk this weekend. Maybe they will go to the center of Baton. Helmut replies that he cannot because he will go to Aiden to talk to him. The green-haired man asks if he can go with him. Helmut wonders why he wants to come to Kodro's house. He asks in response whether friends need reason. He points to the side and says that strong human relationships are important. He thinks Eden would appreciate it if he came with a friend. Helmut thought deeply. The green-haired man waves happily and says that he will come pick him up on the weekend. He promised, and don't let him leave without him. Helmut tries to stop him. He wonders if he agreed. Men are standing indoors. One of them talks about new orders. The hooded man asks what it is and says that youngsters who do not understand anything in this world are treated like this. He also says that since they are paying, he will have to get to work. He pulled back his hood and said that recently people had appeared who were posing as them and extorting money. He asks who they take them for. He holds the papers and says that he will sort it out. even if they don't do anything for now. The second person agrees with him. The man pulled out a sheet. He asks Crom to wait and asks if this name is familiar to him. He looks carefully and says that he doesn't know and isn't sure. The man is serious. He says that for now they will postpone this order and deal with others. He orders Crom to get information about the man and inform him. The man thought that he had a bad feeling. The name Helmut is written on the paper. On weekends at the Greta Academy, students flock to the center of Baden for the walks allowed during the holidays, and the silence left behind wanders through the school grounds, turning it into an unpredictable place. Helmut is standing in the city. The green-haired man calls out to him and asks if this is all he is taking with him. Helmut asks what's wrong. The green-haired man replies that they will only be gone for 2 days. But is he really going to travel lightly? Helmut remembers the forest. He thinks that in the forest of roots, lightweight increase the chances of survival. He also muses that he may be repeating his habits unconsciously. Helmut enters the carriage. The green-haired man asks if Arya is in his room, to which he receives a positive response. They are sitting in a carriage. The green-haired man says that he rarely sees him outside except in the center of Baden. He also says that he is not sure that Arya has been home at least once. If it is because his home is far away, then for example he is home once every 3 months. He also wonders if Arya is planning to go on vacation. The green-haired man smiles and says that he is saying this in case he misunderstood. He was never after him. He also says that Arya is his rival and it is normal that he is interested in him. Helmut looks thoughtful. He asks if he is so interested he can ask him. He answers negatively. Masuka eats her kebab and thinks that it's definitely less stuffy outside. He also thinks about why the aristocrats bother him if they can't even beat him. Has he really hurt their pride that much? He wonders if he is doing something wrong. He walks through the city. Asuka thinks that otherwise he would not be satisfied. He would rather die than bow his head to idiots. He finishes the kebab. At the same time, he thinks what's wrong with Helmut. In most cases, he allows himself to be humiliated, but sometimes he shows character. He wonders if the guy is really that good at patience. Asuka introduces the guy and thinks watching Jerome roll around on the floor for the ball was fun. Someone is standing behind him. Asuka thinks she can talk to him next week, even though he didn't intend to become friends. Asuka turned around. He noticed something. A man is following him. Asuka asks who they work for. Asuka asks who the men look serious. Asuka thinks about how they brought him to this place. He says he has an idea, even if they won't tell. The guy remembered that he left his sword for repairs. Asuka is nervous. He asks if they have gone so far as to interfere in children's fights. He also says that it seems that the unknown family has a lot of time. Men hold swords. Asuka smiles nervously and says that they might as well answer. He loudly shouted the instructor's name, Alan, and said that someone was here. The guy rushed to attack. He struck. A spectacular fight with magic ensues. Asuka runs away. One of the mercenaries says that he is fast and needs to run after him. The guy literally flies forward. He ran into a dead end. He is surrounded by mercenaries. Asuka smiles and says that we can play. The man with the mustache thanks Sion for joining them. He hopes he likes the food. Sion put his hand to his chest. He replies that the food is delicious and he was also amazed at how big the mansion is. Eden replies that he can simply be called an instructor. The man looks pleased. He says that he cannot believe that Helmut brought such a well-mannered guy. He was worrying in vain. Helmut looks nervous. He is thinking about why people change their minds so quickly. He needs to ask about this later. Sian smiles and asks Helmut if he would like to visit the center of Baden. He refuses and says that he needs to train. The instructor interrupted him and said that Baden is a big city. You can walk not only in the center. Helmut is unhappy. He walks next to Sian. Helmut thinks that this is exactly why Darian sent him to the academy. Sian is clearly pleased and asks if the guy seems to be going through a tough time. He says that he should have left such a choir to go to a dorm with a neighbor with a difficult character. Helmut says that Arya has no claims against him. Sian cries and says it's because he's tormenting him, not Helmut. He also reprimands him to wake him up at dawn to help with research and summon more spirits. A spirit hangs near Sion. Helmut says Sion is a better person after this. He replies that this is his only consolation. Sion looks at the spirit and says that Arya is listening to him. Maybe he can put in a good word. Asuka stands next to them. Sion notices him and shouts loudly. Asuka is covered in wounds. He says that the guys should help him. He turned back. The mercenaries came close. Sion asks, who is it? Helmut examined the decoration and thinks it is a black hawk. Asuka replies that those cowards were waiting for him to be without his sword. Cyan is surprised that they attacked a Greta Academy student in the middle of the city. He also says that Asuka creates enemies everywhere. Helmut stepped forward. He takes out a sword and says that he has many questions in it. Cyan and Asuka are amazed. One of them asks what they are talking about. He thinks that the Black Hawk is a group that is ready to kill for a good price. He also reflects that just a student cannot become their target. There is definitely someone behind this. Helmut remembers that not long ago, he buried a couple of Black Hawk members. He thinks it's safe to assume they have information on him, but he thought they wouldn't be able to get to him while he was a student. Helmut clutches his sword. He muses that his confidence hasn't been destroyed yet, but he has something to figure out. One of the mercenaries asks the leader what they should do now. He looks sternly and says that they will no longer be able to deal with the target. They need to think about the consequences. He also says that they can't afford any more witnesses, even if they are students. The mercenaries are ready for a fight. One of them says that there are only 3 students. They will deal with everyone at once, and start with the one with the sword. A fight breaks out. Helmut lands his punches deftly. Cyan and Asuka watch the fight from the sidelines. Helmut defeated everyone. Asuka is amazed that the guy easily dealt everyone. Even though they were difficult guys, Helmut put away his sword. The purple crystal burns in his palm. Helmut thinks that the seed of darkness does not react. Perhaps everything will be fine if he does not kill them. Cyan looks displeased and says that Helmut dealt with everyone so quickly that he didn't even have time to prove himself. He asks who these guys are. Helmut explains that they are Black Hawk mercenary. One reached for the sword. Helmut stepped on his palm. Asuka looks sullen and says he has to find out who hired them, and he already has an idea. Helmut says that they don't just give away their secrets, but he also has a couple of questions. The guy's dark side showed up. He says that it doesn't matter how uncooperative they are if you chop off a couple of their fingers. This will instantly loosen their tongues. Cyan and Asuka are shocked. The green-haired man asks if he is really going to torture them. He reprimands that even if they attack them, they cannot afford anything other than defense. Cyan points to the side and says that there is no threat now, so he will inform the guards. It is their job to investigate. Asuka nervously asks if he is sure they can trust them and if they will hush up the matter when they find out that the aristocrat is behind everything. Cyan says that violence against students is a very serious violation. They cannot ignore it. He also jokes that Asuka is worried about this because she has made quite a few enemies. The guy pointed his finger and says that he will be back soon and don't let him touch their fingers. Helmut leaned down. He asks how much the mercenary knows about him. He replies what nonsense this is. Helmut reports that this is all he wanted to know. A woman with glasses speaks that she heard the news and she is glad that everything is fine. The guys are standing at the door. The woman says that it's too late. Let them go to rest, and tomorrow they will inform the rector's office. She turns to Asuka and says they look serious. She also asks if she should call a doctor. Asuka says he's fine. Cyan once again asks if he should call a doctor and if he is sure that he is not seriously injured. He replied that he had nothing to do but lie in the first 8 posts. Asuka calmly says that Cyan has already helped him. He will sleep and everything will be fine. The green-haired man anxiously asks if he is a monster. The guys are walking down the corridor. Cyan says the wounds will open if he moves a lot. He asks why not get some more treatment. Asuka replies that he is tired and healing magic is very expensive. Cyan looks thoughtfully and says it can be done for free. He's sure Helmut and Asuka are surprised. The guys are standing in front of Arya. Cyan exclaims that it is very good that he is not sleeping. He stands in the doorway and says that if they don't explain to him now what is happening, he will blow them away with wind magic. Cyan says they have a request. Asuka points and says that Arya really does look like a girl. He asks who this weirdo is. Cyan smiled ingratiatingly and says that the guy is injured and Arya has healing magic. Arya angrily says, does he really want him to heal him in the middle of the night? Helmut calmly asks him. Arya glances at him. Cyan looks. Helmut with satisfaction. Arya tells them to come in. The guys follow him. He says it's not free. He expects at least something in return. Arya points his finger and says that Helmut owes him because he only agreed because of him. Arya asks what he will do for him if he cures Asuka. Helmut seriously replies that he will do everything he can. Arya smiles contentedly and says that he did not pull his tongue. Helmut thought about it. Arya calls Asuka and says that he is not going to waste much time on him, so they will quickly finish and he goes on his way. Helmut nervously wonders if he should have thought about his answer. Arya casts a spell and says that everything is ready. Asuka's wounds have healed. He looks surprised. Arya asks what is his expression. If he has something to ask, then let him speak. Asuka was slightly embarrassed. He says that Arya is talented and cute, and he will leave if they are done. He gets angry and says that Asuka doesn't know how to communicate at all. He asks if they really need to treat someone like him. Sion replies that he is top of the class despite his behavior and it will be useful to make him a debtor. Arya looks displeased and asks to feed the dog and scare everyone around with it. He also says that he won't be obedient anyway. Sion replies that helping is always good. There is no need to say that. Sion looks at Helmet nervously. He says he doesn't need help. Sion mutters something in response, ruining the mood again. He extended his finger and urges him not to take connections for granted. Everyone has a limit. He also says that it will be useless to regret this in the future. It is better to start preparing now. Sion exhales heavily and says that this also applies to Arya. He is annoyed how he could become a friend to such children. Arya displeasedly says that if he doesn't like it so much, then he can leave. He also added that he never considered him as a friend. They start arguing. Helmet thought about connection. The dean says that last night they were attacked. They didn't succeed, and they were arrested. He also reveals that he received news that they escaped. The guys are surprised by what is happening. Asuka gets really angry. He screams. Does he really think it's normal to tell them this? The dean replies that his behavior will not change anything. As far as he knows, one of the guards was with them for one thing. Sion asks how they plan to deal with this, since the lives of the students are in danger. The dean looks tired. He says that they will look into it. Now they are asking the students of the fencing department, and will let them know if they find something. The guys are walking down the corridor. Asuka says that she should have listened to Helmet and got everything out of them. He angrily asks how 4 people could easily escape. Are the prison walls really made of paper? Sion mutters that they are continuing to investigate and will find the culprits sooner or later. Asuka grins angrily and says that he is the last one in this world who knows how to wait. Helmet says it's up to Asuka what he does. He just hopes he doesn't get him involved. He shouts displeasedly that the guy is acting as if it's none of his business. Everyone knows that he's next after him. Helmet says that he simply told him to solve personal problems himself. The guy also explains that this is how he always solves his difficulties. Masuka says it's heartless. Is he trying to be a model student? Helmet replies that it was he who said not to consider him a friend just because they are commoners. Sion waved his hand and said that he was returning to class and he hoped that on his next visit to the rector, everything would be decided. Asuka says doubtfully that he doesn't think so. Helmuth leaves Asuka. He asks where he is going. Helmuth replies that he is going to train. He hasn't been able to do it lately. Asuka looks after him and asks if he is a plowman. He follows Helmuth. He asks why he is following him. Asuka replies that they are just going in the same direction. He also says that Helmut is a skilled guy. Doesn't all these people who are proud of their status infuriate him? Helmut thinks dissatisfied that it is he who annoys him now. However, he says out loud that he has no intention of acting like him. Asuka reports that the moment with the ball was good. He was probably already their target. He smiles and says that there is no need to try to show them the difference in levels through a duel. The guy adds an example that he is the best in the class, but they need his head. Helmut asks in bewilderment if this isn't because he's just a vile person. Asuka asks how he can say such things after his advice. Helmut calmly replies that he believes that a fight is not the answer. He was advised to get along with his classmates. Asuka asks with a smile. He seems like a good boy who listens to his parents. He also asks if they really said to make friends with the aristocrats. Helmut gloomily replies that he will not allow himself to be offended by anyone who goes against him. Even if it is Asuka, he's a little scared. He says that the guy seems to take everything seriously. Helmuth walked into the training room. Asuka looks inside and says that he thought he was going to train, and this is not a training center. Helmut responds that this is Miss Cowdrow's personal training room and he is allowed to use it. Asuka is surprised and asks if he really studied alone all the time in such beautiful conditions. He calls the guy a miser and says that he could allow him to. Helmut refuses and tells him to leave and not interfere with him. Asuka remains in front of the door. Jerome asks about the fact that he didn't tell them anything. Irin nervously replied that he said he didn't know anything. He bombarded him with questions, probably because Asuka pointed them out. Jerome says that the academy does not have a single method to contact the Blackhawk. He added that they were also aristocrats. Sabat looks nervous. Jerome asks what happened. He also says that they did something stupid and are now in a sorry state. Sabbath is sweating a lot. He thinks that the Blackhawk mercenaries could not deal with the child. They are not capable of anything at all. He also muses that the academy will stop at nothing to study the matter. They have nowhere to hide. Sabbath nervously thinks that he will make their life such that they will leave the academy themselves. The young man is determined. He mentally tells them not to think that this is the end. The teacher loudly announces that sparring lessons will begin next week. Helmut is slightly annoyed that this is earlier than he thought. He reflects that his patience is running out. He will not be able to escape punishment, but he can settle everything. He remembered Ask's words when he said that duels wouldn't change anything. Helmut stands in line. He thinks that if it doesn't work, he'll think about it later. The teacher calls everyone to be quiet. She says that she understands their concern and asks if they forgot about another important event before the sparring. She seriously says that there is a test tomorrow. They need to read their textbooks because they will be graded on it. Arya indignantly asks if he still hasn't bought textbooks. Helmut thought about it. Arya tells him that he forgot about the test because of this situation, but he was warned before admission. Helmut replies that Eden didn't tell him anything. The guy remembered the conversation. Eden told him to buy textbooks after checking into the dorm. He thought that he would do this after returning from the estate. He nervously says that this really happened. Arya tells him that he needs to buy a ticket and buy textbook. Helmut tells him that the problem is that he has no money. Arya, amazed, asks what happened to his savings. He then says that he expected this when the guy parted with 10,000 in a second. Arya asked with a heavy sigh what the guy needed from him. Helmut replies that he gave his money to Eden. It's safe. He doesn't have time to take it back. He says that Arya may know where to quickly get money, and he trusts him. He thought about it and asked if he wanted to borrow money from him. Arya explains that he will give him the money now and he will return it later. Helmut reports that everything will be returned this weekend. Arya says in surprise that he quickly agrees. He waves his hand and says he needs time to collect himself. Helmut is surprised and says that he can buy the books himself. Arya turned his head and said that he couldn't stand it if he bought some nonsense with his money. And besides, he was free. Arya thinks that if Helmut goes to the city alone, then he may suffer the same fate as Asuka. It's safer with two. The four guys walk through the city. Helmut wonders how they came to this. Sion wanted to join in to see something fun. Asaka just wanted to leave school. Arya says with displeasure that at some point annoying things started hanging around Helmut. He replied that he did not ask for this. The guys went into a bookstore. Arya asked if Helmut remembered the names of the textbooks. He began to list in response. Arya placed the shot glass in his arm. Helmut thinks that this is all about basic things. Why should he buy them if he knows all this? Asuka holds a book in her hand. He says that since Helmut is here, he should buy this too. He replies that this is not a textbook. Asuka says that instructor Patricia has a bad temper and will not ask questions from the textbook. He explains that she will either mix concepts from different classes or use complex vocabulary. The guy also says that he has been practicing with 4th grade concepts, and this is the most accurate of the problem books. Helmut and Arya look surprised. Arya says that Ak's unexpected wisdom left him speechless. He replies that he is the best in the class. Xian literally beams and asks if Arya is paying for Helmut. Maybe she can pay for him too. He replied that he didn't need it. Let him use his money. The girl at the cash register says that they have 2,000. Asuka asks Arya why he is shaking so much. He put on his hood and asks him not to talk to him. Helmut thinks that 2,000 is not even a tenth of what Arya gave him. It's not that much. The girl behind the cash register asks if it's Mr. Arya. He replies that she was mistaken. They left the store. Asuka asks if it's hard to be popular. He says that she is a fan of his. He could give him an autograph. Arya asks him to shut up because he's starting to get annoying. Science says with a smile. Isn't it strange to be surprised by popularity if you entered the top class with record grades? Arya turned around with displeasure. Helmut wonders if this is really human connections. Arya nervously touches her neck and says that it was tiring and shouldn't be so tense. Helmut asked him if he had taken care of the books. He indignantly asks how he can think that he could forget about them. Helmut calmly says that he knows a lot without them. He's just wondering if they're any good. Arya strictly says that knowledge changes depending on views, and books allow you to look at the world objectively. He also says that Helmut is talented, but if he thinks that the world is only visible, then he is mistaken. Arya points his finger and says that the whole point is for him not to relax and to study. He sternly says that he must study, and if he loses his books, he will not help. Helmet is a little nervous and agrees. But as if to mock Helmet's insincere response, the promise made at night was broken the next day. Asuka indignantly asks where his textbooks are and shouts that these are bad people now, robbing the lockers. Helmut squeezed the tree with his hand. He's very angry. The teacher strictly says that the duel must take place by mutual consent, and the use of hangs is prohibited. The students listen to him. The teacher also says that fighting with friends is good, but fighting with a new opponent is much better. He also says loudly that they will start immediately after the pairings are determined. Sabat goes forward. Someone called out to him. Asuka holds the sword and tells him that they should talk. Sabat nervously asks what he needs from him. Asuka says that he is the one who despises him, so here is his chance to cross sword. He also says that he is a swordsman, so he will not run away. Sabat nervously says that they have already split into pairs and he should find someone else. Asuka says that the instructor said to find new opponents for the duel. Sabat waved his hand and asked, since when he listens to the instructor so carefully and why doesn't he choose that commoner? Asuka smirks and asks if this is how he decided to play it all out. The guy started to get nervous. Saba smiled and says if he wants it that much then fine. Helmet asks what about him. He is standing nearby. The guy says that he doesn't care. They can attack all at once. The result is still obvious. He says with contempt that only weaklings form groups. Eren stopped Sabat and said that Helmet was bluffing. He alone would be enough to kill the guy. He frowns and says that if he is so sure then they will try. Sabat tells the locker room that if they clean out their lockers they will approach them in dueling class. He also conveys that when this happens they just need to be provoked and agree. Jerome, slightly surprised, says that he doesn't know about Helmet, but they can't handle Asuka. He asks if Sabat is suggesting they become a punching bag. Sabat says they will use this. The guys are shocked. One of them says that this is prohibited. Sabat says with a smile that if this is self-defense, then they will get by with disciplinary sanctions. He also says that they won't be able to study in the fencing department if it cripples them. Jerome mumbles nervously and tries to stop. Eren confidently interrupts and says he agrees. He also says that he will do whatever Sabat says, but Helmet is his. He will repay him personally. Sabat arched an eyebrow and said that it was his business. He himself wanted to give him a hard time for a long time. He is waiting for this day. Asuka and Sabat are ready to duel. The blonde smugly thinks that the guy won't be able to hold back. He also muses that he should attack first and then he will make sure that he never picks up a sword again. He thinks commoners need to know their place. Everyone is watching the duel. Sabat nervously wonders why Asuka doesn't attack first. Jerome thinks that the blonde doesn't know Asuka well. He also muses that as soon as he picks up the sword, he turns into a hound dog. He waits for the right moment to bite the enemy's throat. Jerome also thinks that Sabat's plan was doomed to fail. Asuka attacks Sabat, and he gives him a deceptive blow. Sabat lies face down on the floor. Asuka looms over him and thanks him for not pissing him off with his speeches, and the fact that he fell for the deception made the duel wonderful. Sabat lies and thinks that his collarbone is broken. How dare he do this? He is trying to get up. The blonde thinks that he attacked him and let him not blame him. He pulled out his sword and thinks he will use hang and destroy it. Asuka landed a punch. The blonde flies back and thinks he's moving too fast. Sabat is scared and amazed, wondering if he really wants to kill him. The blonde says that he gives up. However, he gets hit. Asuka smiles and says it's too early. He still hasn't played enough. Asuka looks crazy. He asks, couldn't he show even half the contempt he had before? He also says that he should keep his mouth shut, because for one word he will receive 3 blows. The blonde tempts. Eren clutches his sword. He says that the guy looks strange. Is he really worried about his friend? Helmet looks intently and says that he should worry about himself. Asuka and Sabat are still fighting. The blonde is lying on the floor. Asuka asks if he really thinks that if he lies down he will feel sorry for him. He also says that they are not finished yet. Let him get up. Sabat thinks hard that this can't happen. He can't lose to someone like Asuka. He also thinks about why they are all just watching. They should call the instructor. Sabat raised his head. The students look at him. He thinks that these glances should not be directed at him. Sabat rose to his feet. Asuka is a... Surprised, Sabat swung his sword. He thinks that Asuka should disappear. He died. The blow fell on Sabat. The blue-haired one says that the blonde one broke the rules, so it would be fair if he did the same. Asuka swings her sword. Jerome yells loudly for Asuka not to do this. Everyone looks shocked. The instructor stopped Asuka. He says the duel is over. lets Sabet take care of the injuries and goes to him with Asuka following behind him. Asuka asks why he has to go when the blonde broke the rules. He also says that if he had not dodged, he would have been carried away on a stretcher. The instructor says he broke the rules by not showing respect to his opponent. He asks how long he will continue to look for excuses of this kind. He mutters angrily that he doesn't understand why instructor Patricia is coddling him like that. The instructor turns around and tells someone to take Sabet to the first aid station. One of the students turns to the instructor. He asks if he should stop those guys. Students are standing in the corridor. Jerome asks why Aaron didn't stop him. He says he knows a trick like that won't work on Asuka. He added that they will not get away with it if they break the rules. Aaron asks when Jerome became so close to Sabet. He also tells him to look around. Sabet is finished. Jerome asks what he means. Aaron replied that he had not been punished yet because there was no evidence. He added that everyone knows that he uses others to hurt Asuka. Aaron frowns and says that he tarnished the noble's name by using the Black Hawk, even though he used them against a commoner. He says that most of the students are rootless. Does he think they like what is happening? The students glance sideways at Sabet. Aaron says no one respects him anymore. He smiled and said that it would be better for them if Asuka fought with him and Sabet was thrown out of school. He says that if the leader disappears, they will no longer be interrogated. Aaron smiles slyly and says that he really wants to defeat Helmut. He says that if they leave the academy at the same time, it will be great. Aaron thinks that Sabet shouldn't blame. This is the order of the aristocrat. This is how they survive. Helmut and Aaron are ready for a duel. Helmut says that he wanted to ask him everything. He questions whether he is the person who broke into his locker. Aaron smirks and asks if he has any other options. Helmut closed his eyes and said that there were no options. He shouldn't have asked. Helmut stood up. Aaron smiles and thinks that there are so many holes in Helmut's defense. Is he really that self-confident? He also thinks it might be a bluff. Aaron swung his sword. He thinks he will hit the legs first. Helmut's eyes sparkle brightly. With one blow, he broke his opponent's sword. Aaron thinks about what happened. He definitely swung his sword. Helmut takes a swing. He hits Aaron. He thinks he can't breathe. Helmut says that on the first day he asked him a question, but now he will ask. Helmut leans down and wonders if he really thinks that his aristocratic status will protect him outside the academy. His eyes sparkle brightly. He says that he could have broken his neck with this blow. Does he really think that his title is taken into account in heaven? Aaron is scared. Tears flow from his eyes. He thinks that Helmut is not human. The guy's figure is hidden in darkness. He closed his eyes and asked if he couldn't speak because local cords were torn. Helmut stepped on his hand. The blue cord glows brightly. Helmut raises his sword. The instructor runs forward and shouts that the duel is over. It is necessary to throw down the swords. Helmut turned his head. The instructor stopped in shock. Everyone is looking at the guy. Helmut released Iran. He looks at the instructor nervously. He closed his eyes and told Jerome to give Aaron first aid and take him to the first aid station. He tells Helmut to follow him. The instructor sternly says that he is giving them a chance to justify themselves if they have something to say. Helmut and Asuka are nervously silent. The instructor says that they are now in no position to make excuses. He also says that he expected this from Asuka but not from Helmut. He says that he did not violate the rules of the duel. The instructor asks if he really thinks so. He also says that he checked on Aaron before coming. He reports that the guy has a ruptured trachea and the bones of his right arm are crushed. He sternly says that if he had not been given first aid, he might have had trouble breathing. He also says that the ligaments have recovered, but he may not be able to hold a sword in his right hand. Asuka loudly screams that they tried to kill him by hiring a Black Hawk. He also says what's wrong with them not being able to hold a sword. He was hit on the head. The instructor says he didn't ask Asuka. He says that even if we assume that he did not violate the rules of the duel, he doesn't think that he went too far. Helmut bowed his head and said that he doesn't understand why they blame him. He says that Iran is weak. Despite this, he humiliated not only him, but also his friends. Asuka asks in surprise about her friends. Helmut calmly says that he was just letting him know that there are things he shouldn't mess with. Asuka explains that they broke into their lockers and stole their textbooks. The instructor asks if it turns out that if in the future he meets someone he doesn't like, then he will cripple him in a duel. He sternly says that he does not deserve to study at the academy. He also adds that this is against the ethics of the fencing department. Helmut asks with slight anger. It turns out that picking on commoners, insulting them, and stealing and also ordering attacks on them is the ethics of the faculty. The instructor says that he is not defending either side. Helmut added that this is why he cannot do anything about it. Helmut says emphatically that he has solved a problem that he could not solve. He asks if this doesn't correspond to the fencing department. The instructor waved his sword in front of him. He tells him that Helmut should not take the conversation in another direction. He would simply use his power to oppress the weak. The instructor put the sword away and says that if right now he cripples him for disobedience, will he be able to accept it as justice? He sternly says that in this world there are both nobles and commoners. There are weak and strong people. He says that they cannot despise the commoner because he is noble, and they also have no right to humiliate the weak because he is strong. He asks how his actions today are different from those who despise commoners because they are nobles. Helmut thought about the word. Helmut asks what he should have done. The instructor turned his back and said that the academy and he himself were to blame for not having done anything yet. He also asks for forgiveness for this. He takes up the scabbard and says that the academy does not seek domination over others, but rather that everyone is equal. He turned to the guy. He said that nobles and commoners, strong and weak, are the same people. He said that if they always remember this, they will one day find the answer. Students listen carefully. The instructor says that despite all this, they are excellent students. The man also says that he must punish them for today, so he forbids them to participate in duel. He added that he allows them to fight each other. Asuka smiled and said that it was good to hear. The instructor handed over the papers. He asks why they look at him so distrustfully. He added that he would not limit himself to banning duel. They would not leave here until they wrote 50 letters of apology. Asuka asks what about classes? The instructor replied that they would finish before the theory lesson started and could go. He also said that he already made them a concession, so they shouldn't complain. Asuka looks at the palm. He says he can't feel his hand. Helmut presses his hand to himself. Asuka says that they wrote until night. Is this really an indulgence? Helmut thinks he doesn't regret using his powers, but he made a mistake. The purple core glows brightly. He thinks that he lost his composure for a moment. Is it possible that after all this training, he still lacks strength? Asuka asks why he looks so depressed. He asks if it's because his hands hurt. Helmut replied that he could not train today because he had to write letters. Asuka turned around and said that Helmut is unforgiving. How can he think about training after this? Helmut rubs his hands together and says that Asuka looks pretty skilled for such a small amount of training time. Asuka annoyedly asks if he saw them. He also says that the guy who trains in his private room tells him this. Asuka also asked if he could use her. Helmut refused, to which he said that they were friends. He also asks if he can help a friend. The instructor looks out the window. He reflects on Helmut and how he is a strong student. He thinks he had a murderous aura, or it was some kind of demonic energy. He looks away and thinks it's unnecessary. Anyway, he seems willing to listen, unlike Ash. He also thinks that he hopes that Helmut can continue to study without going astray. The man looked around the room. He thinks that the cost of repairs will be deducted from this month's salary. The mercenaries bowed halfway. The leader looks at them. He says that he lost his spy while he was trying to get them out. One of the mercenaries says that they understand how much they made a mistake. The young man says that he did not move at all like a student in his second year of study. He also says that he is equal in strength to a second-ranked mercenary. The head stopped him. He propped his chin and said that he had not gathered them here to find the culprit. He should even reward them because they survived. The mercenaries are at a loss. The leader calls on Crom to tell them. He extended his finger and said that among those children there should have been a guy with black hair, dark eyes, and the face of an aristocrat. The mercenaries loudly agree and say that it was he who interrupted them. Crom says that this is Helmut, and that he is a former member of the foot mercenaries who killed 5 of their men in the past. He also says that they tried to track him down but did not expect to see him at the academy. The mercenary asks in shock about the murder. The head turned away and said that not much data was coming from Baden, but he was good for settling in the ideal place. The man frowns and says that one should not anger the beast in his house. He also says that he can bear his claws if they are careless, and he still holds a grudge. The mercenary asks what they should do. The head replied that he would entrust them with a new mission. He extended his hand to the paper. The man says that the matter is not difficult. You just need to give the report to the top. Teacher said that after this task he will give them a vacation, so they should hurry up. The mercenaries showed respect. One bowed and said that they swear that they will not be let down twice. The head gave the paper and says that you never know when a wounded dog will come for you if you leave him alone. He also tells Crom to give the order to get rid of them as soon as they complete the job. The head smiled slightly and said that they would be able to see him. Helmut entered the room. Arya says that he is late. He asked if he was still awake. Arya replied that he was sneaking around like a cat, so he woke up. He hugs the pillow and says that he heard that he beat them like that they remained fooled. He praises the guy and says he did a good job. Helmuth sat down and said that he had to write letters of apology. Otherwise, he would not even be able to train. Arya says that he got what he wanted, but it didn't make him happier. Helmut crosses his arms and apologizes for losing his textbook. He reports that, as he says, he will not ask for help in the future. Arya pulled back the curtain. He turned away angrily and said that he did not understand whether he was brave or naive. He asks if he was upset about the book. Arya says he didn't know his textbook would be stolen. Nothing can be done about it, so it doesn't count. He draws the curtain and says that if he's sorry, he can just return the money for the textbook. Helmut agreed. He folded his hands and thanked Arya. He drew the curtain and said that he was going to bed. Arya buried himself in the pillow, in embarrassment. Helmut tries to open the door and wonders why he can't do it. He thinks that the key is correct. Someone asks him to wait and asks if he is Helmut. The guy agreed. A man in a janitor's uniform says that the private training room is being cleaned today. He also asks if it would be okay for him to go into the common area. Helmut agrees and says he will do so. At the same time, he thinks about what will come of it. The young man went inside. Everyone looks around nervously. He thinks that a week has passed since that day, and a lot has changed in the faculty of swordsmen. Helmut says that from that day on, they began to talk to him, give him compliments, and tell him that they didn't like Sabbath. Helmut argues that this is not the equal relationship the instructor spoke about. The students stare intently. Helmut thinks they act this way because they see him as a threat. He wonders what good it is to be their equal. Helmut turned around. Someone called out to him. One of the students says that Eden is looking for him. The young man exhaled with displeasure. He thinks about the fact that he doesn't study today. Helmut entered the room. The man writes something. Helmut walked closer and says that he was looking for him. The man agrees and says that they need to talk. He was told that an accident occurred during the duel. The guy tilted his head down. He agrees. And at the same time thinks that he knew it. He thinks that if he answers like last time, he will be scolded again. He comes to the idea that he needs to show that he has drawn conclusions. Helmut apologizes for causing trouble. He also says that he thought the right thing to do would be to show who was stronger, but he realized that he was at fault. He also says that he will be more careful in future. The man is thoughtful. He thinks that he did not call him to scold him, but it seemed to him that it was worth saying. The man says that it is enough that he has thought about his action. He also says that soon those who bullied him will be punished. Helmut looks surprised. The man asks if Coach Allen told him about this. The guy refuses. Eden says they will be expelled. Coach Allen got the recognition of one of them. He also says that nothing can justify the use of Blackhawks. Helmut replies that he understands everything. The man also says that the guy apparently expected to be scolded. He also says that Coach Allah is simply an idealist. The man also says that he wanted to say that it is their responsibility to fight injustice. He also says to do it in moderation. Helmut listens thoughtfully. The man says that if he really realized the consequences, then he will remember it. The man scratches the back of his head and says that at his age, he himself got into trouble. This is a common occurrence in the fencing department. He added that the main thing is not to fly out of the academy. Elon tells the guy to invite his friends to the mansion for the weekend. He added that you don't have to be friends with everyone, but you have to get along with your classmates. Helmut remembers the guys and says that he cannot promise this. The man stood up and said that he had prepared textbooks for him. The stolen books were burned because they were evidence of guilt. The young man thinks that the conversation went well enough. Eden put the books on the table. Helmut asks why there are 2 sets. The man replied that his friend was also robbed. He should give them to him as soon as possible. The man looks pleased. Helmut asks why he should do this. However, the guy thinks that it is useless to object to him. Asuka and Xian are sitting at the table. Xian calls Helmut and says that he is just in time. The guy came closer. He says that wherever he goes, Xian is right there. He asks if he wanted to praise his friendliness. He added that he would take it as a compliment. Helmut put the books down. He tells Asuka that these are his textbooks. He asked in surprise whether he really bought them. He also said that he didn't think he would do something like that for him. Helmut explained what Eden asked to convey. Asuka replies that it's good to be an aristocrat. You can afford to buy 2 sets of textbooks. Xian asks if he can tell him. He says with a smile that he tried to talk to the guy, but it didn't work. The guy asks if he has time this weekend. Helmut looks thoughtfully. Sina explains that during the weekends in Baden, they sell a variety of goodies for the academy students. He says with a smile that the Griffin pub is the best in the city. The guys are sitting in a pub. Xian suggests that they all drink and celebrate the victory of justice. He says with a smile that Asuka is giving a treat. He is indignant that this did not happen. Xian tells him not to worry. He will pay half the bill. Helmut looks into his mug. Xian dreams of Arya being here with them. He says, with annoyance, that he would never go with them. The guy also mutters that he wasn't sure that Helmut would agree either. Helmut remembered what Arya said. He says that not only will Xian be there, but also crazy Asuka. He says that this very thought gives him a headache, so don't let him offer him anything like that. Helmut takes a sip. He thinks about what it tastes like. The guys are discussing the menu. Xian happily says that they say that Helmut is now the most popular in the faculty. He says that he doesn't think so. He doesn't communicate with others. Asuka, with a satisfied smile, says that they are just afraid of him, so they make eyes at him. He also says that they didn't pay attention to him until they discovered his power. He asks who would even dare to bully him now. Xian says that now they won't bother him, and he can relax. Helmut agreed thoughtfully. Xian asks him if something is bothering the guy. Helmut responds that it is very easy to hate him. He asked why they were communicating with him. Asuka and Xian are confused. Asuka asks if he's worried about this, which is very sweet. Xian took a sip and said that he had nothing to say. Xian extended his finger and said that at first sight he realized that his life would be more interesting with Helmut. Asuka teases that this is why he tags along with them everywhere, because he thought about him too. Xian laughs and says he's not that interesting. He sarcastically says that he himself runs after Helmut like a puppy. Asuka angrily asks, who else is chasing who? He holds a mug and says that he likes that Helmut is not a talker. It's immediately clear from him what he is capable of. He also says that he is not happy with his arrogance. He replies that he simply doesn't like fools. Asuka nervously asks why he is always so rude to him. He says that the first impression was not very good, but they still fought together. He added that the guy also brought him textbooks. He even thought that they had become friends. Asuka hits Xian and tells him to say something because they really are being mean to him. Xian lies face down on the table. Asaka and Helmut look puzzled. Xian denies and mutters something incomprehensible. Asuka laughs until she tears up and asks if a couple of mugs really made him sick. He also says that it was he who wanted to ruin him by buying all kinds of booze. Asuka also added that if he gets on his brains, he will get him drunk. Helmut takes a sip. He thinks about how he still doesn't understand much. Asuka leans sighing against the stairs. He tells him to wake up. He also asks if he is so carried away from one mug, then why did he bring them here? He mutters something. Helmut looks at the girls thoughtfully. He noticed Arya's hood. Arya is reading a book. He is looking for something on the shelf. He looks in bewilderment and thinks that she must be here somewhere. He definitely wouldn't have made a mistake in the arrangement. He wonders if maybe he forgot it at home. Arya took out the book and thinks that he has read it many times. It would be nice to buy it. He remembered Helmut. He asks if Arya has time. They could go somewhere on the weekend. He also added that Xian and Asuka requested that they come together. Arya holds the book and thinks that she should have agreed. He is standing surrounded by girls. He thinks with annoyance that he shouldn't have come here. The girls chatter incessantly. Someone wants to buy him a book. Arya asks why they would buy him anything. He also says that he doesn't need it, so let them get out of the way. The girl mutters that she just wanted to have tea with him. Arya thinks dissatisfied that the words don't reach her. He can't even scatter them with magic. He noticed Helmut. He waved his hand. Arya moved towards the guy. He grabs him and says that they had plans for today and they are disturbing them, so let them leave. Basuka turned around and said displeasedly that he merged when they called him that he forgot here. Arya angrily thinks to shut him up. The girls are shocked. One of them asks why spend time with them. The second says that he will ruin his reputation if he is with such people. Asuka is unhappy. One of the girls says that this is the same madman from the faculty of swordsmen. Asuka raised his head angrily. He tells her to finish the sentence to the end. The guy calls her a little rat. He also says that he is not from the faculty of swordsmen. He asks them not to annoy him and to quickly leave before he bites them. The girls are nervous. Helmut looks sideways and asks how Arya ended up here. He pushed him. Helmut asks why he is letting his hands go. Arya displeasedly says that he is sorry that he came across them. He also says that they smell like booze, so they should stay away. Masuka asks in shock if he has a split personality. He says that Arya first asks for help, and now this. He replies that he didn't really need help. He was just infuriated that Helmut saw how he was suffering. He looks sideways and asks if he should have saved him. He also speaks that he thought that with his skills it was not necessary. Arya says with displeasure that he'd better keep his mouth shut. Xian is still sleeping. Arya asks what happened to him. Asuka says he's been asking for something for a long time. Arya tells him that they can look in his pockets. Asuka asks displeasedly if he really decided to tell him. Arya shuts down the objections and tells him to just check them. He holds a jar in his hand. Thoughtfully asks what this potion is. Asuka tries to get Xian drunk. Arya says with displeasure that this is an antidote. Students from the Faculty of Magic carry it around with them. He tells Asuka to just pour it into his mouth and Xian will wake up. Asuka says that she should have spoken earlier. Because of him, there were a lot of problems. Xian opened his eyes and called out to Arya. He looks joyfully and says that he said that he did not want to go. He asks if he was worried about them and that's why he came. Asuka clarifies whether he really moved away. His delirium only gets worse. Arya says with displeasure that perhaps he shouldn't have given him anything. Xian mutters that they can go to the dessert shop. Asuka sternly says that he won't go anywhere. Let him return to the dorm. Helmut asks Arya if he is free tomorrow. If you would like to go with him to the Cowdrow Palace. Arya asks, in surprise, if he is asking to come with them again. He replied that he proposed only to him. Edine apparently wants him to introduce them. Arya frowns with displeasure. He asks why he offered only to him. Helmut replies that if there are more people, he will not agree. Arya replies that he is right. Helmut says that he owes him a lot. They stand shoulder to shoulder. Arya agrees and asks when they will leave. Helmut calmly asks if maybe he should go in the morning. He added that he did not want to meet Xian. He enthusiastically asks why they are talking about him behind his back. Arya displeasedly tells him that if he has come to his senses, then let him go to his room. There will be intermediate ones soon. Xian replied that it was because of them that they decided to break away, and he scolds them. He also asks if he is his mother. Arya asks him not to say such terrible things. Helmut thinks about it, that he still doesn't understand what the real relationship between people is, but he is sure that he feels like the distance between him and Arya is getting smaller. Helmut looks nervous and thoughtful. He thinks about what he might just be imagining. Arya tells him that this is a team fight. Their task is to destroy Xian and Asuka in order to emerge victorious. Helmut is a little nervous. Arya says that not only will he not lose, there are no weaknesses in his plan. He looks attentively and says that if they fail despite following him, then it is his fault. Arya also says that he hopes Helmut will try hard and they will come out on top. Helmut nervously wonders what is going on. Arya turned back and was surprised that the guy had already returned. He looks closely at Helmut and asks why he is looking so strangely. He makes the assumption that he is interested in finding out what he is doing here. Helmut calmly replies that he assumed that Arya would be in the library as usual. He turned away and said that he had to take the book here, but he was already heading back to the library. He asks how the guy is preparing for intermediates. Helmut tells him that she is going, so Arya glanced at him and asked what kind of answer this was. Helmut lowered his bag and replied that he was not worried about practical matters. Arya concludes that the guy is not confident that he can cope with the theory exam. Helmut glanced sideways and said that he barely passed the admission test. The humanities did not linger in his memory. Arya asks what classes he goes to. He lists that he is studying the history of the continent and the understanding of magic. Arya understandably says that in this case, it is clear why he is not very interested. Helmut seriously says that he cannot change anything. For exchange students, choosing to study the humanities is a formality. Arya exhaled noisily and said that the choice depends on academic performance, so such students are not in the best position. The guy added dissatisfiedly that the academy was too stubborn and did not want to carry out reforms. He instructively says that Helmut should try to be the best. He calmly asks him if he can't just show good results in practice. Arya indignantly denies and asks if he even found out how grades are given. He extended his index finger and calls for listening carefully. He then explains that the fencing department conducts an absolute assessment until the third year of study. This assessment is based on progress in fencing and a rank is assigned based on this criterion. Arya reports that ranks 1 through 4 receive first class, ranks 5 through 11 receive second class, and so on. The young man also says that even if a student is good enough to get 150 marks, he will still only be given. Arya explains that this is why, if you don't get the highest rank, there will be 3 more people with the same scores and the humanities will separate them. Helmut, slightly confused, replies that he will only be able to do this from the 4th year of study. Arya looks at him like he's a child, and wonders if he's sure he can say that after being defeated by Asuka. Arya sternly says that if the guy wants, he will give him one more Waishin can help him. The young people exchange glances. After a short silence, Helmut asks if Arya said that he would just go to the library. They walked into the library room. Arya turned his head and called Helmut to follow him. They slowly walk along the corridor, and Helmut wonders what kind of place this is. Arya explains to him that these are private reading rooms. Students on the dean list can get permission to use them. Helmut glances at him and notices that he gets a lot because he also has a private room. Arya opens the door and replies that because of him, he was left without a personal room. And besides, the guy knows very well what problems he faces in public places. He pushed the door and said that he was only letting him in this time, so let him try his best in the exam. Xian and Asuka are sitting at the table in the room and say that it is already occupied. Arya and Helmut look at them in bewilderment. Xian recognizes Arya and smiles welcomingly, saying that he is glad to see him. He crosses his arms displeasedly and asks why they are here. Xian spreads his arms to the sides and wonders if there is any problem with this. He explains that they can be here since they are one of the best in their faculty. Arya calmly asks why they are here together. Asuka slams her fist on the table and says loudly that this way they take up less space and don't get in each other's way. Xian hesitantly said that it was inconvenient to use the room alone. Arya and Helmut look at them with displeasure. Xian smiled nervously and asked if the guys could go to another room, because they needed to concentrate. Helmut whispers to Arya that something is wrong here because usually Xian sticks to them with all his might. He folded his hands and sweetly said that they would not distract them from their studies. Xian winked and smiled nervously and said that only he understood him. Arya responded that he had a better idea. He says with a smile that Helmut and Asuka can study here and they will go to another office. He explained that this would save space and increase efficiency. Asuka and Xian are not enthusiastic about this proposal. Arya asks what's the matter. He made a good offer. Why are they taking so? Xian mutters something incomprehensible and Arya says that he always wanted to study with him. He looks closely at the guys and asks if they are hiding something. Asuka and Xian are nervous, but try not to show it. Arya asks a confused ask if he asked Xian for help, because he thought Helmut would take his first place. He glanced sideways and asked why the guy overestimated Helmut so much. Asuka, in the heat of the moment, asks if Arya knows what his score was on the last test. He exclaims that they were only one correct answer apart, even though Helmut didn't even have a textbook. Arya calmly said that he helped him a little. Asuka looks angrily and points her finger, saying that this is where the whole problem lies. He explains that they have the same practice scores and he didn't think he would lose in theory. But now Arya is on Helmut's side, and he's not sure he'll win. Arya arched his eyebrows and mockingly clarifies that Ask has a modest side. He concludes that the guy is secretly preparing for his exams because of his assumption. Asaka nervously wonders if Arya really didn't think of helping Helmut. He looks in bewilderment and denies it, asking why else would they come here together. Asuka mutters displeasedly that the guy is testing his patience. Arya walked to the table and concluded that he chose Xian because he is the first student in the faculty and Asuka is the second. Xian replies that he hates to hear that, because he is better than him in the humanities of the magical arts. He waved his hand and said that they were now rivals. Xian invites Arya to bet on who will take first place. He put his hands on his side with displeasure and says that he will win in any case. There is no point in betting. Xian replied that he was annoying as always, but why not if he was so sure? He smiles slyly and says that the losers will go through 100 rounds on the court without using magic. He sarcastically adds that he hopes that Arya will not run away. Asuka nervously whispers why Xian thought they would win. He quietly replies that he has a plan. Arya smiles widely and rests her hand on the table, calling Helmut to follow her. He says if they lose, then it's the guy's fault. Let him try and get first place. Arya calmly and seriously asks if he understood him. Helmut agrees, unhappily, and thinks that Arya has forgotten that he is doing this out of desire. Arya removes his hand and says that now this includes his pride, so they will not go on break until they finish the chapter. He orders Helmut to open the textbook and look at the basic principles. Xian and Asuka sit quietly in the room further down. Some of the guys are thinking why they are studying here. Couldn't they go to the next room? Xian looks out the window and says that suddenly it began to rain heavily. Someone stands in front of him and holds papers in his hands, agreeing there is some kind of test written on the sheets. Arya says that this is really hard. He says warily that he was hoping for at least a little progress. Asuka says with obvious pleasure that the grain area is at a dead end and it's too late to refuse the bet. He angrily intercepted the sheets and said that he could give answers to objective questions, and Helmut needed to remember them. Arya displeasedly shows the sheet and is indignant about how the guide is tasks with a detailed answer. Arya explains that he needed to explain the difference between an ordinary and a dark mage, as well as describe the harm caused by dark mages. He asks what kind of answers they are about how dark magicians are evil and you need to avoid meeting them. He asks the guy where he will meet them and whether he really thinks his explanations are good. Helmut folded his arms across his chest and replied that Arya himself told him to write down his thoughts. He literally went wild and said loudly that he told him to write based on theory. He rants about how anyone should believe a story that is based on his personal experience. Helmut calmly replied, "That's how it all happened." Arya grabs his hair with his hands, and Xian and Asuka happily ask to see the answer. They look at the answer sheets, and Xian deduces that Helmut has never written an essay before, since the exchange student exam requires little to no writing. Asuka asks in bewilderment why he chose a subject about understanding magic. Helmut calmly listens to Xian, who says that exchange students have little choice in the humanities. Asuka suggests that Helmut give up for this semester because this is difficult even for Arya. He slammed the table loudly and sternly said that he could not allow a student to lose. To someone like Asuka, he says, slightly perplexed, that he doesn't know how to react to this because Arya is so serious and he can't be angry with him. He says loudly that they will start again and practice writing down answers. Helmut modestly says that he still needs to train. To this, he receives a stern answer that he will not go anywhere until he learns. It's already evening and Helmut is still writing. The young people brought food. Arya tried to stop them, but still agreed. Helmut continues to write and wonders if the guys will return. Arya is engrossed in the book, but replies that it is too late. They ate and went to bed, but will pay for their arrogance. Helmut calmly notes that Arya is having difficulties because of him. He raised his head in surprise and said that Helmut should then study harder so that Arya would not have to run 100 circles around the site. Helmut looks at him and says that in any case he will not lose his first place. Arya looked up from his book and agreed with him. Helmut asks with interest if there is a reason why he wants to be the best so much. Arya closed the book and said that everyone has secrets that they don't want to tell, so he has something similar. Helmut closed his eyes and thought that he understood him perfectly. He reflects that Arya is incredible. Someday he will probably receive the title of Archmage. This means that sooner or later he will find out about the seed of darkness within him, so they will have to separate before that happens. Arya crossed his arms over his chest and says, "That's enough." He's wondering if there are any definitions on which the guy is stuck. With confusion, he says that he doesn't understand the part about non-standard recipients of magic. Arya moved towards him and asked him to look. He bows his head close and explains that different people absorb magic in different places. He also reveals that the non-standard recipient means a change in the location of the magic being received. This has not been proven, but the professor may add. Arya yawned and looked at the guy. He says that Helmut first needs to decide whether he agrees or not. The young people are very close and look at each other embarrassedly. Arya broke the awkward silence by saying that he doesn't like to repeat himself twice, so don't let the guy fly in the clouds. Helmut nervously apologizes to him. Arya turns away and says that the guy is having a hard time concentrating and asks if he wants to take a break. Helmut put his hand to his face and agreed with him, saying that it would be nice. He thinks in bewilderment that he is overtired. Arya picked up the book, covering his face pink with embarrassment. The students are training in the room, and one of them turns to Helmut saying that he heard about the argument with the Suka. Helmut asks him if everyone really already knows. The guy answered with a smile that this is a battle for first place. All classes are discussing it. He turned away from Helmut and said that he was confident of his victory. Helmut looks at his back in bewilderment and asks why this is such a conclusion. He replied that this was the swordsman's premonition. The energy of the best student emanated from him. Helmut examines the smiling Andra. He remembers how he met him at the entrance exam, and they tested each other like partners. The guy thinks that thanks to this, they are a little closer. Arya closed his eyes and says that the written test is a pain, but he is not going to lose. Asuka sneaks up on Andro, who says that he wants Asuka to lose at least one. No one likes to see him do whatever he wants. Asuka whispers in his ear if he is comfortable blaming him for his worthlessness. He starts muttering excuses. Asuka pushes the guy away and turns to Helmut, asking him if he heard about today's class. He raised his head and asked if they would spar. Asuka told him that this was sparring with first years. He crosses his arms and explains that this is a way to boost their morale for the midterms. He also added that he was hoping for a duel with him. Andro nervously says that they will also have fights with first years. Among them, there seem to be standing students. Asuka rudely asks if the guy wants to say that he will lose. He mutters excuses again. Andro extended his hand and said that among them there was a girl who was on a completely different level. Asuka asks in surprise about the girl in the sword department. He says she chose the hardest department she knew. Andro added that she is also beautiful. Asuka exhaled noisily and said that he hopes that he won't have to fight with the girl because he can crush her. Andro asks him if he wouldn't mind beating her a little. Helmut thinks thoughtfully about the first year. The girl in her room took out a sword and sat down on the bed. Students filled the room. One of the guys says that these are first-year students. The second one says that they only recently arrived, so it is not surprising that they are in high spirits. Andro leaned over to Helmut and whispered that the first-year student he was talking about was there. A girl passes by. One of the guys says that she is beautiful and her aura screams that she is from the nobility. The guy with red hair asks if he thinks she looks like someone. The students turn their heads to Helmut. The red-haired one says that they have common traits. The second guy asks if he has a hidden family. Helmut wonders what they are even talking about. However, he thought about their words. The guy with blue hair asks why he doesn't answer. Could it really be true? Helmut calmly denies his assumption. The first years are whispering one of them, asks if the boys are commoners. The blonde replied that they were older, so you need to be careful with your words. The brunette smiled smugly and impudently, asking why he should call a commoner elder. He says that they are the best in the second year of study, and this clearly shows that the level of students is not the best. Asaka calmly looks at the insolent people who are discussing his appearance. His classmates nervously glance at him. The guy exhales noisily and smiles widely. He happily says that they don't know how scary this world is, but today they will have a wonderful experience. Helmut reflects, thoughtfully, that it is now difficult to say what will happen. The students lined up in ranks. The teacher announced that today there will be a sparring between students of the first and second years of study. She squeezed the sheet in her hand and said that first-year students should learn from their elders and second-year students should try to teach them and not become arrogant. The woman says the name Charlotte, to which the girl straightened her back and said that she understood. The guys discuss it and say that it's already getting interesting from the very beginning. Helmut examines the girl and thinks that her appearance is determined from birth. Perhaps it is connected with his origin. He would like to ask her about this. The teacher calls Asuka an opponent for Charlotte. The opponents are amazed and somewhat nervous. Classmates are lamenting. Some say that this way they will soon have no girls left. Asuka loudly tells him to shut up. He turned to the teacher and asked if she was sure he was fit to fight. The woman asks what the problem is in putting two of the best students against each other. Asuka nervously pressed his hand to his chest and said that she knows what kind of person he is and asks why put him against the girl. Someone whispers, asking why the guy is acting crazy. They answer him that Asuka is probably afraid of losing to the girl. He hunched his back and looked angrily behind his back. The teacher says with a smile that if there are no more problems, then they go to the platform. Asuka rises to the sparring area. Charlotte reaches for the sword and says she hopes it won't give in because she's a girl. Asaka calmly replies that he wouldn't do that and mockingly tells her not to cry when he hits. The teacher says that Helmut and Jeffrey will be next. Let them get ready. Helmut looks at the tall guy and thinks that he understood why they said that these first years were at a decent level. He looks forward thoughtfully, concluding that the guy's aura is comparable to a second-year student, but only time will tell how good he is. The teacher announces the start of the fight. Opponents move closer to each other. Asuka asks the girl why she entered the swordsman faculty. She calmly replied that this was in order to become stronger. She saw no other reason. She stands there and says that she has heard about him and would be grateful if the guy would try his best. Asuka swings his sword and says that he will do it if the girl wants it that way. They begin sparring. The girl was thrown far back by the attack, and she said that rumors cannot describe the weight of his direct blow. The guy threw the sword over his shoulder and said that he had not yet prepared and warmed up. He added that he wanted to see how long she could hold out, so she had to be careful. The girl intercepted the weapon and says that she will no longer be an easy opponent. Asuka is the best second-year student in the sword department at Greta Academy. His sword is fast and unpredictable. His classmates do not have time to follow his movements, and no one knows how he will hit. This technique lives up to his reputation as a top student. Asuka and Charlotte are sparring. The young man is surprised to think that the girl has amazing concentration. He doesn't fight at full strength, but she manages to block his blows. He looks at the concentrated girl and thinks that she carefully practiced the basic techniques. The young man frowns and thinks about a counterattack. He grabs the sword and quickly attacks. The girl avoided the blow. Asuka wonders in confusion whether she wanted to show by this that she does not fall for stupid tricks. The sparring continues. Asuka attacks the girl. They cross swords and the guy asks if she's trying to get a draw. They part ways and Asuka reveals that he doesn't like arrogant people or those who have no self-respect. He looks from under his brows and says that she decided that she had no chance of winning even before the start of the fight because she was afraid. He also says that he is a commoner. Isn't she ashamed? And where did her confidence go? The guy rudely says that if she is not going to win, then she should not take the sword in her hands because there are already enough people who want to. Everyone watches this monologue in amazement, and Helmut thinks that Asuka is telling the truth. Sweat flows down the girl's cheek. She stands in a stance and says that she is trying to learn despite the status of the enemy. And thanks to the guy, she realized that she was too reckless. Charlotte added that dueling him was a good idea. The girl changed her body position and lowered her sword. She asks him to do one more favor. Asuka stretched out his hands with his sword and thinks that the girl's stance has changed, but it's unlikely that this will change anything. Asuka quickly moves forward and a fight ensues between them. The girl fights well, surprising the guy. He jumped to the side and with a wide smile advises her to tense her shoulders so as not to get hurt. Asuka threw a punch and dropped the girl to the floor. He sat on top and says that it was a good try, but it is not her fault that he became her opponent. The students watched the outcome nervously. The teacher raised her hand and announced the winner, who was Asuka. The young man looks at the frightened girl and says that she surprised him because she almost caught up with his pace after changing her stance. He continues to explain to her, but the girl interrupts and says that he is heavy. Asuka gets up from the girl and apologizes. She rubs her head with her hand and says that everything is fine, Charlotte says, with an embarrassed smile that Asuka is a good person. He gets embarrassed, and someone from the crowd calls the guy trash and asks if he likes sitting on the girl. The second student smiles sarcastically and calls Asuka a vulgar one. He angrily invites them to go on the platform if they have something to say. Asuka continues to deal with the guys as Charlotte looks at Helmuth. The girl smiled a little nervously and asked a silent question. Helmuth closed his eyes and nodded his head slightly in agreement. Charlotte comes down from the platform, and the teacher asks the next couple to come up to the podium. Jeffrey, passing by the girl, says that she buried the reputation of the first years because she lost to a commoner. The girl answered him with a smile that the guy would have to pay a huge price if he did not change his views. She explains that the fruits of hard work and talent make no difference. Who is a commoner and who is an aristocrat? The rivals climb to the podium. Jeffrey grins and says that now he will check it. Andro held a wooden sword in his hand, looked to the side and asked Helmut whether he thought strength or technique was more important in fencing. Helmut raised his eyebrows at the guy. He crossed his arms over his chest and replied that he couldn't say. But doesn't strength come first? After all, the technique was created to increase strength. Andro waved his sword and hummed thoughtfully. The guy with gray hair looked down, saying that in terms of combat power, he is not that good. He thinks that no matter how hard he tries, he will never catch up with a person who has naturally strong muscles. This is not fair. Helmut said that he had a lot of stupid things in his head, and Andro sadly lowered his head, closed his eyes, asking if he would really die if he had compassion for him, and had he never had such thoughts in his head. The guy looked back at the main character, raising his head, saying that although he would not be surprised, he has the highest strength in the class and the best technique among the second-year students. What would he do against a person who is stronger than him? Helmut looked away and thoughtfully put his hand to his chin. The man stepped on the floor, causing dust to fly to the sides. In front of the main character stood a tall student with his hands clenched into fists. Jeffrey smiled, closing his eyes, and said that it was good that he had the opportunity to fight him. Helmut looked up at him, agreeing. The tall guy opened his eyes, looking down at Helmut, wondering if this was the commoner that rumors were circulating about. You couldn't tell from him that he could beat you to a pulp. The guy before him was more impressive. The main character also looked up at the person in front of him, thinking that he had a familiar look, as if everyone and everything in this world was beneath him. The blonde girl called Helmet, and he looked back at her. The instructor looked at the guy, saying that it was better for him not to cross the line this time. Helmet looked at her silently, looking away. Asuka watched this, saying that it was strange to hear a guy say words that were usually addressed to him. The guy with red hair next to him looked at him, saying that he should treat his peers better, and Asuka replied that he would beat him up and think later. Helmet looked to the side. Turning the sword in his hand, the teacher shouted, "If they are ready, they will begin the second duel." Jeffrey sharply stamped his foot on the floor. He sharply swung his sword towards the main character. Helmut frowned, raising his sword above his head. He looked up in surprise, noticing something. The guy pushed his foot off the floor. He jumped back, looking in surprise at the sword that flew next to him. Jeffrey swung his sword at the guy who dodged the blow. A strong wind swept across the field from his blow, dispersing dust from the ground. The red-haired guy in Asuka's hair was blowing back from the wind. Helmut tilted his head, looking forward. The man in front of him clutched the hilt of the wooden sword in his hand, saying that he quickly realized that if he had blocked as usual, the sword would have broken into pieces. Jeffrey smiled, narrowed his eyes, and said he hoped he wouldn't just shy away. The man bent down, and looking at him, Helmut thought that he only had strength. The guy looked down, thinking that he was unlucky. He had fought so often with opponents who had nothing but combat power that he was already sick of them. The wooden sword flew through the air. Helmut ducked, dodging a sword strike that flew over him. He ducked his head, dodging another blow by looking at him. Another blow missed the guy. Helmut leaned back, dodging another blow from the sword. Jeffrey swung his sword as the guy with black hair bent down, running behind him. Jeffrey looked back at the guy, angrily yelling at him to stop dodging and finally attack. He swung the sword in front of the guy again, and the guy thought that no matter how hard he hit, it wouldn't do any good if he missed. Helmut looked to the side, thinking that since he promised Ethan that he wouldn't cause any more problems, why not finish the fight instead of waiting for his stamina to run out? The other students watched the fight in the arena. One of the students turned to the other, asking what they were doing. It was not interesting, and he was looking down on the first year. Asuka and two other guys stood to the side. The guy with blue hair frowned, wondering what the main character was doing. The two guys in the arena stopped with their heads down. Jeffrey was breathing heavily, frowning at the guy. He exhaled, sweat running down his face. The guy rubbed the back of his head, saying this is what he had in mind, but he didn't really expect to learn anything from a commoner. But still, Helmut tilted his head, looking at the guy from under his brows, while he said that he knew that depending on his origin, the point from which everything begins for him changes. The tall guy clenched his hand into a fist, looking at his opponent with a menacing look, saying that, simply put, there is a huge gap in experience that he will never bridge. Strength is built from birth and is complemented by a cancelled education, and a commoner who cannot afford a sword will rise. It's impossible to get to the top. Isn't that why he's running away from him? Helmut looked at him calmly, thinking that this was a stupid provocation. He wanted to say that he would not let him just stall for time. Jeffrey tilted his head with a smile, raising his index finger, saying that he did not know who taught him fencing, but he immediately understood what level his teacher was at. The main character's face became angry and threatening. The blonde instructor frowned, telling Jeffrey to stick to the manners of a duel and let Helmut not think about nonsense and focus on the fight. He can't let his emotions guide his sword. Helmut opened his mouth, exhaling loudly. He lowered his gaze. A shadow fell on his face when he said that even playing with the guy was a burden. He ran forward quickly, holding his sword to the side. Jeffrey frowned, looking at him in shock and raising his sword to strike. The main character ran next to the guy, striking his leg with his sword. Jeffrey looked down in surprise at his thigh, from which white steam was emanating from the blow. Helmut rested his foot on the floor, stopping and turning around. The tall guy turned at him in surprise when the main character walked behind him. Helmut jumped into the air, dodging the strike and flipping in the air. He struck the opponent's second leg, running back. Jeffrey lowered his head as his other leg was hit, white steam emanating from it. Jeffrey turned to the guy with a smile, looking at him with wide eyes, saying if he hit him too weakly, he wouldn't even get a scratch from that. The tall guy's face became shocked as he sensed something. Jeffrey fell to one knee, leaning on his hand in surprise. He lowered his head, thinking about his leg. Helmut stopped opposite him, saying that no matter how resistant his body is, there are always points that cannot withstand even a couple of blows. Jeffrey looked ahead in shock. The main character opened his mouth, asking because he was talking about the difference in experience. Helmut held the sword in. in front of him, looking down at the guy, saying that then let him add defeat from a commoner to his experience. The tall guy rushed forward, shouting with an angry face that this was not the end. Helmut's eyes turned white as he frowned, raising his sword back. Jeffrey swung his sword, but the main character rolled across the floor between his legs. The ends of Helmut's sword struck Jeffrey's legs. The tall guy fell face first to the floor, groaning in pain, and the guy behind him rose to his feet. Jeffrey clenched his teeth and turned to the side, waving his sword hand. Helmut hit the guy's sword with his own, causing Jeffrey's sword to fly out of his hand. The tall man looked at him in shock, his mouth open. Helmut looked down at him, saying that as an exchange student, he had little to teach him, but he hoped that he would work on himself instead of insulting other people's teachers. The blonde watching frowned, shouting that this was enough, and the outcome of this duel was already clear. Helmut slammed his sword into the opponent's chest, causing the other guy's eyes to turn white. The guy fell in front of the main character, who was holding his sword in both hands. Two students with blonde and dark hair looked at this in shock, frowning. The blonde sighed and put a hand to her face, closing her eyes. Jeffrey lay on the floor, his eyes wide and his mouth open in shock. The girl said that the winner of the second duel, a second-year student of Helmut. The guy looked down at the enemy. A shadow fell on his face. A wooden sword flew in the air. The guy with red hair watched his opponent fall to the ground, clenching his teeth. He smiled widely, looking down at him, and laughed, asking how he liked it. The blonde looked at the guy and threateningly told Jemin to treat his opponent with respect. The guy fearfully asked for forgiveness. He helped the guy with black hair up from the floor, taking his hand. That day, the second-year students won all the duel. A couple of students looked away. Sadly, there were abrasions on their faces. The guy with white hair lowered his gaze, and the guy with blue hair looked forward. The first years realized the difference between them and the older students. The academy castle was illuminated by the setting sun. They became more vigilant towards the repeater. There were a couple of water fountains in the garden. A man took water into his palm, flowing from a fountain. He raised his hand and the water from the fountain stopped flowing. Helmut approached Charlotte, who was washing her face, looking at the guy. She sighed in surprise, putting a hand to her head. The main character silently looked at her from top to bottom. Charlotte covered her face with her hand, greeting the guy, and he also greeted her back. Helmut looked at the girl carefully, thinking about her and whether it was worth asking her right away. Charlotte tilted her head, looking questioningly at the guy with a smile, wiping the water off her face with her sleeve. The guy thought about the names on the amulet, wondering whether it was worth asking about them, or rather about Margaret Irene. Helmut lowered his gaze, frowned, and thought where he should start. He could get straight to the point, but it's unlikely that anything good will come of it. The girl folded her hands while the guy thought that if anyone found out about his family members, he would immediately be exposed. He lowered his head, frowning and narrowing his eyes, thinking that if she realized that there was a seed of darkness in him, then any person, and especially an aristocrat, would side with the temple. He was sure that even Ethan would not take his side. Charlotte smiled nervously, looking at the guy, and thought that this was that scary second-year student who was practically playing with his opponent in a duel. Had she somehow angered him? The guy looked at the girl, who confusedly asked if he wanted to tell her something. The guy closed his eyes and sighed, answering nothing. He said that he saw her duel. She was doing well. Charlotte put her hand to her chest and thanked the guy with a smile, saying that he was also amazing. The guy asked in surprise if she knew his name, and Charlotte raised her hand and closed her eyes, saying that everyone in the sword faculty knew his name. Helmut muttered that this was bad. The girl looked to the side, putting her hand to her chest, asking if he wanted to duel with her one day. The guy looked at the girl in surprise, raising his eyebrow. Charlotte closed her eyes, saying that if he has time for this, she does not force, but simply says. The guy replied that it could be arranged, and the girl thanked him. Charlotte looked down with a smile, narrowed her eyes, and said that in that case she would look forward to their fight. The main character looked at the girl in front of him in surprise. Suddenly, Asuka hugged him by the shoulder, asking him with a smile what he was doing. Asuka looked at the girl, asking if they knew each other. The girl put her hand in front of her, saying that they just met by chance. Charlotte closed her eyes and nodded, smiling, and saying that she would wait. Helmut looked after the girl as she left. Asuka smiled, looking at the guy, asking if he liked talking to the beautiful new girl. The guy pushed his hand away, saying that he misunderstood and let him stop trying to get to him and remove his hand. He started to leave, and Asuka displeasedly said that he was heartless. He said everything correctly. Helmut said that he is not like that, and the guy with blue hair displeasedly asked what is wrong with being like him. let him not ignore him. The academy building, which was brightly illuminated by the sun. The man at the table was writing something on paper with a pencil. Helmet turned to the side, asking Arya about the question. The other didn't turn to him, asking what. He sat on the windowsill with a book in his hands while the main character turned towards him. Helmet fell silent, looking at the guy. He looked at her face as he read. The guy narrowed his eyes, thinking that it had been years since his instincts had been on edge. The last time it was when he was constantly beaten by Darien in the Forest of Roots. Arya and Helmet, somewhat sad in silence while the guy thought that now too he senses danger. The guy tilted his head, cautiously asking if something happened. Arya pursed his lips silently. Arya slammed the book shut, lowered his head, and said that he had a question. The guy brought the mug to his face, looking at Arya and asking what. Arya looked away and crossed his arms over his chest, saying that he heard that a first-year girl asked him out on a date. Was it true? The guy next to him choked on water. He coughed, covering his mouth with his hand, and the white-haired man said that it seemed that the rumors were true. Helmut put his hand to his face, saying that there was no such thing. Arya closed his eyes and turned away, saying that the rumors had already spread. Besides, they say that girl is beautiful. He is probably dying of happiness from his popularity. The guy asked why he was angry, and Arya's face became angry when he asked why he got that idea. He wasn't angry at all. The guy looked at him, tilted his head, and said that it wasn't true. She just wanted to with him next time, so they chatted a little. That's all. Arya frowned when Helmut said he couldn't speak for others, but he wouldn't lie to him. The white-haired man silently turned to the book again, and then said that he would believe him, which means he shouldn't trust rumors. Arya looked at the guy, saying that he always thought about it, but he is his roommate and the closest person to him. The guy agreed. Arya stood in front of him, slamming the book and closing his eyes, saying that she was saying this because he was too relaxed. So let him listen carefully. The white-haired girl pointed at the guy, frowning, and yelled at him to never trust the words of a girl who starts a conversation with him because there was a high chance that they wanted to get closer to him through him. Helmut looked at the guy in surprise. He said in confusion that he didn't think that was entirely true. Arya said that he was one. He himself had seen what kind of people usually crowd around him. Arya frowned, saying that some of the girls who follow him are quite smart, even dressing up as boys to sneak into the dorm. Arya pointed at the guy again, saying that this means that among them there are skilled liars who can fool the guy with their acting. Helmut put his hand to his face, looked away, and agreed, saying that he understood. He turned to the guy asking, that is, he wants to say that he should stay away from Charlotte. The white-haired man clenched his hand into a fist, saying that he's not talking about that, he's just telling what they can be. He must make decisions himself. The main character raised his eyebrows, saying that he shouldn't beat around the bush. Just let him say that Charlotte is suspicious. And Arya wants him not to let her get too close. He doesn't care about her anyway. Arya looked at the guy in surprise, frowning. He turned away, answering like this, and this is how he says it. The guy raised his index finger, saying that he is saying this out of kindness, but always let him doubt a strange girl who approaches him. He is sure that many want to plunge a blade into his back, simply because he is a commoner. Helmut smiled, thinking that Arya was impeccable as always. Helmut did not understand at all that with his appearance, most girls could like him. Cian's face contorted in horror, and he put his hands to his face, opening his eyes wide. There was a wooden closed sign on the door. Cian fell to his knees, loudly screaming no. Helmut, Asuka, and Arya stood behind him. The main character calmly looked at the guy, and Asuka's eyes widened in surprise while he screamed. It started quite recently. Dark dormitory building. The man was holding in his hands a piece of paper with something written on it. Arya sat at the table, clutching a paper in his hands. The main character looked at him carefully in a dark room. Cian and Asuka also sat nearby, looking at the guy. Arya pursed his lip. He held up the paper, saying that, well, this time their answers weren't so stupid. Asuka and Cian smiled happily, and Helmut exhaled, closing his eyes. Asaka patted the guy on the shoulder, saying that he was great. I can't believe that he went through the hell of training with the white-haired guy. Arya said that they are rivals, so why is he happy? He pointed his finger forward, saying that his answers were not ideal either, so don't relax, and don't forget that his task is to become the best in the class. Now he has just started this path, Asuka said. Let him enjoy at least a little. The others looked at Cian, who folded his hands, asking for attention with a smile. He waved his hands, saying that because they had been preparing so hard for the intermediate all day long, he had prepared something special for them. The guy with blue hair asked why so suddenly. Cian raised his index finger with a wide smile, thinking about hot waffles, asking how they can study late if they have nothing to eat. He knows a great waffle shop and wants to invite them all there. Asuka frowned, saying that he eats all the time. When does he even have time to study? And the guy with green hair said that a person cannot survive without bread, and he is sure they will regret it if they refuse. The guy said that there were hot, freshly baked waffles with sweet strawberry cream on them. The two guys looked ahead emotionlessly. Anaria opened his mouth slightly, thinking about the waffles. He closed his eyes and put the paper aside. Said that once would not hurt. Asuka turned to the green-haired one, asking at this hour if it was still closed, and he said with a smile that this is bad. Special attention is paid to nightlife here. There are many establishments that exist for students who study until night. Helmut looked away, thinking about the center of Baden at a time like this. That's how they found themselves in this situation. There was a closed sign on the door. Cian was kneeling in front of the door, saying that he had been waiting for this day for so long. Area behind him said that it means today is not that day. If he is so upset, then next time let him come here alone. The guy with green hair closed his eyes, from which tears flowed, and muttered that he would be lonely then. Arya crossed his arms while standing next to the others, asking if they would go back or to another cafe. Cian raised his head, sadly answering that they had already come here, so it would be better to eat somewhere else. He turned to the others, asking how about toast. Arya pushed him in the back, frowning and telling him to show the way, and he turned around and asked the truth and if he was really sure. City at night. The moon was shining in the sky. Cian shouted that there was no sense of romance in him. A two-story establishment where waiters walked around and people sat at tables. The guy was holding a red menu in his hands. Asuka raised his eyebrow as he read the menu and asked why the sandwich was so expensive. He sighed, and Cian, sitting next to him, said, "Is he really being humble? He is a student at the academy, and therefore they should give him money, even though he is a commoner." He replied that his family only gives money for educational issues, and Cian smiled nervously, saying that his family's situation is even worse than he thought. Cian covered his face with his hand, saying that he is the best in the class. There must be scholarships, or he is asking too much from the scholarship student. Asuka irritably asked if he wants to find out for himself why he is the best student. Arya raised his eyebrows, looking to the side, and said that this place is crowded. Cian raised his index finger while the guy with blue hair pulled his hair, saying that this is natural because most of the students are aristocrats. If they have even a little dirt here, they will close. He asked if he really looked at the restaurant as soon as he came to it, and Arya answered with a frown that magicians have to pay attention even to specks of dust, since they can interfere with the experiment. He is too stupid for a magician. Cian turned to him displeasedly, saying whether he even knew how sensitive the magicians who deal with spirits were. The white-haired one replied that spirits were definitely sensitive, but Cian was not. Asuka looked at the main character, asking if he had made an order, and he nodded. The waiter put the sandwich on the table, saying that this was their order, and Cian thanked him. He looked at Asuka with a smile, saying that the simplest order was served first. And what did they order? The guy replied that he also took the simple one. Another waiter placed a huge hamburger on the table, saying that this was Greta's special toast for the swordsman faculty. Arya and Cian looked at the hamburger in surprise. Helmut looked down at him, making a surprised sound. Asuka laughed loudly, turned to him, and asked what he ordered. Was he really going to eat it on the way back? The main character replied that it said that it was a special dish, especially for the faculty of swordsmen. Arya looked at him, nervously asking if people from their faculty really have stomachs 5 times larger than the rest. Sane said with a smile that this was just a trick to catch the desire to compete. What was he even going to do with him? He was too big, and maybe he'll eat it. Helmut agreed, and said that there are so many layers of meat here. A man in brown boots approached the guys while someone asked to leave on the side. Someone greeted the senior students, and 4 guys turned towards the voice. Charlotte smiled. Jeffrey stood behind her, frowning. The girl said that it was such a coincidence that they met here. Helmut squinted at the girl, calling her name. He looked back at the guy next to her, saying that this is the strong guy. Jeffrey lowered his head, closed his eyes, calling his name. Charlotte folded her hands, saying that they came to eat special toast, and they also came here for this. Asuka looked back at them, asking if they came together. The girl replied that Jeffrey wanted to argue, and the guy with blue hair looked back at him, saying that he was huge like a rock. Why was he arguing with such a fragile girl? It was so humiliating. Charlotte looked displeasedly at the guy with blue hair. asking if he was looking down on her, and he replied that no. The girl said that she was a fencing student. She also eats a lot. You need to eat as much as you train. She asked if Helmut thought so, and the guy looked up at her questioningly. He sat at the table while Cian raised a knife over a huge burger, sticking out his tongue. The main character hit the guy on the hand, causing him to close his eyes. He answered, "Of course." And Cian looked at him questioningly. Charlotte smiled as she stood in front of him and asked, since they were both here, if he would like to eat together. Arya rose from the table. Cian and Asuka looked at him in surprise. The guy with white hair stood in front of Charlotte. Helmut looked up at him questioningly. The white-haired man asked if she was Charlotte, and the girl smiled nervously, answering in agreement. The guy looked down at her, saying that his name is Arya, and does she know him? The three guys who were sitting at the table looked at this in surprise. Cian raised the knife, cutting the burger window into one of the academy's classrooms. Ethan, a blonde girl and a male instructor with brown hair, watched the fight. Charlotte and Helmut crossed wooden swords with each other. The guy swung his sword sharply, causing the girl to grit her teeth and step back to the side. Helmut swung his sword forward, narrowing his eye. The sword flew towards the head of the girl, who looked at him in surprise. She ducked sharply, dodging the blow. The guy's hand went through her hair. Charlotte frowned and swung her sword upward. The guy looked back in surprise at the sword that was flying towards him. The guy sharply kicked the sword in the girl's hands, which flew into the air, spinning. The sword fell to the floor next to the teacher's table. The girl took her trembling hand, looked down, and said that she had lost. Ethan and the blonde looked at each other. The girl looked at the main character, saying that they did a good job and let them wait until they give a rating. The guy agreed. Helmut walked away from the girl, looking back at her. He looked sideways at her. The guy remembered how Arya stood in front of Charlotte, asking if she knew him. Charlotte spread her arms out to her sides with a nervous smile, answering, "Of course, everyone at the academy knows that he is the best student in the Faculty of Magic, and she would be honored to meet him." Arya frowned and sighed, asking like this. He turned away from the girl while Helmut watched him. Charlotte put her hands to her cheeks and looked down, wondering what was wrong with her. Asuka and Cian watched this, and the guy with green hair said that he just realized that as long as Arya was with them, none of them would get a girlfriend. The main character frowned, looking up. Arya looked at him. He silently turned his gaze forward. The guy stood nearby while Helmut looked back. The guy looked forward, thinking that judging by Charlotte's reaction, Arya was right. The girl and the guy stood with their backs to each other. And looking back at her, Helmut thought that apart from the external similarity, he had no evidence of their relationship. Instead of telling something about himself, it would be better not to let her get close. He looked forward, thinking that, moreover, the most important thing now was to become stronger. He looked ahead carefully, thinking that he must cope with any challenges. Empty corridor of the academy. Empty corridor of the academy. Asuka leaned back in his chair, looking at the ceiling. He sighed tiredly and muttered that everything was right. Next semester, he needed to avoid being suspended. Helmut approached him, asking what would happen if he was not removed. Asuka turned to him in fear, shouting that he had scared him to death, if only he had let him know that he was there. The guy threw his hand on the chair, saying that he was just talking to himself. Let him not get it into his head. He asked in this duel. After all, his opponent was Charlotte, and what would he say? Since it took so much of his time, it means it was not easy for him. Helmut looked at him questioningly, saying that the duel ended quickly. They were delayed due to the fact that the instructor told him that he needed to get it done quickly. Asuka asked if he was really becoming like his neighbor. Helmut looked back at the guy, saying that judging by how calm he was, his practice went fine. Asuka smiled, saying that everything was perfect. If he doesn't want to see the bad side of Arya, he better study hard for the theory test. Arya stood behind the guy with blue hair, saying that he was right, and Asuka turned to him in fear, shouting that his heart almost stopped. What was wrong with the two of them? Arya looked at the main character, saying that his next exam would be the understanding of magic. Helmut nervously agreed. The white-haired one said that he would test him for the last time, so let him open the textbook. The guy asked how his tests were, and Arya closed his eyes and frowned, saying that he had already dealt with them. It was better to let him take care of himself. That's the only way he could help him. Asuka looked at the guy with white hair, asking where Cian was and why he was here alone. Arya looked back at him, answering that he had no idea. He was probably too busy studying for his exam. That's why he couldn't help him. Asuka said that he has no sense of responsibility. Helmut looked aside. The white-haired man looked at him, asking what he was doing here, and let him quickly get a textbook. He didn't have much time. Helmut agreed in confusion. Arya asked what, and the main character looked away, saying that he was just thinking that he didn't really want to run 100 laps on the playground. Maria sighed and closed his eyes and said, "Why should he even like this? He actually hates losing, and he would die of anxiety if there was a variable in his life that he couldn't control." Arya stood in front of Helmet, who was holding a piece of paper, and told him that's why he wants to do everything thoroughly, and for him not to be the first will not be a failure. So let him stop chatting and open the textbook. Sheke looked at them with a smile, sighed, and said that this is so harsh. Let the main character study more carefully. It will be difficult to defeat him. Arya looked back at the guy with blue hair with a gloomy look, saying that he was disturbing him, so let him leave. He irritably asked what and why. All of a sudden, he didn't rent a whole room. Arya said that they couldn't reveal their strategy before the fight, and another said, "Why don't they leave then? There's something they don't like about it." Helmet calmly watched as they argued, holding a piece of paper in his hands. He frowned and closed his eyes tiredly, thinking that it would be difficult to study for a while. Sheets of paper on which some parts of the text have been crossed out are circled. Helmut wrote with pencil on paper. Ariel looked thoughtfully at the piece of paper, taking it in his hand. He shook his head, and the guy opposite him sighed tiredly, closing his eye. A textbook page in which some passages had been highlighted in pencil. Helmut wrote with a pencil on paper, lowering his gaze. The academy, which was brightly illuminated by the sun. Students in red robes sat at their desks, looking at the lectern where the professor stood. A man with green hair and a black robe clapped his hands, saying that they had 2 hours and they could start the exam. Helmut lowered his gaze to the piece of paper in front of him, moving his pen over it. The guy raised his eyebrows when he noticed something on the piece of paper. He looked at the text in the test, which said, "You accidentally received the forbidden power of darkness. If you lose it, you can die." Helmut lowered his gaze to the paper, reading further. The text asked him to write what the student would do in such a situation. An empty corridor of the academy, illuminated by lamp. Arya sat at the desk in the office, reading a book and resting his cheek on his hand, asking how the exam went. The main character looked at him questioningly. Tilting his head, the guy closed the door behind him and said what he thought. He did well. He anticipated most of the questions, but one of them was strange. Arya raised his eyebrows at him and asked how it was. The main character remembered a piece of paper on which it was written that he accidentally received the forbidden power of darkness. If he loses it, he will die. The guy sat down opposite Arya, continuing that the question asked to write what to do in such a situation. Arya put his hand to his chin, looked away, and muttered thoughtfully about dark forces. He looked at the main character, saying that it was the teacher who asked such questions from time to time, and he would not be deducted points if he answered thoughtfully. He asked what he wrote, and Helmut pursed his lips. The protagonist's gaze became gloomy, and he replied that he would accept the dark power and would find a way to use it and continue to live. Arya looked at the guy in surprise. His body trembled. He looked away and hummed thoughtfully, and replied that this was a good answer. At least Mr. Ruxin would not think badly of him. Helmut looked at the guy carefully, asking what he would write. The guy with white hair looked at him silently. He put his hand to his chin and replied that the standard answer would be something like, "Look for a solution to this problem in the temple." After all, dark forces are the jurisdiction of the church. It would be difficult for an aristocrat to answer